He is a king prophesied to have no soul. She is an outcast rejected by her mate. When Micajah claims Adah, he defies destiny and sparks a war. Will their love save the kingdom or destroy it?
Chapter 1. The air is cold, the wind harboring a frosty bite. The breeze is riled up and harsh across the skin. Dim, gray clouds clump together, blanketing the daylight and painting everything a dull gray. Color seems to be stripped away from nature. The leaves seem limp and flaccid. The trees are dying, with their trunks crumbling and deteriorating. The soil is lifeless and no longer provides life, now instead trapped by a thin layer of white frost. The sun is at its highest point for the day, yet it offers no light, no warmth, and no hope. Pack members pull out of the warmth of their homes, leaving their fires and hearths in large groups. Thick furs and jackets are worn, bodies huddling close together for warmth. The sounds of leaves crackling and of ice breaking under rugged boots are the only things heard as groups walk silently towards the focus point. The Alpha had beckoned all members to attend. No questions were asked. Everyone knew what was coming and when it would arrive. The night approached quickly. It doesn't take long for everyone to accumulate at the focus point. The pack was relatively small, with only around 100 members. It certainly wasn't as affluent in size as other neighboring packs, but they were a tight-knit community that kept to themselves, with a kind alpha family that overlooked them. In a sea of nameless faces, Adah stands alone in the crowd, with no familiar faces among her. She had only very recently moved packs, from a higher-ranked pack to down here, and hadn't quite settled in enough to make a name for herself. She was used to having 1,000 members in her old pack. Now, in her new pack, she is only a tenth that many. The Alpha stands in the middle, perched upon a podium, with his Luna by his side. They both look solemn, which was expected. The Alpha and his family were kind. Adah remembered they were the only ones who took her in after she became estranged from her former pack. He doesn't have to shout for silence among the crowd. In this moment, it is all that exists. "My dear wolves," he begins, tone firm and warm. "We have known this day was to arrive for the cycle of a moon now. At the end of the last cycle, the royal kingdom sent out a letter to all the residing alphas in this country." He pauses. Grim silence responds to him. "The wolf kingdom has suffered a great loss recently. Our queen has passed away, and now her reign falls upon her son, who has since taken the position. However, we know that Wolf Law states he can only truly be a king with a mate by his side." A pause taken. The Alpha clears his throat before continuing. "It has been prophesied centuries ago that this particular son has no true, fated mate. We know that this male was born more wolf than man, an individual that the moon goddess has no love for, and thus he has no true soul and no true heart." There is no surprise from the pack members. This tale was told to everyone when they were pups. However, he is the only one eligible to take the position of the crown, as tradition demands. To combat this, the Elder Council has come up with a solution. The Alpha steps back, letting his Luna step forward. She gives her pack members a warm, encouraging smile. The atmosphere is sullen. The letter that was sent demanded that on this very night we send all our rejected female mates to the palace to attend a ball thrown for the king, for him to choose a suitable female to reign at his side. Again, there is no surprise in this. The rumors had begun and were being discussed by everyone since the queen died. Here, in my hand, I have a list of all rejected female mates from this pack. You are required on behalf of the king to attend the palace tonight. If you are chosen, you will be assigned to be at his side. If you are not, you may return and continue life normally, the Luna explains. Over the entire country, 47 girls are attending. From this pack, there are 2. An unspoken relief is over the pack for only having 2 females. Then again, mate rejections were extremely rare. Fated mates were a precious relationship, yearned for, and many young wolves aspire to have one. Many authentic relationships lasted long after death. The females are Layla Ravenwood and Adah Erin, the Luna reads out. Adah doesn't feel anything. Her arms are crossed before her. She knew this was to come. She knew it for a while. She knew it the moment she severed her bond with her old mate, those mere few weeks ago. The pack silently mourns. No one wished either of the girls a life with the Alpha King, despite not knowing Adah well. The ideology that the Wolf Society imposed on him was not well received. If he weren't royal blood, he would have been cast out by the law a long time ago, because of what he was. Layla and Adah will travel to the palace tonight, alongside me and the Alpha. Tonight will be the night our future Alpha Queen is announced. A hollow silence falls again, with the idea of a new reign coming to a beginning, with a beast as a ruler. Thank you. Meeting adjourned, the Alpha speaks the last sentence, and the group declutters, shielding away from winter's bite and back to their homes and hearths. Adah walks back to her cottage alone, not particularly feeling anything. She hadn't felt anything for a long time now, from the moment she had met her true mate, to the very present, where she now lived a life without him. Chapter 2. Her room is severely cluttered. The carpet was draped with fabrics from dresses that weren't fit for a ball, but it was all she had. She couldn't afford an extravagant dress, but she couldn't exactly attend a royal ball in what she did have. A knock on her door alerts her, her brows furrowing deeply. She never had visitors. Leaving her room and heading down, she opens the front door to find Luna herself. Luna Micajah. A bow of respect and acknowledgement followed the greeting. The Luna smiled warmly. She wasn't that much older than Adah and was radiant, like most Lunas are. Adah would have been a Luna too. The royal family didn't have a Luna, they had an Alpha Queen. There was a difference in the roles. The Alpha Queen was precisely like the Alpha King. The royals had too much responsibility and needed the extra discipline. There was no room for warmth. Luna Micajah was beautiful, with thick, dark brown hair, pale, smooth skin, and carrying her first pup, which only enhanced her glow. Adah, the Luna greets back, before pulling Adah into a hug. Adah is startled momentarily, not too fond of this. She was never one to be touched, not even by her own family. But the Luna is warm and has done much for her, so she complies. The Luna beckons herself in, pulling along a suitcase. Adah's brows furrow a little more. I thought we could get ready together. I know Layla has her mother, her aunt, and several of her sisters helping her out. I know that you've only been here a short amount of time, and perhaps wouldn't have that. Would it be okay if I stayed? Adah nods because she couldn't exactly say no. Although Adah thrives on being by herself, a lone wolf rather than a pack wolf, she couldn't help but be relieved, because she had no idea what she was doing. She was also a little touched that Luna herself came. They head up to Adah's room, where she quickly tucks the mess away underneath her bed. I thought this would look exquisite on you, Luna Micajah murmurs as she pulls out a stunning, blood-red dress. Adah is stunned. You didn't have to. The words are uttered quietly, almost fearfully, treading into existence. Luna Micajah smiles without responding. The two get ready side by side, and the hours fall by too quickly, and in no time, the dark welcomes them. Are you worried? The tone in Luna's voice is soft and concerned. Her hands are pulling Adah's thick curls into a high ponytail, framing a few baby curls around her forehead and polishing them off. Not really. I'm not feeling anything, Adah admits truthfully, her tone quiet. Adah always spoke in a low and calm tone, but since her true mate, it has only been amplified. The Luna's brows furrowed. Is it because of Adah nods, knowing the Luna is asking about her true mate? It's normal not to feel anything after a rejection. It is the wolf's way of protecting herself, and Adah nods mutely. I'm not sure if you've realized it, but all alphas and their mates will be at this ball too. You may see him, and Adah swallows. She knows she's been dwelling on it for too long now. Silence sits between the two. There, you look stunning, Luna smiles once more, kissing Adah's forehead. Adah wondered if she could have been as lovely and pure-hearted as Luna Micajah if she ever took on the Luna role in her old pack. The journey to the palace wasn't short. It took little over an hour, and the entire time, Adah's eyes watched the stars follow her, the specks that basked in light, regardless of the dark that dominated the upper realm. She watches as the darkness and silence fade away, the path beneath now glowing with a yellow hue from the lampposts. They've entered the courtyard. She can hear chatter and laughter all around them. The atmosphere seemed joyous. She wasn't sure what the other girls were thinking. Most definitely, some of them would be overjoyed, especially if they're from a higher-ranked pack. Being a queen was a dream, but she knew others weren't as overjoyed. The king was a mystery, feared for a reason unknown. A soul outside of the palace hadn't seen him. When she gets out of the car, she's instantly cold. The dress Luna had given her was long and practically sleeveless. It was fitted, highlighting her silhouette. Her eyes linger on the people who have also just arrived, before losing interest and tearing away. She would have spent more time appreciating the palace, yet she was too cold to concentrate on anything. She's ushered in, walking alongside Luna Micajah, her alpha, and Layla. Layla was stunning, with blonde, sleek hair and a navy blue gown. The inside was stunning. The palace was intricate with its details. You could spend days in one room and find something new every hour. The ballroom they arrived in was vast, but the people who filled it made it feel small. Adah felt small. Her eyes are unconsciously flicking around as she sits down at a table with the people from her pack. Other alphas come and greet Luna Micajah and her mate. Her eyes keep moving until they land on what she's been seeking subconsciously. Her heart drops and her heart fills with dread. After not having felt anything for weeks, suddenly it just hits her with one glance. She feels sick to her stomach, and her color drains from her face. The gash in her soul opens up again, though her heart remains intact. She never loved him, never gave her heart to him. It was her soul that cried. He's standing, with blonde curls drooping over his head. His broad, muscled form wears a black suit, and his hand is on the lower back of some blonde, whom Adah vaguely recognizes as the former Beta's daughter from her old pack. That is who her true mate had chosen instead of her. Her eyes pull away from them. He isn't worth it. The wolf within her looks at the mate in disdain. He wasn't worthy of either of them anymore. The tables fill up with more people until all the seats are taken. Adah isn't paying attention. Her wolf stands protectively within her, teeth drawn back to bite. A hot anger settles in Adah's stomach, and her eyes are narrowed and sharp, but blink. Her form is physically present, yet mentally she is far away. The room falls silent, and she comes back to the scope of reality, eyes lifting to the center of the ballroom. A male stands, wearing a crisp maroon suit. He's powerful, but not the king. He begins explaining the events of the night. Adah didn't care for the events, just noting that the girl selected to be queen would be marked on the spot. The night begins. Servers stride out with tall glasses filled with champagne, white wine, and red wine. Adah takes a glass of red wine, the color of her dress, and sips it slowly. Her eyes are sharp, watching from a distance. Conversation is spurring. The girls form small groups and talk to one another, and the alphas speak with other alphas. Some single alphas are even asking some of the rejected females to dance with them. Adah sits in her seat, watching people pass her table. She sits in the shadows, unnoticed by anyone, the way she prefers. The hot anger still resides in her stomach, and her wolf is on edge, disgusted by their true mate. The music has turned up, and Adah sits, resonating with it. The room falls to silence all at once. Her eyes lift, past the center of the room, towards the large set of marble stairs. The king descends them. Her head tilts, eyes straying towards him, unable to turn, just like every other individual in the room. The moment he entered, the room became suffocating. The power he yields, that he emanates through simply existing, is breathtaking, alluring, and terrifying. How can so much power reside in one sole individual? People are stunned. This is the first time the king has addressed the wolves outside of the palace. He is a wolf shrouded in mystery and fear. He is unknown, and the unknown is always feared. The sinister rumors that were circulated reinforced this. He's extremely tall, with a broad and muscular frame. His skin is a deep brown, tanned, and richly colored. His hair is thick and sleek, and the black locks are defiant as they droop over his forehead. His crown sits lazily on top. He wears a simple, light gray suit. He doesn't need extravagant clothing. His very presence sets the tone for what he means in business. His eyes are like the moon, silver in the lightest way possible, like the color of a blade, streaking with white light. He doesn't acknowledge the room, doesn't address anyone or anything. His form is tense, his jaw is clenched. His brows are furrowed, and the silver in his eyes is like knives. The king isn't happy. King Micajah saunters to his throne and sits there. His eyes are intense, and he's brooding darkly. The servers and guards are unsure of what to do. He's stunned them too. His entrance was meant to be welcoming and warm to the guests. The king had other ideas. Eventually, the music turns back on, and slowly, people ease back into it. But there is no forgetting the dark presence upon the throne, watching everything. Chapter 3. The food arrives shortly, easing some of the wolves that have become skittish due to the brooding king sitting on the throne. As expected, it was a glorious feast. The bread rolls were warm, soft, almost fluffy, and the butter melted and pooled within them. The meat was lush, tender, and fell sweetly from the bone, drenched with sticky, rich sauce. Even the vegetables were perfectly cooked, neither too soft nor too hard, and had a nice pop of color. Every single plate of food that was served was nothing short of perfection. The atmosphere loosens up significantly during this time. The chatter becomes louder, the laughter becomes more outrageous, and a lot of smiles are plastered on faces. Not to mention, everyone has had a few drinks by now, so the liquor warms them up a little more, making them a bit braver. Adah sits with Luna Mariah, who makes conversation with her mate and the other alphas and Lunas at the tables. Adah listens in on their conversation at times, but other times doesn't, unable to follow along with what they have to say. Her eyes linger a little longer around the room, watching the other females and individuals, just carefully observing. Her eyes flittered up to where the king sat. The food before him hasn't been touched. His features are stoic and free of emotion, yet his eyes are intense, raging with gray fire. The contrast is difficult to decipher. Her eyes flitter away, falling towards her true mate. His back is turned to her, too engrossed with his new Luna to think of anything else. Her eyes flitter away again, back to her empty plate. The tables were being cleared, and dessert was being served. Her mouth waters. She would devour anything that had chocolate in it. If anything, dessert was the highlight of her evening. Her eyes wandered around again. It was something she often did, observe. Adah was a curious wolf. She enjoyed learning about her surroundings, but from a safe distance, which required the least interaction. She didn't like talking to people, so the only way she could make a judgment was by observing actions. There's a group of strong, domineering males that hover near the foot of the throne, talking in hushed voices. These were males from the palace, respected palace guards, the royal beta, and similar positions. They all seemed powerful, so Adah couldn't distinguish the correct positions. They seem frustrated. The evening isn't going as they had hoped. Adah's best guess was that they expected their king to mingle more with potential females, seeking out a queen truly. Yet, he hadn't moved an inch from his throne. It wasn't giving the best impression. Finally, the male in the maroon suit makes his way towards the king. Adah concludes that the male was the royal beta. Who else would freely go up to his king so casually? They talk in low tones, quietly, lips barely moving. She's watching without a care. She's hidden in the shadows, sitting at the furthest table away, in the back corner. She isn't enough to grasp anyone's attention. The king's eyes flash up to her suddenly, and she freezes. The wolf within her recoils too, setting down and curling into her body, flashing her tail in her face and peeking from under it. It's only for a moment, though. The king's eyes don't move from hers, and Adah's wolf only becomes more curious, now sauntering forward. Adah's brows furrowed, watching the silver stare at her. Her fingers nip the cloth of the table, eyes not moving. His eyes showed more than she thought they would, but she's unable to decode them. She looks down at the table before looking up again after a moment. The silver was still on her. She doesn't feel embarrassed or afraid or terrified in this moment. She's just simply curious. She raises a brow, testing the waters. The king does nothing, but the silver becomes more intense. The man in maroon is still talking to him. Adah looks away. The king's eyes are undecipherable, and she didn't want to test him further. Her eyes fixate easily on other things, just as curiously and just as intensely. She doesn't notice the silver still latched onto her, now instead observing her, in the way she does to everyone. After a while, the clearing in the middle fills with people who begin to dance as the music slows. The king eventually rises from his throne, his face visibly annoyed, after the beta persistently insisted that he mingle with the unmated females to seek out a queen properly. He heads for the boldest female, most definitely from a high-ranking pack, with lush brown hair. Most likely, she is the only willing girl in this room to be in such proximity to him. They move together onto the dance floor. Her lips move, engaging in conversation with him. He remains with her the entire night. Appreciative murmurs spun across the room. The female was well-known, bold, and able to hold the title of Alpha Queen. Visibly, they looked pretty good together, too. "Excuse me." A strong voice approaches Adah, who pulls her eyes away from the waiter she had been watching to the man towering above her. He was an alpha with warm skin and chestnut brown hair. He was good-looking, but then again, most alphas were. "Hi," her voice is quiet, soft to the ears, eyes overseeing him. "Would you like to dance?" He's confident, and for a moment, she wants to turn around, check if it was truly her that he was asking. But she's sat in front of a wall, so that would be weird. She wants to decline. She didn't like being touched and didn't want to have to make small talk. She enjoyed being alone. A burning gaze hits the side of her neck, and her eyes slide over. Her true mate has finally spotted her. His eyes are narrowed, watching the interaction between her and this alpha carefully. The hot anger returns to Adah. With a simpering smile, she accepts the alpha's proposal to dance, watching her true mate internally fume. The alpha, who had asked her, led her to the middle, his hand respectfully on her lower back. His skin is warm and his build is toned. Again, this wasn't an uncommon occurrence. They dance closely, her face near his shoulder, watching behind him. They engage in small talk, but Adah isn't fully concentrating. Adah's concentration is on something else. She's missing all the glares of envy from women and all the gazes of attention from men. She had risen from the corner she hid in, and once in the spotlight, she stole it all, even if she didn't know it. A smirk plays on her lips. Her true mate watches her from his seat, face contorted in sick jealousy. He has no right. He rejected her. Adah winks at him. His face turns red with rage, and she watches him leave with his Luna, right out the front door. She's too busy relishing in self-satisfaction in this moment to have realized that the silver eyes watched her get up to dance with the alpha, till the moment her true mate stormed out of the door. The silver eyes had seen it all and were still latched to her now. The song comes to an end, and she thanks the alpha who had danced with her before turning and heading back to her seat at the table. Luna Micajah was there when she got back, too, having tired herself out from all of it. After a short while, the room settles down again, the music turning off, the king back on his throne. The clock had struck midnight now, and silence fell over everyone. The royal beta comes to the center again, clearing his throat. "Could all the unmated females please come and line up?" His voice is clear, and the girls immediately stand and line up in the center. Luna Micajah smiles warmly at Adah, her eyes glittering with kindness and encouragement. Adah isn't worried at all. Everyone saw the king dance with the bold brunette the entire night. They conversed, and he made no move to reach out to anyone else. It was clear to everyone who he would choose. It made perfect sense. The king rises from his throne. His eyes have darkened considerably, now not holding the sheath of silver, but now of a dull blade. He strides along the line of girls, features hauntingly beautiful, yet it's his eyes that are genuinely the masterpiece. They are intense, yet empty at the same time, yielding no human soul. Adah doesn't feel safe in the center. She can't hide in the back of the room, can't hide with the safety of distance or in the safety of a crowd. Now she is exposed, now she has eyes on her. Those eyes of envy and attention she missed before, she knows now. Her cheeks warm, and she shifts awkwardly. She can feel the presence of the king near her. The brunette stood at the very end of the line. The hairs on the nape of her neck begin to stand, and goosebumps rise on her arms the closer the king gets. His presence is suffocating, dark, and cold. Her wolf is already submitting, belly up, throat exposed. She poses no threat. She knows this male is the one they bow to. She cannot be curious so close to him. The king is just by her now, and a knot in her stomach forms as he stops directly in front of her. There is no hesitation in his actions. He eludes confidence. He knows what he's doing. Adah's head fills with confusion, unable to feel, because suddenly she feels too much. She can't grasp anything but the gray in his eyes. She can see his intentions, that much he will show her. Her heart drops. She didn't think she was on his radar at all, never considered this. She wasn't ready to be mated to someone else. She didn't want this. She wanted to be forever alone. This male was more wolf than man. How was she meant to deal with that? She hadn't even heard him speak. No, she murmurs, yet it's loud enough for all the nearby wolves to hear and gasp. The king makes no effort to respond, only arching a brow, one that mirrored her actions not too long ago. The room is stunned, now aware of the unspoken decision. This was unexpected. He had danced with the brunette all night, and only with her, and had conversed with only her. Sure, he may have danced with the brunette, but Adah was the only person who truly piqued his curiosity long enough. His eyes couldn't stop following her after that initial clash, and he wasn't sure exactly why. His wolf pestered him violently about it. Adah was the one. His canines extend and press into the curve of her neck, immediately marking her. Chapter 4. Adah doesn't know how to feel. Her eyes fall upon his. She can feel the bond threading between them, weaving their souls together to become one. His face is stoic and expressionless, yet his eyes bear everything he won't say. Her face is slack. She doesn't know what to do, what to say, or what to think. Her head hurts. So many questions are pounding in her head. She doesn't want to deal with any of it at the moment, pushing them away and just letting herself feel hollow. Stunned silence sweeps across the room before a slow, soft clap begins, which becomes louder before the whole room claps in congratulations. The kingdom finally has a queen, and now has 2 able rulers. Adah doesn't move, her eyes now fixed to the floor and nothing else. She's attempting to control her breathing and bring it back to normal, but her heart is thumping so violently, it might burst from her ribcage, and she can hear nothing but the sound of her blood gushing through her ears. The royal beta comes to both of them, his expression genuine and casual. Adah Erin, right? He asks, and Adah nods without lifting her eyes from the ground, before listening to the beta announce her name to the room. By tomorrow, the entire werewolf kingdom would know her name. She refuses to move, and the king leans to the beta, murmuring something too quiet for her ears. The room begins to empty, and everyone piles out. Adah's eyes spot Luna Micajah, who gives her a warm smile and nothing else, though her eyes are full of worry. Adah can't respond, feeling trapped and hollow. The room is emptied in a matter of minutes, only leaving a few maids and butlers who are clearing the tables away. The king is still standing before her, and Adah's eyes are still fixated on the ground, physically unable to move anywhere. Her wolf is still belly up, but now humming in pleasure. She likes the fact that a male as strong as this wants her. A deep sigh emanates from him, and he takes her hand. Surprisingly, his fingers are warm, which stuns her because his aura is so cold and calloused. Without a word, he turns on his heel and pulls her along. They leave the ballroom, venturing deeper into the palace. His grip is firm, but not harsh. Adah can't think, can't absorb anything. She walks behind him, lost in her head. They venture for a while, now deep into the palace. After climbing a few flights of stairs, they halt outside a room. A maid waits patiently outside of it, but after a small exchange of words Adah doesn't care to hear, the maid enters with them. She enters the room and immediately is encased with the scent of the king. The bond is still there, so her wolf revels in the smell. It's powerful, domineering, and terrifying, but as the bond slowly forms, Adah yearns for it. The room was big, yet seemed empty. Adah's head couldn't register anything but emptiness. The king stands with her, and she feels suffocated. She wanted to be alone. The maid nods respectfully at them both. "Your Majesty, all the proper arrangements have been made, suited for you. Your clothes will be in the walk-in to the left of the bed, and the bathroom is directly opposite." The maid directs Adah, and she nods numbly, briefly wondering how, within seconds, they managed to accommodate her so quickly. "Thank you." Her voice is soft and quiet, too tired even to think. She wanted to sleep and wake up from this, hoping it was just a nightmare. The maid leaves, leaving her alone with the king. Utter silence accompanies them. Adah, his voice is velvet. Her eyes peek up at him, their hands still entwined loosely. She looks at them, but doesn't make a move to pull away. The king doesn't respond to her eyes, instead, leading her with a hand to her lower back to the closet. Their eyes meet in understanding, and he nods before retreating from it. The closet was arranged in sections, and she found the sleepwear section. Her cheeks tinge a little pink. Whoever did this closet must have known about her sleeping preferences. She loved going to bed feeling beautiful because it made her wake up feeling the same way. It was things like that that she implemented after her true mate's rejection to help rebuild her self-worth. She grabs a black sleep set, alongside some black cotton socks, before heading out of the closet and immediately into the bathroom, eyes not wandering to the king lounging on the bed. Her cheeks tinge more. They were going to share a bed. Adah couldn't do this. Taking a deep breath, she pushes her worries to the back of her mind. Her sleeping arrangements were not going to change. The king was her mate. That was that. She needed to stop thinking about everything. Mindlessly, she showered. They had stocked up the bathroom with products she would have had in her home. She only needed to wash her body, her hair had been washed recently, and would be fine for the next week. After hopping out of the shower and drying herself, she slips into her sleepwear and socks. She brushes her teeth and cleanses her face before heading out of the bathroom. Her movement is tentative as she enters the bedroom. Her eyes fall upon the king, lounging on the bed. The blazer of the gray suit he wore is off, and draped across the back of a chair, and his white shirt is loosened, showing his broad frame a little more. His hair is ruffled and messy. His focus isn't on her. He's propped, wearing wide-framed glasses and reading a book. The action makes her feel a little less terrified. Reading a book grounded him. It also makes her falter. A male more wolf than man, reading a book? She shakes her thoughts. She didn't know him and couldn't judge him based on a few poor rumors. His eyes meet hers then, and for a short second, they dance violently with gray flames, flames that burned with an intense hunger, wanting to close the distance between them instantly. They were so intense that Adah could practically see the wolf's powerful nature. The bond sizzles between them. That momentary look on his face suddenly made her believe the rumors. The fires in his eyes cease as quickly as they came, eyes becoming blank canvases. Wordlessly, the king picks up a pile of clothes from the bed and heads into the shower. Adah heads into the bed, covering herself in the gray sheets, curling up right at the very edge of the bed. She would ponder the events of the day or what had just happened, but that would scare her. Her mind becomes blank, and the verge of sleep begins to lull her. She's much too drowsy to move when she hears the bathroom door faintly open and when a warm figure enters the bed. Softly, hands pull her away from the edge of the bed, much closer to the center, and leave her there, no longer touching her. She can feel his form leaning to hover over hers, can feel his eyes grazing over every feature of her face, but the sleep is too tempting to resist. At last, the king flops down to his side, and she finally is captivated by sleep. Chapter 5. The bed is cold when she wakes up, eyes still heavy from her deep sleep. The room is dark, the curtains still drawn over the windows and the glass doors that open to a balcony. It takes Adah a moment to collect her thoughts and shake off her sleepiness. Her fingers massage her temples, and she takes her hair out of its loose bun immediately, letting the long, thick curls cascade down her back. A yawn covets her mouth, and she rubs her eyes before finally feeling awake enough. She leans over to the bedside table, slender fingers turning an alarm clock towards her. It wasn't even 6 in the morning, yet she couldn't see herself going back to sleep. Another yawn escapes her mouth, and in her drowsy state, her eyes flicker over to the right of her. The spot was cold, as if it had been vacant for a while, and her eyebrows furrowed curiously. She pulls the covers away from her, immediately feeling whiplash from the cold sting in the air. Winter was upon them, the days getting shorter and the mornings now cloaked in darkness. Her eyes fall upon a sweater draped across the back of a chair, so she shrugs that on before stretching her sore limbs. She had slept curled up, unconsciously, in a protective manner. Her neck stings, the punctures from the king's canines having sunken a little too deep. She rolls her shoulders to ease them out before heading towards the balcony doors and pushing them open. Stepping outside, her bare legs rise with goosebumps, and she huddles into the large sweater she wore a little more. The cold felt refreshing to her skin, though, and she reveled in it for a few minutes. The sky was a mixture of blue and gray. The day was beginning, but not freed from the dark's clutches just yet. Her eyes look upon the view before her. The king's bedroom was high and central to the palace, giving her the perfect view of the palace grounds. The grounds were empty as expected. Occasionally, a few maids or butlers would walk around, already having gotten up to prepare for the day ahead. Otherwise, the paths were free of wolves. Her eyes fixate on the loom of the sky, the bordering of where it meets land. Her head feels a little more collected than it was yesterday. She decided in that moment that she couldn't fret or worry about anything, for it was done and couldn't be changed. The moment she was marked, she was mated to the Alpha King. She couldn't change the fact that she was now a mated female, something she didn't think she would ever be after her rejection. She could only worry about the future. Her heart thuds. Her future was King Micajah. She knew nothing about him. She only knew of the prophecy, which told her of his soul's fate. That alone was terrifying. A male more wolf than man. In what sense? She shivers, remembering the violent flames that danced in his eyes, and how his aura was calloused and cold all the time, and how intensely male he was. His eyes were like knives in flames, light with silver. He never spoke once to her, except the time he uttered her name in the bedroom. His voice was velvet, low with a brooding undertone. A sound snaps her out of her thoughts, and she heads back into the room, shutting the balcony doors and keeping the crisp, cold winds out. Her eyes latch onto a maid. The maid seems startled that Adah is up so early. Her actions were quiet enough not to wake a sleeping person, and she held a candle to provide little light, unaware that the bed was empty. "Your Majesty," she acknowledges with her head bowed slightly in respect. Adah shifts on her feet uncomfortably. "It's Adah," she mumbles, but the maid dismisses it. "I was just picking up the laundry, my queen. Are you unable to sleep? Is there anything I can do for you? Are you too cold? Should I turn on the heating?" The maid's eyes are wide and assertive, ready to fix any arising issue. Adah shakes her head, eyes soft with surprise. "I just woke up early. That's all." The tone of her voice is low, and her eyes look towards her feet, hands clasped together. Silence settles between them awkwardly. "Could I go for a run?" she murmurs, the wolf within her jolting up with excitement, ears perked and listening keenly. The maid seems unsure, her features wavering and hesitant. "I'll ask Beta Uriah." "I'll be just a moment, my queen," she nods before shuffling out of the room. Within minutes, the maid returns. Beta Uriah suggested that perhaps it wouldn't be wise to do so yet, as King Micajah hasn't spoken on the matter, and you haven't yet been assigned a team of personal guards. He requested that if you wish to burn energy, you may use the indoor gym, and later in the day, you could be free to run. The maid's voice is timid. Adah purses her lip, the wolf within her reluctantly agreeing to the compromise. After a little over an hour, Adah feels much better than she did before. The burning ache in her muscles, spanning across her limbs and abdomen, was a welcome feeling. The nape of her neck is drenched with sweat, and her body feels hot and sticky. The indoor gym she was directed to was thankfully empty, and she managed to work out in peace and do the hardcore exercises she wanted without worrying about strangers. She heads back to the king's room, walking in the empty hallways. The sky has become a little lighter and the temperature is dropping. As expected, King Micajah isn't in the room when she returns, and it's a bit past 7 now. She immediately showers, washing her body and hair, then slaps on a generous amount of conditioner. Her workout was very intense, and she didn't want to have to deal with sweat in her hair for the next week. She lingers a little longer at the end, enjoying the pressure of the water against her sore muscles and the feeling of being clean. After drying her hair with a diffuser, she slips on some gray sweats and a plain light gray tee. It was too cold for anything else, and she'd rather be comfortable. She opens the door of her room before crashing into a male figure. Just by scent alone, she could tell it wasn't the king. She's reminded of the bond, which stretches in pain before her, too far away for too long from her new mate. Sorry, the male apologizes with a sly grin. Adah steps back to the threshold of the door, hand leaning against the frame, trying to put space between them. Upon further inspection, she realizes it's the royal beta, Uriah. Uriah was a strong, light-skinned man with short, kinky curly hair. His arms were tattooed, and a lip ring sat on the corner of his lower lip. He wore a cactus green hoodie, and that relieved Adah. There was no high expectation of how to dress. Hi, she doesn't know what else to say. Her eyes can't fixate on him, looking at the floor behind him. Adah hated interacting with people. She liked looking at them from afar, but when it came to physically conversing with others, she couldn't do it. King Micajah's just about to have breakfast. He was going to eat alone, but it seems he's forgotten he's a mated male now. I think it would be good for you to eat with him, get to know him a little more, Uriah says with a lazy expression, his hazel eyes watching her intently. Adah slowly nods, her eyes overseeing him. Uriah grins, turning around and then leading the way. Adah follows him quietly, her eyes appreciating the interior of the palace. They venture to some unknown part of the palace. Adah would never remember how to route her way around, and halt outside tall, oak doors. For the record, Uriah turns to her, features now resonating with seriousness. I know you don't know much about Micajah. I do. I was in here with him for the last 25 years. A prophecy may be a part of him, but his entire being isn't just the prophecy. There is much more to him than that, Uriah tells her, his tone warm and protective towards his king, the wolf within him loyal. I'm aware of that. I have no intention of judging him based on the tales our society has spun. I make my judgment. I always have and always will. Adah's voice is low and soft before she pushes the door open, heading into the dining room. Chapter 6. The dining room was mesmerizing, just like the rest of the palace. It was gallant in size and was simplistic. In the middle stood a long table, every edge polished and gleaming. It could easily fit about 50 wolves, yet only the king sat at the very end, alone in solitude, with no company. He had platters of food already prepared before him, plates filled with poached egg, fruit, fresh rolls, and other delights. His eyes flicker up when the two wolves enter, the silver watching them intently. His elbows are on the table, hands clasped together. His features are stark and brooding. His brows furrow when they land on Adah, and his features become stern when they land on Uriah behind her. Adah doesn't know what to do once she enters the room. She perches a distance away from the king, stuck in place. The bond winds between them. His hair is messier than it was yesterday, and he isn't wearing the black wide-framed glasses he adorned last night. It makes him look moodier and more wary. He wears a plain black tee, which beautifully complements his dark skin. His arms are littered with tattoos. His jaw and form are tense, yet she can feel the wolf within him calling out to her, demanding that she be his, that she be close to him. She isn't surprised. The bond was powerful, amplifying every emotion that touched the soul. The king was a high-ranking male, already highly territorial, but he was more wolf than man, which made everything worse. She couldn't imagine the restraint he showed in this moment because the bond stripped away any of hers. She swallows, having to avert her eyes to the floor. Her wolf is belly up, a sign of complete submission. The king doesn't move a muscle, the silver flames in his eyes only dancing a little higher as they waver over her. He didn't need the mate bond to acknowledge that Adah was beautiful. He remembered the gazes thrust upon her when she finally stepped out of the shadows during the night of the ball. She was a tall female with a long, slender neck and a petite, graceful frame. Her skin was warm, not as deep a brown as his, perhaps a few shades lighter, but sun-kissed. Her face was oval, with a button nose and full, dark lips. Faint freckles touched her skin, from the bridge of her nose to the curve of her cheekbones. Her hair was thick, coiled perfectly into tight curls. Her eyes were a dark shade of brown, always sharply watching. I thought it would be appropriate if Adah came to eat with you. You've got a busy schedule today, and I know you wouldn't have much time for her, Uriah tells the king, walking forward and placing his hand on the back of Adah, leading her to the seat directly to the left of the king. The king's eyes don't move from her as she takes her seat. The king nods at Uriah and dismisses him with a wave of 2 fingers. Uriah grins before taking his leave. The king and Adah are left alone. Having realized the queen is now dining with the king, the kitchen maids quickly set up her plates and her cutlery. She's startled for a moment, surprised at how efficiently the palace runs. The king doesn't utter a word to her, his heated gaze dropping from her and beginning to eat. She stands up, piling her plate with fresh fruit, an egg, and a bread roll, before sitting back down to eat. Silence berates them both. The atmosphere is strange. That's the best way to describe it. Adah finds everything in the moment to be weird and an out-of-body experience. Just yesterday, she was in a standard wolf pack, and then over the last 12 hours, she's suddenly finding herself having breakfast with the king. She exhales with the thought, trying to calm her head before she overwhelms herself. She had to keep calm. There was no other way but forward. The past 12 hours just had to be put behind her. They don't talk as they eat, and the king's eyes stay downwards. He's on edge, though, his jaw tense and one hand clenching the edge of his seat tightly. His demeanor is distant and cold. His eyes flicker up when Adah pours them both a glass of orange juice, setting the jug down. Would it be okay if I ask you a question? Adah murmurs, her tone low. Her dark eyes fixate on him, narrowed sharply. She's met with his silver hues, tinged with curiosity and surprise. He nods wordlessly. I don't want to question your choice in me as a mate. You chose me, and it is what it is, she begins, her voice quiet. The king doesn't respond physically. But what if you've made the wrong choice? Her expression is soft as she awaits his answer, but her eyes are narrowed with intent. I don't make wrong choices. His voice is deep, velvety, and low. The silver in his eyes darkens, the wolf within him trying to scout out this female. You don't know me well enough to certify that. Her tone is low, eyes still watching him. He sits back in his chair, features undecipherable. I wasn't exactly allowed to know every inch of you. A choice had to be made within the night. That is what the elder council demanded. He speaks the words with no emotion, again, distant. No warmth radiated from the male, and Adah could feel his wolf intruding, coming closer and closer. Silence sweeps the room, lingering for a few minutes. The king inhales deeply, eyes darkening with deep thought. I advise you to keep your expectations low for whatever relationship we have. I know nothing of what it is to be a mate. I never expected to have one. I was under the assumption that somehow I would be able to rule alone, the king murmurs. My true mate couldn't yield to my expectations. If the male made for me couldn't, it wouldn't be fair to place any on you. Adah mutters lowly, eyes cast down and fingers playing with a napkin. You handled the situation with him well at the ball. Adah's cheeks tinged with pink after hearing those words. The king saw her do that? The king doesn't look at her, his gaze stuck on the outside of the window. His lips curl with the memory of Adah's defiant gesture to the alpha with blonde hair. He shakes his head, clearing his throat once again. My gamma, Jaden, will meet you after breakfast. He will tell you the schedule for the rest of the day, and with that, the king stands up, smoothing out the black tea he wore, and leaves. Adah exhales deeply, rubbing her temples. She swears to herself softly. Everything wasn't fitting right. It was just a mess, and she didn't know where she stood at all with the king. Chapter 7. She lingers in the empty dining room, slumped in her chair, not at all like the poise and grace a queen should hold, but Adah couldn't care less. She wanted to sulk a little about the circumstances that had been imposed upon her. She tried to sulk that she was mated to the king of all males. He was difficult in every sense. She has no idea how to approach him. How would they even share a life? Her eyes mutely watched the table being cleared before catching a figure walking in from the central archway. Her form gets up, swiveling around to face the gamma, arms crossed firmly before her. Her dark brown eyes are narrowed and sharp, devoid of warmth as she judges this male. The wolf within her sniffs at him suspiciously. He was powerful, yet not nearly as intimidating as Uriah could be, or as the king was every moment. His aura was of a typical alpha, and Adah's wolf didn't bow to alphas. He was a touch of normality in the palace. Adah could sense a hint of shyness about him. He wasn't the largest male, his form was quite lean, and he was a tad shorter than her. His skin was warm, and his hair was a chestnut brown with a hint of red. He wore a simple tee and sweats, his face nervous. Adah normally wouldn't speak to this man, keeping quiet was her thing. But the wolf was nervous, and in some way that eased her. Talking to someone who was intimidated or nervous was easier. She sighs, clearing her throat. Jaden, right? Adah speaks first, her tone low and non-threatening, to spare the male the discomfort. He nods, features softening as he calms, watching the fierce female before him, her dark brows furrowed. Yeah, King Micajah ordered that I should give you a tour of the palace, my majesty. If that is okay with you, he gives a respectful nod, voice wavering a little. Adah rolls her eyes at the way she is addressed, lashes long. It's Adah. Don't call me anything else, tone subtle as she heads towards the male, a hand beckoning him to lead the way. Jaden becomes more relaxed as the next few hours go by, as they wander the grounds of the palace. Adah made sure to calm the skittish wolf by asking many questions about both the wolf and the palace. She felt bad about him being nervous, so she went out of her way to resolve it. The male, like Micajah and Uriah, too, had recently acquired his royal gamma position. He had been preparing for this role his entire life, and had lived on palace grounds his whole life, too. The interior of the palace, though stunning, was very much the same across most of it, so Adah had asked to see what other properties were on the grounds. After acquiring a car to get around, they set off. The grounds were massive, with acres of land, a pack house, and many other utilities. Across the country, there were 30 packs. All 30 packs were part of the royal kingdom that Micajah led. The Alpha King looked over one pack of his own too, the highest-ranked pack. Because of this, the palace grounds accommodated many wolves that resided in the king's pack. It wasn't the largest pack, with around 500 members, but each member was highly regarded and was the best warrior and healer across the country. So, just the way Micajah was an alpha to his pack and a king to the kingdom, Adah would be a Luna to this pack and the queen to the kingdom. After having Jaden reiterate this, her lips pursed, her heart heavy with the responsibility. Her doubt creeps in. She wasn't made for the role, honestly speaking. The bond within her sizzles, steering her away from such thoughts. By the time they got back to the main palace, it had hit noon. When they walk into the lobby, 2 males and a female stand there, awaiting. Adah, these are your guards. Adah raises a brow at Jaden, her eyes dark. Jaden blushes shyly, rubbing the nape of his neck awkwardly. Adah vaguely remembered something about a personal guard team being mentioned, but she didn't expect it to happen. I wouldn't worry too much about them. Only one of them will be with you, and it will be nothing but a silent, second shadow. You will not even notice them. And they only accompany you when you are not in this palace, and when the king, Uriah, and I cannot be with you, he nods at her. You are our queen, and just as the king, your safety isn't something we can dwell upon, he explains further. Adah's face remains expressionless, eyes drawn to the wolves before her. This is Faya, Orion, and Lupus. He names the wolves. Adah nods in greeting at the wolves, who were fierce, strong, and tall, honored to be entrusted with the position of protecting their queen, before turning to the Gamma. My wolf needs a run. Her tone isn't menacing, simply firm. She had asked for a run since early morning, and there was only so much she could repress her wolf. Jaden nods with pink features. I have to go meet with Uriah. Lupus can go with you, and Jaden points out Lupus, a big, burly wolf with sandy hair, before waving goodbye and leaving. Jaden was right. Lupus was nothing but a silent shadow. Adah did not even see him throughout her run. He kept his distance, and after a while, she completely forgot about him. She then realized that, of course, personal guards for the royals would be of such a skilled and trained level. They wouldn't be entrusted otherwise. This run was most likely the best run she and her wolf have ever experienced. New grounds to explore were always entertaining and exciting, but these were the palace grounds. The woods held something unique, something exquisite. The air was cold and brisk. Adah loved feeling the wind slap across her face, the cold tinge numbing her features. The air felt fresh and clean, and the woods weren't muddy or decaying in the winter. It was thriving, full of life. Adah needed this run. She and her wolf had experienced so much within the span of a single day. Going from mateless to mated, from nothing to a queen, and being encouraged by the bond. They had to come to terms with it. A run gave that perfect opportunity. She ran long and as hard as her hind legs would allow her. After her run, she ate lunch alone. Lupus wasn't needed when she was in the palace and had left the moment she stepped inside, giving her the space she needed. Lunch was delightful. Tacos with turkey, guacamole, and a mix of different beans tossed in seasoning. Food was something Adah always cherished, especially as her belly was never full as a small pup. She worked her way up and hard in her old pack to make sure her belly was always full. Food was Adah's home, her comfort. She had spent the next hour or so in her room. She wasn't sure how she'd fare wandering an empty palace, and her sense of direction wasn't the best. She didn't need the stress of being lost in this maze. Her focus fell onto a book on the bed. The same book Micajah was reading the first night they spent together. It wasn't exciting to her, but she had nothing else to do either. The sky was beginning to lull into darkness, a tinge of navy coveting it. A knock on her door interrupts her. Her brows furrowed before she padded over to open it. Uriah. Jaden. Her tone is clipped, her gaze shifting down to her feet. She was not exactly sure what they needed from her. Uriah is tall, grinning, his dark, kinky curls catching the light, his hair glossy and smooth. Jaden has a soft smile, his cheeks a hue of pink, his hands shoved into his pockets, and he is altogether avoiding her gaze. Adah frowns. Before realizing she's only wearing a hoodie, she had showered and changed after shifting back into her human form. Good day? Uriah asks in a warm, cheeky tone. Adah nods, lips pursed, eyes watching. Good. Micajah is having a meeting with some of our generals and high warriors of our pack. He wishes you to be there, to conduct your duty for this pack. Uriah smiles, and Adah's expression falters. Chapter 8. I wouldn't know what to do, she admits to them, arms folding before her. Uriah shrugs. What better way to learn how to be a queen than by actually doing it? Micajah had the luxury of being taught how to do this, unfortunately. Unfortunately, you don't. Come on, they're waiting, Uriah urges her. Give me a moment, her tone is dry, before closing the door and pulling on some dark gray sweats to match her gray hoodie. She wasn't going to change into something formal. Comfort was her only priority. It's not as if anyone could say anything now either. She opens the door to the waiting males, waiting for them to lead the way, walking between the Gamma and the Beta. Her wolf stands tall and proud. Adah isn't as confident, her heart beating a little faster with every moment. Worst possible scenarios flooded her mind. What would she even do in this meeting? What if she acted like a fool? What if she wasn't what a queen was meant to be like? What is it even about? She pondered whether she should ask the Gamma or the Beta, but she didn't feel like opening her mouth. She'd find out soon anyway. Yo, she looks up in surprise at Uriah's remark, his form relaxed. Every encounter they have, he becomes increasingly himself, formalities slipping away. I can feel you stressing from here. No one is expecting you to be the perfect embodiment of the monarch at this current moment. And it's our pack only. It'll be chill, he mutters, and Adah sighs in response. She catches Jaden's eye, and he gives her a timid, encouraging smile. Their room isn't that vast, thankfully, but Adah doesn't know if it makes it better or worse. There are approximately 8 males currently seated around a dark-colored table. 8 pairs of eyes fall upon her instantly, and she's taken aback. Her wolf doesn't let her eyes shift down, though, meeting each wolf with a narrowed and curious look. Her eyes headed to the other end of the room, the bond humming. The king is sitting, brooding. His silver eyes are as light as ever, with a menacing glint. His features are stoic and expressionless. His hair is messy, the dark, thick locks falling onto his forehead, and he wears thick-rimmed glasses. His form isn't tense for once. If anything, he seems at ease, as does the wolf within him. He is with his people after all. It's not the case for all the other wolves, though. Some of them are on edge with the king. Adah doesn't blame them. He looks terrifying in a way that isn't explainable. The way he carries himself, the way his eyes flicker. He doesn't seem humane. He looks like a being from another world. It's his eyes, she decides. The eyes show everything. His eyes are so intense all the time because his wolf is constantly with him, by his side. His eyes flicker up to hers, and she feels the pull of the bond between them. Adah, his voice is velvet, deep, and resonating with dark power. The wolf within has his eyes only on her. My queen, come join us. His eyes darken ever so slightly. Adah feels her cheeks warm and heads over to the chair empty on his left, taking a seat without returning the gaze she receives. Uriah and Jaden take their rightful seats, too. Uriah will always be to the right of the king, and Jaden to Adah's left. The table is quiet, eyes flickering between the king and queen. Adah wants to curl up into the corner behind her, her safe space, but she is in the spotlight now, and she cannot afford to act weak. Wolves were social. The fact that Adah wasn't was a sign of weakness. She sits straight, her face expressionless and her eyes dark and doting. She pulls her curls up into a high ponytail. Jaden, the king addresses, and the wolf jumps a little, his blue eyes peeking at the king warily. What is the agenda for this meeting? He questions, his tone no longer loud and frightening. Adah is taken aback by it, but Jaden was just simply a wolf whom you could not be harsh to. Jaden nods, fingers fumbling with the folder before him, before pulling out a sheet of paper with some words drawn on. The first thing we needed to discuss was reviewing expenditure plans for the coming winter and delegating them to particular sections. It's noted from our last meeting you wanted ample focus on healthcare and mating centers for when heat cycles begin. Jaden reads. That's when Adah knew this was going to be a while. She wasn't disrespectful, though. She listened intently to all the decisions being made, and she didn't disagree with any of them. The solutions were reasonable and well thought out. She didn't have much input. Micajah didn't say much either, but like her, his focus was entirely on what was happening. Occasionally, he offered solutions to issues no one could solve or rebutted foolish ideas. Still, for the most part, he trusted his wolves to make decisions and listen to their needs. Uriah kept order. Whenever a few wolves clashed, disagreements brought hostility. This didn't happen often. Micajah's presence alone kept everyone in check. No one wanted to make him angry. Adah briefly wondered what that looked like. Jaden was a scribe who took notes and, like Uriah, was also responsible for regularly checking that whatever was decided in the meeting was being carried out. Okay, the last thing we need to resolve, Jaden murmurs whilst flipping through his notes, blue eyes narrowed. There was a small group of mobbers against the monarchy in a pack near the east. They were stirring up some trouble and even resorted to violence when the Alpha's men tried to defuse the situation. Jaden begins. Adah's interest has now been fully piqued. This was shut down by the Alpha immediately, and the corresponding wolves have been imprisoned. As this is an act against the monarch, as the law dictates, they have been referred to the king for punishment. Jaden looks up at Micajah. His brows are furrowed, but his features aren't surprised. Unspoken tension rumbles in the group. Even Uriah isn't grinning anymore, and his eyes are narrowed to the rest of the wolves in the room, overseeing all of them. Why were they protesting? She asks, speaking for the first time. There is a belief that I am not fit to be king, Micajah responds. The room falls stealthily quiet, and his voice is deep and resonant. Adah raises a brow when his eyes meet hers. Under what conditions? Tradition states that you are the heir, born from a long lineage of the only royalty we've known. That is what the Elder Council demands, and that is what happened. Why is that an issue? Pressing it. Adah isn't sure where this came from, but her wolf is riled up, defensive that someone is attempting to dethrone her mate and degrade him. She is aflame splintering. Micajah is calm, the wolf within him not worried. He alone could take down an entire pack. Micajah gives her a look. Everyone knew what he was, a cursed soul without a mate, a being despised by the moon goddess herself. Adah sighs. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't dictate what position you can undertake. She's now addressing all of the wolves. Like Uriah, she could now see why unspoken tension was arising in the room. Some wolves here agreed. Her mouth tastes sour. All alphas were loved people. They did everything for their pack. Micajah was no different regarding how he treated his pack. Her wolf gets riled up even more, the mate bond becoming more instilled in her. It was natural for a mate to defend their other half until death. What do you propose we do to those who protested? Jaden questions, bringing everything back on track. Detain them. They have to be served some form of consequence. They betrayed the monarch, Uriah says. His loyalty was always with Micajah. He respected him not just as king, but as a friend. Detain them? They haven't done anything wrong but voice their opinion. You want to imprison them for speaking free thoughts? For speaking the truth, a nameless wolf says. They weren't simply expressing their thoughts. They were aggressive when the circumstances were being resolved, and it wasn't a mere protest, it was a mobbing that could have led to unfortunate incidents. It put other wolves in that pack at stake. They were taking action against the monarch with no validated evidence. They were ruining a reputation on no valid accord. Another wolf speaks up. You can't make his reputation worse than it is, another hisses back. A sharp growl from Micajah makes the wolf whimper in submission. Conversation spurs, two asides gradually forming. Adah could feel the tension here, and her heart felt heavy, her gut wrenching. What if this issue were to become something bigger soon? She can tell Micajah is deep in thought, thinking the same. Her wolf becomes increasingly agitated as these wolves speak out against her male. Adah herself disagreed with this. Micajah couldn't simply be unfit just because of his curse. Adah, what do you think? Micajah's voice resonates out, making all the wolves cower and silence hushes over the table. I think everyone in this room should remember which alpha has pledged his life for them. I think they should remember that every decision he makes is for them alone, and how he hasn't to this moment failed them or the entire kingdom. Her tone is dark and low, eyes drawn to the table. I think everyone here needs to have some loyalty. Her wolf was ready to defend him. The room is stunned, and the wolves that were so defiant are now subdued. Adah's jaw is clenched, her eyes dark, and her wolf unhappy. Power enthralled from her. She was a queen after all. I think that concludes our decision. Any objections? Uriah speaks, tone neutral. No wolf spoke. Good. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 9. Adah, his satin-like voice reaches her ears. She halts on the threshold of the door, about to leave the room where the meeting commenced. All the other wolves had gone before her, Uriah giving her a wink as he passed her. Her form turned around, watching the king, who was only a few feet away from her. His form towered over her, eyes fixed on hers, intense and light as the moon, but unreadable. She didn't know what he was thinking. She knew her little outburst might not have been the most appropriate, especially on her very first day. She should have kept to herself. A queen makes all decisions with a clear, calm, and composed mind. Adah was fuming at the end of the meeting, her wolf defensive over her male. That wasn't okay. She had to control herself. Silence berates them both for a small moment before Adah's stomach growls loudly. Her eyes widen, and her head drops with a bit of embarrassment, rolling her eyes at herself. Her cheeks grow a tad warm, flushing. The king's expression falters slightly, but it is too minuscule to be interpreted. "Come with me," his tone was dry. It is a demand, not a question, and he pushes past her, his form brushing past hers. The contact makes her cheeks turn pink. Her wolf stirred, recognizing his presence. She doesn't know where they walk, but she keeps a distance behind him, trying to collect and compose herself. They walk into the dining room, where the lights are off. A few maids linger in questioning, but a wave from the king dismisses all of them. Adah's brows furrow in curiosity. He leads them past the doors and into the central kitchen. It is empty, the kitchen is closing for the night, and the few maids left leave quickly. He switches on a few lights, leaving only the corner of the room lit. The rest of the kitchen remains shrouded in darkness. With narrowed eyes, Adah peers around. It dimly reminds her of a big restaurant kitchen. Everything was clean, neat, and polished, and had been tidied. It felt cold, and Adah burrowed into her hoodie more, pulling up the hood over her curls. "Sit," another demand from his lips, tone cool. His hand gestures to the counter, and Adah looks at it warily. "I don't think that's sanitary," she mutters under her breath, and the king looks at her, eyes narrowed. She rolls her eyes before hopping up, legs swinging below. The counter was cold, and she shifted uncomfortably. Her dark brown eyes watch the male next to her, deep in thought. "You can cook." The mumble comes out of her unintentionally. She was meant to keep that thought to herself. His hands move swiftly, already having pasta boiling in one pot, and already working on a creamy, cheesy sauce in the other. "Why is that a surprise?" The silk in his voice responds, tone unemotive. She shrugs, huddling in her hoodie more, eyes overseeing him. "Thank you." Her voice is soft and pleasantly surprised that he would make her food, and the male grunts in response. He was her mate, and although he couldn't give her everything, he would give what he could. Silence falls upon them again, but it isn't uncomfortable. If anything, being in the partially lit kitchen, in the night, without the presence of other people, wasn't that bad. It was almost peaceful in an absurd way. "I'm sorry for what happened back in the meeting. I didn't mean to burst out like that." "It was inappropriate," Adah says after a while, head thinking hard, her tone quiet. Micajah dumps the water out of the pot before pouring the pasta into the sauce and tossing it in the pan. "You don't have a reason to apologize. You were doing what a mate does, defending her male." "It isn't uncommon among mates," he utters, eyes not looking at her. "You've shown my wolves who you are. You did well. Don't apologize." His voice is deep, before setting a plate of pasta before her and sliding a fork next to her. She forks some into her mouth. The pasta was silky and soft, and the sauce was creamy and rich, with the perfect amount of cheese. The plate is shared between them. "I would have done that, mate or not. It isn't right. You haven't done anything for these wolves to distrust you, and these wolves were from your pack. They should have known better than to act like this." Her tone is hushed. "They don't know any better, Adah. Like the rest of the country, these wolves didn't encounter me until I took the position. The king doesn't offer anything in return after that." "Well, we'll have to rebut that quickly." Before it gets out of hand, she rolls her eyes, muttering under her breath, annoyed about how wolves are judged based on exaggerated rumors alone. The king looks at her intensely when the word "we" slipped out so easily. The bond brings them closer much more quickly than he thought. His wolf is satisfied with it, purring at the fact that she's thought of them together. He isn't so sure. "How do you know they aren't right, Adah? You don't know me, just like these wolves. You haven't seen what I can be." The tone is harsh. "It's not like you know me either, Micajah," she mutters, watching his eyes darken in color. He turns from her. The conversation halts right there, prompting Adah to reflect on what the king said. A male more wolf than man. What does that look like? Maybe it doesn't look like anything. She thinks about it throughout the rest of the night, when they leave the kitchen and head up to the bedroom in utter silence, and continues thinking until her head hits her pillow and she's out like a light. Chapter 10. He wasn't in bed when she woke. It was still pretty early, but not as early as when she had woken up the day before, and Adah had a feeling that this routine would be permanent now. She quickly slips into a sports bra and some shorts before heading out to the indoor gym. Unfortunately, the indoor gym wasn't empty, as it had been the day before. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she felt a bit self-conscious about her attire. There were approximately 4 other wolves, consisting of 3 males and 1 female. They look at her for a moment before realization dawns on them. They nod in respect before continuing their workout without another glance, easing Adah a little. Yo, the greeting causes her to turn as a sleepy Uriah walks in, his curls tousled and tied into a tiny ponytail, and he wears a white tee and a shirt. She gives him an amused smile in response before the pair both head to the treadmills. After a while in the gym, she proceeds to take a shower and slips into some white loungewear before heading down for breakfast. She's alone for a few minutes while the table is being set up, giving her a chance to mill things over her head for a little while. Is everything okay? Her thoughts are disrupted, and she looks up to see Jaden and Uriah, also freshly showered. Uriah stood there with a lazy grin, and Jaden's warm eyes were concerned. Adah nods before leaning over to fill her plate with fruit. The 2 men sit down and begin their meal. The king makes no appearance. Adah keeps to herself, and she plans to keep it that way, but the questions drumming around her head are too great to ignore. She breaks free from her introvert ways, her curiosity too strong. Is it okay if I ask a few questions? I need some clarity, and Micajah won't be giving it anytime soon. The last part is faltering. Adah's eyes flicker up, the dark brown hues watching intently. The males look at one another briefly. Yeah, of course. Ask away, Uriah says, taking a sip of apple juice before shoving a bread roll into his mouth. He mentioned yesterday that the wolves in the pack hadn't encountered him before he became king. Why, she asks. Micajah, before his ruling, was only allowed to roam within palace walls. It was for his protection. A lot of wolves didn't like the way he was born, and the queen was afraid that harm would fall upon him. It was also for the sake of the pack. She didn't want tension to rise, Uriah tells her. Adah feels herself dim. He didn't get to leave the palace? An entire childhood spent behind closed doors because of how he was born? What does it even mean, though? A male more wolf than man? Adah asks, her tone quiet as she pierces her fork into a strawberry, bringing it up to her lips. Jaden sighs deeply, trying to find a way to explain it. His wolf is a dominant presence within him. Every decision he makes is entwined heavily with his wolf. Normally, your wolf is just a small subconscious. With him, his wolf is much more present. That's why his eyes are the color that they are, silver like the moon. It shows the wolf within him is always watching, Jaden utters, voice timid. Every encounter I've had with him seems normal. Sure, he's intimidating, but he's the alpha king. That's expected, Adah mutters lowly. You're his mate. His wolf is tamed with your presence, smitten with only you, whether you have realized it or not. His wolf chose you the moment he set eyes on you. Why do you think he was so civil that evening of the ball? You were present in the meeting yesterday. Why do you think he remained so calm during that ordeal, when wolves were openly disrespecting him like that? Jaden says, voice shy. The scoff comes out of Adah before she can stop it. His wolf is tame when I am there. We barely look at each other. We've barely spoken. We don't touch at all. Adah disbelieves it. The bond is there. His mark is on you. What more is needed? Jaden utters softly. Adah thinks about it. It holds a true story. She's only ever talked to him, has ever only encountered him when she's present. She thinks of their meetings, how his eyes were when they looked over her, how tense his form was, how brooding he was. That was tame? What is he like when I'm not there? Silence falls over them. You'll have to see it in person. It's a lot better than his younger years, though. Those were difficult. He's mustered a lot of self-control over the years. Uriah snickers. Why is it so bad? If he is more wolf than man? What does it matter to other wolves about how his soul isn't right? He hasn't done anything wrong to them, Adah pushes. Micajah is a being that hasn't been seen before. He is the unknown. We always fear the unknown. Micajah has great strength because of the way he is. He could easily go on a rampage and defeat an entire pack alone. He has brute strength. Primal instincts guide his very core. That doesn't ease people, Uriah shrugs. Also, the prophecy states the moon goddess hates him. She didn't give him a mate. What kind of wolf do you have to be? Not to deserve a mate? That's enough for people to hate him, too, Jaden inputs softly, though Uriah disagrees, rolling his eyes. He doesn't care about the fact that he is disliked. Trust me, no one hates him more than he hates himself, Uriah says darkly. Adah's heart sinks to her stomach. But he hasn't done anything monstrous. He hasn't failed anyone, Adah mumbles, and Uriah shrugs again. Yeah, but Micajah's reputation was tainted the moment he was born. It'll be hard to undo it. People will always fear and be wary of him. He knows that, and Adah sighs in frustration. Yesterday at the meeting, you weren't surprised at the fact that people were protesting against his ruling, directing the words to Uriah. He firmly shakes his head. We all knew this was coming. No one was happy with his birth, so why would they be happy with his ruling? Now that his mother has passed away, these protests will only become louder. Uriah mumbles. Do you think it'll expand further? Like, to war? Adah says softly, and Uriah nods firmly. Yes, he shakes his head. Can't the Elder Council defuse this? Let this situation be maintained before such a thing happens. Adah questions, and Uriah snorts, shaking his head. The Elder Council was the governing body that all wolves followed, ensuring the law. The Elder Council pushed for Micajah to be cast out immediately after he was born. His mother refused to let that happen. It is unlikely they will do such a thing, Jaden fills her in. Silence falls over them. The feeling of defeat stenches the air. None of them knew what to do or how to prevent whatever was coming. Suddenly, the dining room doors slam open. A male runs in wearing only shorts, indicating he just shifted. He's breathing hard, skin flushed red. What is it? Uriah asks, standing up. Adah and Jaden stand too, arms folded. The male is wheezing, trying to take in as much oxygen as he can. It's the king, the wolf, and Adah surges forward. What's wrong? Is he hurt? She demands, eyes darkening. The male shakes his head. The wolves who were mobbing against the king yesterday were sent here by their alpha to heed their punishment. The king had allocated 2 guards to go retrieve them in a vehicle from the border. He takes another deep breath. The wolves who were mobbing had attacked both of the guards along the journey here, because they were a part of the king's pack. King Micajah got wind of this, and had tracked them down, another large inhale. He's already defeated them, but he just won't stop. He won't stop, it's a plea, and Uriah has already shifted right there and then, making his way. Adah feels her bones folding, her wolf bounding alongside the beta, Jaden following them behind. Chapter 11. Adah doesn't know where they are going, but the smell of blood in the air directs them all. Her form bounds hard and fast, in calculated long streaks. Uriah is to her right, and Jaden to her left. They run for a good few minutes, past deep into the west of the woods, until they stumble across a clearing, the edge of the border, where the guards were meant to be retrieving the wolves coming in from the other pack. A few other wolves are present, loitering around. These were guard wolves from this pack, and they were skimming the threshold in human form, eyes wide and skin sickly pale. Adah looks forward to the sight before her. Uriah and Jaden shift. Adah stills in her current form, eyes gazing before her. Her paws dig into the dirt. The floor was stained, the signs of a terrible struggle everywhere. There were at least 6 bodies. 4 of them had shifted into their wolves, and 2 didn't. The devastation was shocking, with the fallen scattered across the clearing. It brings bile to her throat. They had been viciously overpowered. The king stood to the left. He was in his human form, his body caked in dirt and blood. His eyes are almost white, his jaw clenched. His entire form is trembling from waves of hot anger. His canines have protruded fully, and his face wears a deep, dark, primal, almost hungry expression. His fury is felt from miles away, his voice releasing deep, snarling growls. His hands were clenched, and he stood over a fallen wolf, his entire form trembling. An unearthly roar escapes from the base of his throat. It's as if he is fueled by it, his power intensifying from the act of delivering justice. Adah's head dips to her paws. She could not look anymore without feeling the urge to vomit. Even Uriah and Jaden falter in their movements. She had seen Alpha kill other wolves before, but none of them had ever left such a wreck of the bodies as the king had. None of them had shown such raw, uncontrolled force. All killings were carried out cleanly, an unspoken rule. Death was the most significant punishment. The king didn't seem to think so. Or rather, his wolf didn't think so. A man more wolf than male. She could see it now. This was the same male who had cooked her pasta the night before. The same male who said she was doing well. This was her mate. Uriah, what are they doing? Jaden's soft voice causes her head to snap up, directed to the group of guard wolves from her pack. They had shifted, and she could tell by their stance that it was an attempt to subdue the king and prevent him from causing any more destruction. No, is all Uriah mumbles, clearly knowing it's a mistake and that he didn't want any more lives lost. He shifts and hurls his form at the wolves before they collide with the king. Jaden follows swiftly after. They're a tad too late. One wolf has already pounced on the king. The king isn't happy. Another guttural roar was released from him. It has an ounce of pain. He's hurt that his wolves would turn, especially after what he did. In his eyes was a form of justice for the guards that those wolves killed. The pain is easily replaced by anger, and the wolf is knocked out with one blow. It now stumbles with a yelp, backing away into a tree. Micajah approaches it, now not seeing clearly with this veil of rage over him. Adah doesn't even hesitate. The bond had formed. Her wolf knew she was a Luna to these wolves. She had to protect them. A swift pounce, and she's managed to tackle him to the floor, the bond ensuring her strength is as his. He struggles, but her paw swipes, clawing his right cheek and drawing blood. She snarls, telling him to back off. He is still blinded, and his form shifts into his wolf, throwing Adah off in the process. His wolf was majestic, with a coat of glossy black fur that shone in the light. The primitive look in his eyes brings Adah back to reality, and she quickly shuffles onto her feet. Though his form was bigger, Adah's strength was always with agility, and she knew that. Uriah and Jaden put down the other wolves, calming them and getting them to back off. Adah faces the king head-on. It's a game of cat and mouse. He gets a few hits in, and so does she. It's only when his teeth unintentionally sink hard into her belly, the softest part of a wolf, that she yelps out loud in pain. His canines were long and sharp. It's the noise her wolf makes that makes the rage leave, that sets his vision straight. Her bones crack as she shifts into her human form, her body curling over itself. Her hand is unconsciously pressed against her stomach, against the deep bite mark, setting pressure. Uriah's and Jaden's heads turn protectively towards their queen, putting the last of the wolves down and heading straight for her. It isn't needed, because the king has finally come to his senses, his wolf in mourning that he hurt his mate. He shifts immediately into his human form, his eyes wide and ashen as they fall onto Adah, her hand now stained with blood from her stomach. He's momentarily frozen, the wolf within him shocked. How could he do this? He hurt the being he promised to protect. He heads for Adah, fingertips coming to push her curls away from her forehead. His heart is numb, the bond punishing him. Her hand comes up, fingertips telling him no. Don't touch me. I can't. Not right now. Look at what you did. Her tone is soft, wavering, and her eyes look around them, at the devastation strewn everywhere, at the wolves from this pack who had to be put down in the process. He halts right there, his heart sinking into his stomach. He doesn't care at the moment, but he doesn't tell her that. He only cares about the fact that he hurt her. Her eyes can't even look at him, the dark swirling with a mixture of things. Not good. Uriah and Jaden are near her, Jaden slipping over a hoodie and boxers over Adah, before rolling up the material so Uriah can have a closer look at the bite mark sinking deep into the flesh of her stomach. He ties a scrap of material tightly around it to apply pressure, then scoops her up and leaves without a word. Jaden stays behind, helping the wolves from their pack. Significantly few are injured, thankfully. Jaden wouldn't even bring his eyes to Micajah. Micajah looks around, and only then does he care. Shame settles deep in his stomach. Was this who he was? Would a king do this, be such a savage, jeopardize his wolves, and hurt his queen? His mother wouldn't be happy. He hates himself a little more. His form shifts again, before bounding out of sight from the pack, away in solitude, so he couldn't hurt anyone else anymore. Chapter 12. An incoherent mumble comes out of her lips as her consciousness comes around. Her eyes feel heavy as they open, meeting a plain white ceiling. Her throat hurts and feels dry, so dry that whenever she swallows, it's as if 1,000 knives cut through her. Her entire body feels dazed and weak. Her limbs feel heavy, and she can't feel anything on her abdomen. Her vision blurs slightly, her head unable to think clearly. There are 2 males present in the hospital room with her. Uriah and Jaden have noticed her stirring and are immediately by her side, watching as her features contort as she tries to adjust. Jaden grabs her some water, and Uriah sits her up so she can drink through the straw. Why do I feel so weak? It was only a bite, the words droop, almost a slur. It's the anesthetics you were put under. They had to do some stitches, and it was quite deep. It would have hurt if you were awake. That's why you feel like this. It'll take a day or so to pass, Jaden tells her, as Uriah sets her back into a lying position. Adah feels too groggy to keep up. How long has it been, she asks, brows furrowing, words still a little drowsy. About 6 hours. Your stitches didn't take long at all, but you slept for a while afterwards, again, because of the anesthetics. Jaden informs her. I think it's because of your wolf, too. The mate bond must have also taken a hit. It's why her healing is taking a tad longer. She's in pain too, Uriah adds softly. Where's Micajah? She can't finish the sentence, too lulled by tiredness. We don't know. He took some time to himself afterwards, Uriah tells her, arms folding before him. He wasn't mad at Micajah. He didn't know what he felt. Are the other wolves okay? She mumbles. Yep. No severe casualties, Jaden mutters. Don't worry about anything. Sleep it off, Adah, it's all okay. We've got this, Uriah tells her softly, and she doesn't respond, already giving in to sleep. When she wakes up again, she can tell it's much later, now treading into the night. The room is dark except for the lamp next to her, which glows with a white light. The door of the room is closed, and the curtains are drawn. She can't make anything else out in the dark. She sighs, feeling wide awake now. Her stomach grumbles, moaning in hunger. The door opens, making her jump in surprise. Her eyes latch onto a small woman with mousa-brown hair. She adorned a nurse's uniform. Adah sits up on the bed, waiting carefully. The woman approaches her, asking her questions about how she felt, the usual routine checkup. Adah answered all of them warily. The nurse had her lie on her back and lifted her gown. The right side of her abdomen was covered in a bandage. Adah's cheeks flushed red, feeling a heated gaze on her as the nurse changed the dressing. Her eyes flicker up to the threshold of the door. The king stands, his features sullen, eyes stoic, and lips pressed together tightly. He doesn't say a word, his eyes no longer meeting Adah's, but having zeroed in on the wound. Adah looks down, her features contorting in a cringe. It looked serious, the black stitches dark against her skin. Micajah looks forlorn after glimpsing it. Adah looks away from him. The nurse finishes up, and Adah smiles and thanks before she scurries away, wary of the king. He steps forward, entering the room a little more and shutting the door. He doesn't dare come any further, remembering what Adah said to him earlier. Adah's eyes oversee him, the dark brown hues skeptical. She sits up in bed, pulling her curls into a messy bun, awaiting him. Adah, he falters, voice cracking. Adah notices his eyes are tinged with red and look puffy. The wolf within her peeks out at their male. I know my apologies won't mean a thing, but I'm so sorry. I hurt you, and I told you that I would protect you. He takes a deep breath, voice unsteady. I told you I wouldn't let harm come to you. It's only the second day and I failed you dash. The words are falling fast from his lips, stammering and wavering over one another. I know you don't know me, and I don't know you, but Adah, I didn't mean to. Now you're like this because of me. I failed you as a mate within the second day, and I don't know what dash. His eyes welled up, and tears dropped down, the silver in them darkening. The wolf within him breaks down. Adah's heart feels heavy, the bond strumming. She did not like seeing him in this state, and she knew it wasn't his intention at all. The wolf in him calls for her, a call only she could answer. The bond weans, pulling them together. Adah's wolf comes forward. Adah climbs out of the bed, her feet slightly unsteady, and makes her way to the male breaking before her. She wraps herself tightly around his torso, the action surprising them both. She is tired and weak, and regardless of everything, her wolf needs him at this moment. She can already feel herself feeling a lot better physically, too. She clutches his black tea tightly, her nose pressed into the fabric, inhaling his scent deeply. She's trying to get as much contact as possible. Micajah is surprised. He thought she'd never want him near her again. The wolf in him makes him clutch her close, a firm grip on her waist, tugging her in. He unconsciously places a kiss on her forehead. The two stand there for a moment, soaking each other up, the bond within them fixing everything. They needed this. Adah's wolf was hurt, and so was Micajah's. They were mates. They needed this. They needed each other, even if they didn't know each other. The bond was powerful, even if it only bound them together for just 2 days. I know you didn't mean to hurt me, okay? This doesn't mean I forgive you, though. We have a lot to talk about. Adah mumbles in the fabric of his shirt. Micajah's grip tightens on her. I'm aware of that. His voice is steady, much more composed. She studied him, always. The wolf in him stops being miserable, now instead nuzzling her in apology. You need first to eat. It's a rough demand, and Adah rolls her eyes at the tone, but a small smile brushes her lips, knowing he was all right now, back to his usual self. Her wolf didn't like seeing him so upset. She breathes in and out, pulling herself away from him. A little while later, she's back on the hospital bed, now wearing a hoodie that Micajah found for her to stop her shivering. She's eating some soup that he warmed from the kitchen, alongside some bread rolls, dipping them in. Micajah sits beside her on the chair. No words are shared, his eyes are on her, and her eyes are too busy with her food. She uses the last of her bread to mop up the last of her soup before putting it into her mouth and chewing it up. Micajah takes the tray and the bowl from her, setting them aside as she wipes her mouth with a napkin. They sit in a few more seconds of silence, Adah feeling satisfied with a full stomach. I know that 2 wolves from our pack were attacked today for no reason. I know those wolves that protested against you were responsible for that. I know that what you did to those wolves felt justified. And maybe it was, I can't judge that, Adah begins. Her tone isn't soft, but low and firm, her eyes on her male. You defeated them, fine, that was your call. You could deem their punishment, although initially we had agreed it was prison, but it changed to death after what those wolves had done. Whatever, fine. A lot of other alphas would have done the same. That's not the issue, she pauses. The fact is that you didn't stop Micajah. You didn't stop. Back there wasn't a simple kill of justice, it was uncontrolled destruction. You were lost in it. Why? Her tone changes, and her eyes look at him. What if they made it to you, Adah? What if somehow I didn't catch them in time, and after attacking those 2 guards, they found their way to you? I was furious, Adah. I can't have that. I can't have the possibility of a threat being near you. I need you, whether I like it or not. His tone is dim, and he sighs, his head dipping low, away from her gaze. You don't understand. My entire world orbits around you now. Uriah thinks I'm tame around you. That's not the case. I'm not tame, if anything, it's worse. Every single atom of me now is just focused on you, and nothing but you. That's all I do whenever I'm near you. I don't get the chance to cause a commotion, to cause destruction, or to burst out in rage, because I'm just focused on you. Nothing else matters, the tone is soft. You can't be taken away from me. I'm not having it. Everything I feel, ever since I met you, has been amplified. He sighs again. Every time there is a threat, I get angry. And it won't stop. He won't stop, he's defeated, referring to his wolf now. If it's me that you're concerned with, don't fight the next time a breach happens. Drop everything and see where I am. And then you stay with me, okay? You have so many wolves that can easily deal with it. You stay with me. Her fingers clutch his jaw, forcing him to look at her. He nods. This way, you will stay out of the way until the situation is diffused and not cause anything unnecessary. You have the time to collect yourself and not make decisions based on hasty emotions. Then those wolves can be detained, and you can make proper decisions after, when you and your wolf know that I am fine. Okay, he nods again, nuzzling into her hand. That was scary, Micajah, not just for me, but for your pack too. You were completely lost, completely in the moment. It seemed like you enjoyed it, even her voice is hushed. Micajah doesn't say anything. He did enjoy it. Until the moment he heard Adah. Then he didn't. This was the first protest that happened, and now look at the outcome. This won't do anything good. People will stir, the protests will grow, and I don't even know. This is bad, she sighs. Silence covets them again. Tomorrow, we're going to talk to our pack. Okay. We need to explain. We need to bring you down on their level. They need to see you, okay? We can't have wolves in this pack who are afraid of you or who distrust you. Now that this has happened, the chances of that have increased. We have to eliminate that, Adah thinks aloud. We need this pack to back you, Micajah, if the time comes. We need them. If more people protest, which I have an inkling it will, things are going to get worse. It'll blow up, she sighs. You don't deserve to be overthrown. I still believe that. Let's not give them the chance anymore. Remember what I said? The next time it happens, you come to me. That's your only priority. He nods again, and her gaze softens. She leans in and kisses the top of his forehead. I can't lose you either. They both know what would happen if Micajah got overthrown. It wasn't about the position. It was about saving his life. He'd be dead the moment it occurred. They don't say anything until a moment after his voice speaks out. You know, I told you I'm always right. You were the perfect choice for Queen. Chapter 13. The next time she wakes up, she isn't in the hospital room anymore. She's back in her bed, now wearing a shirt that smells of her mate and some socks. The curtains are drawn wide open, allowing daylight to streak in. Her hair is out, having fallen from the bun. Pulling it to the side, she reaches for the alarm clock. It just hit noon. Her brows raised. She slept very late last night. The room is empty, but the side next to her is still warm, and she can hear water running from the shower. She feels a lot better today. It was a new day and a new start. As horrible as the events were yesterday, she thinks her bond with Micajah came out a little stronger. She hops out of bed, heading over to the full-length mirror. She lifts the shirt hem to her abdomen, peeling back the bandage. The wound had healed fully, as expected. Her wolf was on good terms with her mate and reappeared, which accelerated the healing process. Though the wound had healed, 2 deep scars remain. Her brows furrowed, finger running over them. The presence behind her startles her. Her eyes look up in the mirror, the king standing behind her. She'd been so absorbed in looking at her wound that she didn't notice the water turning off or him descending behind her. He isn't looking at her. His silver eyes are instead fixed on the scars. His thumb tenderly brushes along the wounds, causing her stomach to flutter. His jaw clenches, eyes looking at hers through the mirror, growing lighter and lighter. His dark hair was still wet, and dewdrops lingered on his toned body, dripping down his abs and across his deep brown skin. It's okay. Don't worry about it, is all Adah says, before sweeping past him and heading straight into the shower without a second glance. Her cheeks are flushed, and her stomach is fluttering. Surprisingly, he's still there once she's finished. She comes out in a satin robe. She's unaware of his gaze as she bends over to pick up a sweater from the floor to put it away. She heads into the closet, only to emerge with another set of black loungewear. Micajah reads his book, glasses propped up on his nose, as Adah diffuses her hair dry, before piling the curls into a high ponytail, sleeking the front back. They both leave together after that, heading down into the dining room for some lunch. Uriah and Jaden are already there. Over lunch, they discuss the meeting Micajah had called for afterward, with the rest of the pack, just as Adah had suggested. Everyone knows about it. I told them to meet outside the pack house. There's a podium, and it won't inconvenience anyone to attend. It's also big enough to accommodate all 400 of the wolves. Uriah updates them. Do you think there will be any issues? Adah asks, and Uriah shakes his head. Nah, these wolves that aren't loyal or sly. They'll only talk behind closed doors. He rolls his eyes, and Adah stifles a chuckle. The bodies of the wolves who protested were sent back to their pack yesterday. For proper funeral rites, Jaden also informs them. Micajah doesn't look up from his plate, his knee bouncing underneath the table. And the alpha's reaction is all he says. The alpha didn't say anything. He knew the punishment was in our hands, is all Jaden has to say. Lunch mills over quickly after that. The air is much colder than she anticipated, and she is glad she brought a fur-lined jacket. She stood at the podium in front of the pack house, which wasn't far from the palace, with Micajah. Jaden and Uriah stand together in front of the podium. Micajah's face is stoic, his demeanor confident and tall. His eyes are light. Adah shifts awkwardly on her feet. Her nervousness grows over time. She hates talking to new people and being in the spotlight. And here she was. She was here for her mate. She knew that. It didn't ease what she felt inside. She wanted to dig herself into a hole and stay there. Micajah picks up on this and pulls her closer to his side, his hand lacing with hers. The contact alone eases the tight knot of tension forming in her stomach. A couple of minutes pass and the pack ahead of them falls silent. Everyone had arrived. Micajah falters, unsure of what to say, unsure of how to admit to his shame. Dearest wolves, it's Adah who speaks first, Adah who hates doing anything of the sort, putting herself in this position for him. He blushes quietly behind her. We have gathered you here today, following the incident that occurred yesterday. No doubt you have heard some version of this already, yet here we are to set it straight. Adah speaks with as much as she can muster. Her insides are tight, and she feels sick. Micajah's grip tightens on her hand, his thumb stroking the back of it, letting her know she is doing just fine. She relaxes a little. He clears his throat and steps forward. As you may or may not have known, there was a group of wolves who were protesting against the monarch and my position as king. They were sentenced to be punished by me, as law states, and were to be escorted here by 2 of our wolves. Micajah speaks now, his tone loud and dominant. These 2 wolves, Adam Willow and Carter Reynolds, were slaughtered in the process. These wolves killed them, who protested for no particular reason, other than the fact that they bear loyalty to this pack. To my pack, he takes a deep breath. In turn for this unjust act, I killed them. I, however, have no justification for how I did so. I admit here to you today that these ways were brutal, primal, and unnecessary. It was inhumane. I am extremely protective of not only any imposing threats on my queen, but also of you as my pack, as my wolves. Anything I do is for you. The words are said, brushing across everyone. You are my pack, my wolves. I pledge to care for you. Adam and Carter had mates, had children, and had families of their own. I failed them and justified them in my way. This may not align with you, and I apologize. Another deep breath. In light of these circumstances, I understand that some of you may not wish to stand with me. Right now, I allow you to leave this pack and find another to live in. You will not be forced to stay here, and I will hold no grudge if you choose to do so. Thank you. Adah looks at the king, brow raised. A gush of noise falls upon the crowd. Shut up. Uriah's bellow has them all fall in place. Before you choose to make that decision, the queen has them all listening again. I would think carefully. Micajah may have been born with a soul different from yours. He may be more wolf than man. But when has he ever done any of you wolves an injustice? Even the situation yesterday was in your name. Every decision the man makes is for you. He puts you before everything. He'd die and kill for you over and over. Her words speak truth. I understand that you have no idea who he is. He was locked in the palace before he took this role. Yet there seems to be this ideology that he's a monster placed onto him already. You don't know him. Have any of you truly given him a chance? Her question roots deep. You are not what you are born. You grow past that, beyond it. A sigh falls from her lips. Think about it. His actions may not align with how you would do it, but they both form justice. Has he ever done wrong? I can't think of a case. He is your alpha, you are his pack. Are you going to listen to far-fetched rumors or place faith in your alpha is another question that makes everyone question. You don't know him, but you could. Everything we've heard could be wrong. He hasn't failed you yet. Why would he? He knows his duty and will carry it out just like his lineage did before him. Adah's eyes look over everyone. Micajah stands behind her, his wolf puffing out his chest in pride. If you do decide to leave this pack, I wish you well. Just know that you could have missed out on the potential the alpha behind me has. He will change for the better. I will make sure of that. A pointed brow at everyone. Thank you. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 14. After the big pack meeting, it was informed that 37 wolves had taken their leave from the pack permanently. It was a much lower number than expected, as the pack had always been somewhat evenly divided with the birth of Micajah, as with the rest of the wolves across the country. It was hard nonetheless. No alpha ever would want something like this, for their wolves to be so distrusting of their ruler, for them to leave. But Micajah felt like he owed it to them, and he truly cared about these wolves enough to let them be happier elsewhere. A few days pass by, and the pack overcomes the difficulty of the wolves that had left, and the deaths of Adam and Carter. A tribute was held, with the appropriate funeral rites. They were given a proper send-off, and both Adah and Micajah later visited the families to express their grievances. The pack almost settles now peacefully. Before, when Micajah initially overtook his place as alpha, they were still mourning for the prior queen's death, and tensions were high within the pack due to different views anyway. Now those wolves who strongly disagreed had left, and the wolves that were unsure had chosen to remain faithful to Micajah because of Adah. Her words strummed a sense of unity, stability, and safety. That was something Micajah didn't provide them with at all during his brief rule. He offered protection and leadership, but it wasn't enough. Adah balanced him out. She truly believed she could change him. For the moment, the rest of the country was all right too. No other protest groups had formed, and no word had reached out about what Micajah did to the wolves who had protested. The pack where those wolves came from, for the time being, was keeping quiet. Micajah knew it was because the alpha held an allegiance, a form of loyalty towards the monarch and tradition. It wouldn't be kept quiet for long, though. It was currently mid-afternoon, a little after lunch. Adah was attending a meeting with some of the females in the pack, without Micajah or the other two males she had grown close to. She had gotten to know Jaden and Uriah much better over the last few days. Micajah not so much. Her mate was a very busy male, but the two were on good terms, and she understood why. She was happy to be spending some time with females. The last few days had been spent only with the 3 males she knew, and the testosterone was getting a bit much. It also meant she could integrate into the pack more easily. The pack was very welcoming. They had missed their last queen, and Adah was considered the perfect substitute to many. Especially as the king had calmed down a lot over the previous few days, just with her presence alone, and after the incident with Adah getting hurt, his wolf was being extra careful. Adah found it a little terrifying how quickly she suddenly leaped into her roles as Luna and Queen. Jaden had said it was partly because of the bond and because her wolf knew what she was. The other part was just down to who Adah was as a person. Adah's introverted ways over the last few days splintered. As she was such a prominent figure in the monarch and in her pack, it physically couldn't exist. Though it didn't mean that at moments she faltered, because there were some moments where she desperately wanted to climb into a hole and stay there. It also didn't mean she didn't observe with her eyes. After saying goodbye to the females and grabbing a couple of freshly baked cookies that one of them had brought, Adah walked back to the palace. One of her guards, Faya, walks silently beside her. Adah passes her a cookie. Adah could have been picked up, but she loved walking across the palace grounds. The air was much colder, and the winds were brisk. It had been snowing here and there for a few minutes, too, but she loved it, loved feeling the breeze across her face. "Hey, Uriah grins when she walks into the palace entryway. A maid comes up behind her, slipping her coat away from her, and another pushes a warm mug of tea into her hand. Adah always had tea at this time. "Yo," she says, finishing the last of her cookie and heading over to him. Faya disappeared the moment she set foot into the palace, not giving her the chance to say goodbye. "How was the meeting with the females?" Uriah questions as they walk together, Adah taking a sip of her tea. "It was good. We talked about the pairing of mates and how that was handled. There are a lot of unmated females, so we might later implement a search for them, allowing them to roam across packs to find their mates." There were a lot of other topics we went through too, and Uriah nods. His features are covetous, with intense admiration for Adah. He wasn't sure if any mate that Micajah chose would be able to handle the responsibility well, as they weren't his true mate. They weren't made for it, but Adah completely went against that. It was like she was born for this role. Uriah couldn't deny that he pondered that. The match seemed perfect. Maybe true mates weren't true. "What did you do?" she asks. Uriah mumbles something about checking the new health facilities that have been built. They head into one of the many living rooms in the palace. Jaden was already there, his folders and papers spread across the small coffee table. Adah ruffles his hair as she walks past, sitting down on the lounge chair, curling up onto it. Uriah bounds onto one of the beanbags near the fireplace, where the fire crackles, warming up the room. "You good man?" Uriah asks. Jaden's brows are deeply furrowed as he scribbles into his blue notebook, no doubt making another agenda for the end of the week. At the end of every week, they had big meetings, the same as Adah's very first one. "Do you know that one of the packs invited Adah and Micajah? They want to celebrate the name of the king finding his mate," Jaden mutters, pulling out a letter and throwing it to Uriah. He picks it up, pulls it out, and reads it. "Celebration? Is that allowed?" It's only been a little more than a week since Adah was chosen, and Adah hasn't even had her coronation yet, Uriah mumbles. Adah gives them a look, taking the last of her tea down her throat. "Coronation." Her eyes rolled. A coronation was a bit much. "Yep. 3 months after your mark is normally. Don't worry about it. Preparations are already happening. You don't need to do a thing but show up looking pretty." Uriah waves it off, still reading the letter. It's Alpha Rayhan's pack. Adah's face turns sour at the sound of old mate's name, her features going bitter. She didn't talk about her old mate to anyone. Micajah knew what he looked like, but not that it was Alpha Rayhan. The matter wasn't pushed either. She was Micajah's now. His pack is second-ranked, just under ours. It'd be good if they did go, regardless of whether Adah's coronation has occurred or not. It'll be good for the monarch to integrate with other packs in the kingdom, and it will do good for Micajah's reputation. "We can show everyone that he isn't what they think," Jaden comments. Adah doesn't say anything. Of course, she wouldn't want to go. It was her old pack after all. She'd see her true mate, her mother, her father, and her siblings. She didn't want that. There's a reason why she adapted so easily to and quickly to a palace lifestyle and left everything behind. There's a reason why she never spoke of her family. They didn't want a daughter who was rejected, and so she left that pack. It gave her nothing anymore. There was nothing left in her past that she wanted. But Jaden was right. This was good for the monarch, for Micajah. Her wolf ponders before reluctantly agreeing. Her old pack was the past, but Micajah was her future. She had promised herself her future was going to be better, and that's what she'll do. "I guess we'll be going then." When is it? Chapter 15. Wow, Uriah whistles lowly when Adah walks down the stairs. Adah gives him a wink, her eyelashes fluttering long. It was a week later, and Adah had just spent the last few hours in a room where the maids had gotten her ready. They were attending the small celebration Alpha Rayhan was throwing, in which a few other alphas and lunas from other packs were going to be attending too. Adah's dress was tight-fitted, hugging her body like a second skin. It was an elegant dress, pulling a little at her feet and had a slit in her right leg. The sleeves fell to her wrists, made of a lace mesh. The black color beautifully complemented her warm, tanned skin. Her curls were pulled into a low, loose bun. Her lips only wore gloss, and her freckles peeked through her foundation. Her dark brown eyes twinkled. You clean up quite well yourself, another wink, as Uriah helps her down the last few steps. Adah wasn't wrong. The man wore a gray suit, clean and sharp. His kinky curls were each defined to perfection. His form was tall, and his eyes were mischievous. Uriah looked handsome, but the moment Micajah entered the room with Jaden, Adah's eyes couldn't look anywhere else. He looked like a king. There was no other way to say it. He was tall and confident. His suit was black, too, and his crown sat easily atop his thick, sleek locks. Adah wouldn't have her crown until after her coronation. His jaw looked like it had been carved to perfection, just like the rest of his face. His eyes were silver light, glowing in the dark. They were upon her, unable to move either. Adah looks down after a moment, her cheeks warm. Her wolf admired her king. She hadn't seen Micajah much over the past week and hadn't seen him at all today. After the big pack meeting, they hadn't spoken to each other. Adah didn't even get the chance to mention that Alpha Rayhan was her old mate. You look beautiful, his voice is silk to her ears as he approaches her. Her face grows warmer as his hand tenderly sits on her lower back, the movement slow and calculated. Her eyes flicker up. As to you, her tone is low and soft, and for his ears only. She hadn't seen him much, and her wolf missed him. His eyes grow lighter, and Adah can see the wolf within him, restrained. Her lips curve. Can we stop staring at each other in front of the stairs, please? The cars are waiting, Uriah snickers, before turning on his heel and leaving. Jaden chuckles, following him out too. Micajah rolls his eyes and leads Adah out into the courtyard to one of the sleek cars waiting. Uriah and Jaden were in the other car. The driver in front had put up a screen, creating their little private bubble. I apologize for not giving you much time the last week or so, her king says, his tone low and firm. It's a few minutes into their journey. Her eyes were latched outside and had stayed there the moment Micajah's hand sat on her knee, right near the slit. She had refused to look at him after that, her stomach clenching. The bond hummed with delight. She wasn't surprised at the outward physical contact. They didn't touch much during the week, and Micajah needed it more than Adah. It was just the bond tying them closer. Her eyes moved to his, which glowed softly. It's okay, I understand. Her lips curve into a small smile, her brows soft. It grows quiet. I have something to tell you, Adah mumbles quietly. A dark brow is raised. Alpha Rayhan is my old mate. The one you saw at the ball. Her tone grows even quieter. Micajah's form tenses slightly, his eyes flashing dark. I know, his response is rough, as if the growl is at the tip of his tongue. How could anyone ever reject Adah? His wolf is split in half. Angry that someone could reject the beauty, and also over the moon that she was, because now she was his. Right, it's all she can say dumbly. She's caught off guard, and her tone falters when his thumb moves to rub her knee, back and forth gently. She gets no verbal response back. You're doing well, by the way. Our pack seems a lot calmer, more open with you. A lot of them have sought you out for help on their own accord. That's good progress, Adah tells him, her wolf puffing with pride. The movement on her knee stops momentarily with surprise, then continues. That isn't down to me. They wouldn't have given me a chance if it wasn't for you. His voice is deep, alluring. Adah shakes her head. They gave you a chance, maybe because of me, but you were the one who proved them wrong. You made sure they were okay, and you kept yourself in check. That was all you. Her eyes narrowed at him, lips smiling. The king's head ducks down, a slight blush stroking his cheeks. He leans over and kisses the back of her ear, the touch tender. You're mine. Not his voice is a lot darker, and Adah's features curl into confusion until she realizes that he's talking about Alpha Rayhan. His aura changes, his wolf brooding. I know. Only yours. No one else's. Her eyes are genuine, words nothing but the truth. She gives him a coy wink after it. That eases the growing tension in Micajah, whose features turn amused. They fall into silence for the rest of the journey. His hand doesn't move from her knee, and his thumb doesn't stop rubbing. When they pass Alpha Rayhan's pack borders, Adah's stomach feels like it's going to hurl. Everything looks the same. These lands were the same lands she grew up in as a pup, the same lands where she was rejected. She can't remember any good memories she had. She didn't have any. Her family wasn't there for her, and she didn't like integrating with other wolves. She grew up as a lone wolf. She doesn't miss it. She only feels bitter. When she left, she didn't hesitate to look back. Her stomach tightens more. She wouldn't have anything to say to Rayhan. What about her family? She swallows her emotions down, numbing them as they enter deeper into the pack. The cars pull in front of the pack house. Adah's heart aches at the memory of it. On the porch, there is a welcoming group, with Alpha Rayhan and his Luna at the front of it. Her jaw clenches. Micajah helps her out of the car, his hand resting firmly on her lower back, and she's pulled tightly to his side. His chest is puffed out, wolf proud that his mate stands with him. This female was his. Alpha Rayhan. The king greets the male whose eyes can't lift from his queen. Alpha Rayhan looks up, running a hand through his blonde locks. King Micajah, his tone is indifferent, the alpha's focus still on Adah. Adah's face is turned, dismissive of him. Micajah smirks. This is my Luna Ella. Welcome to our home. We are pleased to have you, the alpha introduces. The Luna opens her mouth to say something, but Adah's gaze fixes on her hard. Her wolf makes her dislike known. The Luna knew Adah. She went to school with her. The Luna simpers down quietly. This is your queen. Adah. She's my mate. Micajah only nods lazily, but the underlying threat is present in his tone. He didn't need to introduce Adah. Everyone in this pack knew her. He only needed to certify his claim on her. The two males grow in hostility. The atmosphere grows in tension, and Adah can feel it brewing. She swallows her emotions down, remembering what Jaden said. She tugs at Micajah, and their eyes clash for a moment. She tells him, without a word, to settle down, to remember why they were here. They were here to rebut rumors about Micajah, to show a strong monarch, and to create stronger allegiances with these wolves. She had to put what she felt and her past behind her, for her king, for her monarch, and her pack. It's nice to meet you again, Alpha Rayhan and Luna Ella. You both look exquisite. Her tone is indifferent. Thank you for hosting this for us. We appreciate it. It's lovely for you to do so, is all Adah says with a soft smile, but her eyes are hard, unreadable. Without another word, she leads the way forward, pushing past Alpha Rayhan and Luna Ella and into her old pack house, the king behind her. Jaden and Uriah follow with ease, an air of superiority following behind. Chapter 16. The hall setup was quite lovely. Adah had never really been in here often throughout her lifetime. She was the Gamma's daughter, so she and her family were always invited to the monthly significant events here, but she always managed to ditch them. She never really left the safety of her room when she was here, and that was why it took her and Alpha Rayhan so long to find each other. When he did find her, in his mind, he saw someone who was lazy, incompetent, and arrogant. Adah never involved herself with the pack, so that was what he had concluded from the Gamma's daughter. He thought she was too good for the pack. That wasn't the case at all. Adah didn't think she was too good for the pack. She couldn't stand the idea of putting herself out there. It was crippling to even think about. She could never explain why she wanted to stay out of the large crowds, out of the spotlight. No one would ever get that. Not even her family ever did. That misconception of who Adah was, and alongside the fact that Alpha Rana was involved with the prior beta's daughter, Ella, led to Adah being rejected immediately. On the spot. In front of the entire pack. Adah didn't say a word to him when it happened. She knew from right then that if that was what he thought about her, and he didn't try to get to know her before coming to that conclusion, she didn't want him. She refused to get hurt from such an action. Instead, her heart turned numb, and her wolf turned silent. He banned her from the pack after not getting a wild reaction from her, his ego getting the better of him. She turned around to get to her house to pack her belongings and had taken off. She dwells on it at this moment. The way she got her rejected by an alpha, but chosen by a king. What did that mean? Adah? Are you okay, my love? His voice was velvet near her ear, and she halted in her tracks, head craning upwards. Micajah's hand was still on the small of her back, but he was pressed much closer, the silver in his eyes tinted with concern. Yes, I was Dash. She takes a deep breath before shaking her head, indicating it was nothing. Micajah's brows furrow, but he doesn't push it, letting her stay in her head a little longer. The next hour or so fell past in a blur. She and Micajah initially stayed together. Micajah didn't do much of the speaking. He stayed close to Adah. His wolf was captivated by her presence, especially after not having seen much of her last week, which was a good thing. It meant nothing could go out of hand. Adah greeted so many Lunas and Alphas from other packs, engaging in small talk. Thankfully, the meetings moved so swiftly that she didn't have time to freak out about meeting new people. She just had to go with the flow, and that was it. It helped that Micajah was there, his hand gently on her back or playing with her fingers. It eased her. She made sure her form was relaxed, open, and welcoming. She had to make a good impression, and most of her interactions with other rulers went well. Micajah stood there with a smile, his form relaxed. If anything, his fawning over Adah made him seem more normal, more human, just like a regular mate. Most of all, the Lunas and the Alphas had approached both the king and queen. One or two didn't at all, but Adah didn't hold it against them. However, there were only about 8 pack rulers present. It wasn't a large gathering, meaning that although most people here seemed to be okay with them, it wasn't reflective of the entire country. The few members present from her old pack didn't approach her at all. Some approached the king, most didn't. After a while, they had split. All the Alphas were gathering to talk together as men, and the same was true for the Lunas. Micajah went with the Alphas, alongside Jaden and Uriah. Adah lingered with the Lunas, this time making sure her attention stayed on conversations, and that she actively engaged. She kept an eye on Micajah, though. He wasn't bubbly or as actively conversing as a few other males. He was more reserved, but he didn't look intimidating. His features were stoic, but relaxed, and his eyes were calm. His demeanor was good. Their eyes meet, and Adah smiles. His lips curve back. So far, the night was going okay. Apart from the fact that Alpha Rayhan hadn't let his eyes go from Adah at all, which she found very disrespectful considering she was mated, and so was he, but she let it go. She ignored him completely. Adah also spotted glimpses of her family, and the newly appointed Gamma, her older brother. She ignored them, too, for the moment. Queen Adah. Her head turns to the voice, and to her glee, it's Luna Mariah. Adah gives her a genuine, warm smile. Luna Mariah looked as gorgeous as ever, but now she didn't have a huge baby bump. It had been replaced by the small pup sleeping in her arms. Adah's features soften immediately. His name is Marcus, Luna Mariah smiles, letting Adah hold him. Adah has fallen in love with this pup. She's cooing at him, with a smile on her face. She's so drawn to the pup that she doesn't realize the silver eyes are watching her curiously here, too. He's beautiful, she says, giving Luna her baby boy back. The two talked for a bit while Luna Mariah made sure Adah was fine. Mariah was once a Luna to Adah, which meant her wolf did care for Adah, even if it was for a very short time. After a while, dinner was served. That made Adah happy. Food always did. She sat with Micajah, Uriah, and Jaden. No one else was at their table, which made her feel a little relieved. She could eat in peace and enjoy her food without the exhaustion of making small talk. Her happiness is short-lived when Alpha Rayhan sits down with Luna Ella, out of courtesy. After all, they were the hosts. Micajah almost snarls, but Adah places her hand on his arm, her dark eyes glittering with a message. He sighs deeply, putting an arm around her chair and inching as close as he can. The dinner was pretty awkward, as expected. Micajah didn't say a word throughout. When dinner had finished, Alpha Rana asked to speak to Adah alone. Adah stood up, smoothing her dress, and leaned down and kissed the king's cheek. Micajah just smirked at the Alpha. He knew Adah was his, and he knew Adah could hold her own. Chapter 17. Alpha Rayhan, Adah mutters. Her eyes narrow to the figure before her sharply, her hands elegantly by her sides. Her eyes are dark and disapproving. The wolf within her wants his throat. This male disgusted her in every sense. He wasn't worthy of Adah. Hot anger sits in the pit of her stomach. This was the male who was destined to be with her? She no longer believed in the concept of true love or true mates. The bond that was once meant to be theirs had dissipated, had gone. There was no more of it. Adah felt no connection. Alpha Rayhan can't say a word at the moment. His eyes cling to Adah, not because of the bond, there was no bond, but because of greedy desire for something that could have once been his. He wanted to take the rejection back as soon as he saw Adah at the palace's first ball. She looked incredible, as she did now. He didn't realize how striking the curve of her lower back was. You know, I don't think your Luna would appreciate you staring at me like that. I don't find it respectful at all to me or her. Curb the gaze. The words come from her lowly, her jaw stout. Don't talk to me like that, Alpha Rayhan snarls. Adah raises a brow, features in disbelief. I think you've forgotten my title outranks yours now, pup. The last word is authentic and taunting. Adah may be a little petty, but the cheap shots felt satisfying. Is there a reason you pulled me to the side? Head cocked, watching him with narrowed eyes and pursed lips. Alpha Rayhan clears his throat, clearly now threatened by this fierce female. I wanted to apologize, Adah says, waiting for him to continue. I want to apologize for the fact that I rejected you. I would take it back if I could. I didn't know who you were. I shouldn't have misjudged you. It was a mistake. Adah holds a hand up, immediately shutting him off. Her anger ripples within her. Rayhan, let's clear this up now. Firstly, you are not sorry for rejecting me. You are sorry for never getting the chance to have me. Those are two different things. Think carefully about each of them. She takes a breath before continuing. Secondly, you rejected me based on what other people said. Next time, don't judge someone that you have never met. She rolls her eyes. Thirdly, you can't take it back. Ever. You gave your mark to someone else, and I bear the mark of someone else, she sighs again. Do you love him? She looks at Rayhan, lips curled. That is none of your business. Are we done here? The male doesn't respond, and she exhales deeply. Good. Now back out of my life. Thank you. Have a good evening. She gives him a wink before leaving to reunite with her king. As she walks through the corridor to head back into the hall, she physically stumbles into Luna Ella. An apology leaves her lips before Luna calls her back. I just wanted to say sorry, Adah's brow furrowed. She'd never understand why people get into serious relationships before finding their mates. It wrecks everything for everyone involved. Are you at least happy? Adah asks. Alpha Rayhan was not a good person. Luna Ella nods with surety, surprisingly. I'm glad you have him then. The tone is dry. I just also wanted you to know that we do support the monarch, regardless of any personal issues. We support the king. Whatever may happen, Luna Ella says. Adah softens slightly. Thank you. It means a lot, Luna Ella smiles before heading away. As she enters the main hall, she spots her family gathering together at the side. She wants to get some closure, some clarity from them too. Her mother and father wear cold, distant expressions. It halts her from moving towards them. She's suddenly reminded of all the dinners she spent without speaking to them, of the days when no one ever asked her how she was, or if she was okay, and of the days when she was never told that they loved her. They were never there for her, emotionally or as a source of support. Her brother had always been the pride of the family, as the future Gamma. She was the lone wolf, outcast for her antisocial behavior, and shunned when she was rejected. Her brother won't even make eye contact with her. Whatever had made her stop and consider reaching out to them has gone. She continues walking away without a second thought. She never needed them, and now she didn't want them. They can stew with the measly Gamma position they all pride themselves on, for all she cares. She was the one who is now a queen. Deep down, though she plays it off, it still hurts. Her wolf is in pain. Her first heartbreak wasn't Alpha Rayhan rejecting her. It was her family rejecting her as an individual within it. Micajah spots her coming back, and his arms immediately scoop her close to him, his head dipping low. He senses that she is unhinged, and she sinks into him naturally. "Everything good, my love?" His voice is deep and low. She doesn't say a word, and neither does Micajah as he pulls her to the center of the room, surrounded by other dancing couples. Micajah is steady as they dance together. She smiles against his form, resting her head on his torso, letting her wolf be happy. His arms wrap tightly around her, providing a net of safety. She feels the pool of tension that had accumulated suddenly subside, from returning to her home pack to talking with Alpha Rayhan, and from the whole suppressed issue with her family that she did not want to address. He made it better. "Alpha Rayhan isn't the issue. It's your family, right?" His voice is gentle. Adah clings to him a little more. "You don't have to tell me anything. This is your home pack. I figured they would be here. But I know that they haven't once come near you, and I can see the way they look at you. You share your mother's face, but you are nothing like her. They aren't worthy of you, Adah. This pack never was." His tone is soft as they reach her. "Your wolf never once felt the desire to integrate into this pack. The moment you stepped into my pack, into our pack, that all changed. Maybe it's because of the bond, or maybe it's because your wolf knew her worth was always elsewhere," a kiss to her forehead. "You think I was fated to be in your pack? Fated to be with you." Adah's voice is small. Her heart feels heavy all of a sudden, everything finally catching up with her. "I don't know, Adah. All I know is that I couldn't have a true mate, and you were denied yours. You fit perfectly with me, you balance me out, even without the bond, and even though we don't know each other too well. You are the perfect queen." "It can't all be coincidence," is all Micajah says, kissing the top of her head. "I want to go home," it's whispered. She was exhausted from putting on a brave face this evening. "We will soon, my love. You did well tonight," another kiss to her head. Her eyes brim with tears, and she doesn't know why. Micajah picks her up into his arms and leaves the hall without another look back. Chapter 18. It's a couple of hours later, the night well past midnight. The dark musk outside clings to the windows, its sheath cold and calloused. After the king and queen left, Uriah and Jaden followed promptly, conducting a formal thanks and a goodbye to the hosting pack. The wolves there were confused about the sudden departure, but none of them pressed the issue. Adah's now curled into her bed, the sheets snug around her, feeling warm and safe with the scent of her mate surrounding her. Her head lolls into her pillow, eyes wide and thinking. She feels like a small girl again, all of a sudden, afraid and hurt. She knew that even a glimpse of her family would make her feel like this, but she didn't realize that it had hit her that hard. It wasn't even just her family, it was the entire last 2 weeks that suddenly came crashing down on her. It's as if she had locked away her fears and doubts, put on a brave face, and acted as a queen without regarding these fears. She had never acknowledged anything her past had done to her, and tonight was the first time she had some form of closure. The moment she saw her family and confronted her true mate, her heart cracked open with pain, and it all suddenly flooded her. She hated the fact that she felt so vulnerable. Queens were meant to be strong, much stronger than she was. Yet, in this moment, all she wants is to stop feeling strong, to stop feeling brave, and have someone else do it for her, have someone else look after her. Her dark brown eyes pool. Her stomach feels hollow. She feels disgusting, empty, and out of it. The wolf within her has retreated somewhere deep, unable to be her rock in this moment. Her finger comes up to brush the teardrops away, and she swallows, feeling numb. The room's light was still on, and Adah decided to sleep in only a black hoodie, the hood up over her curls, wanting that extra layer of comfort and protection. The shower ran from the bathroom, the water hitting the drain. She can hear the water turn off eventually, some shuffling before the bathroom door is shut, and a figure emerges into the bedroom. Her eyes follow her mate, her eyelashes dewy and wet. They watch him vigorously towel-dry his hair. He wore dark sleep pants. The bed dips when he enters. Adah is on her side, her face away from him. His touch is tender as his arms reach for her, pulling her back against his chest. She's surrounded by him alone. There is no room to think about anything else but him. Adah shifts onto her back, face facing upwards to him. His eyes are a dangerously light shade, narrowed with a soft concern for her. His brows furrow, and his features only stay on her. They watched her eyes, which were wet and sullen. They watched the few curls that peeked from underneath her hoodie. Her eyes brush across his tattooed form. His finger comes up, tenderly brushing away her tears, his face inching near hers. "Why are you crying?" His voice is soft, another caress to her cheek. "I don't know." The words are nothing but a whisper, wiping her eyes and sitting up. Micajah shifted, pulling her into his embrace. "I just dash." The words can't leave her lips. I just need dash. Her head dips as she takes a deep inhale. "I just need you." She's almost defeated as her head leans against his chest. His arms wrap around her tightly, securely, providing a haven for her alone. She loves this, loves being surrounded only by him. He intrudes on everything, her space, her mind, and her thoughts. Her wolf croons against him. "You have me." The words are said with husky confidence. Adah would never not have him. Adah sniffles against him, the wolf in disbelief. Micajah didn't blame her. Adah didn't have anyone there for her growing up. She didn't have parents who told her they loved her, or a true mate who would give up everything for her. She didn't even have wolves that understood her. Adah didn't have anyone but herself for most of her life. That wasn't the case now. Micajah would be her everything. "You have me, Adah. You will always have me. I will be there for you, through every moment of sadness and every moment of happiness. I will be there to pick you up if you fall. I will be there to keep you high when you've reached those heights. Adah, I promise you. I only exist for you and for you alone." Her dark brown eyes look up at him wide, the wolf within her needing this validation, needing this promise. Her eyes melt into content, forming slowly, relaxing, and the tears subsiding. She snuggles against him. "And I'm not just saying that because of the bond we share. Even if I hadn't marked you, I still think I would feel like this. Adah, you're a wolf with a beautiful soul. You've done everything for this pack, for this kingdom, without question. You've done so much for me, Adah. More than you know. How can I not feel something for you?" The king pulls her closer, his fingers tracing patterns on her back. "I don't believe you were born with a broken soul. Not at all. You aren't anything that other wolves make you out to be. You may be more wolf than man, but you are one of the best wolves that I have ever encountered. Ever," she mumbles against him, voice soft. Her face looks up at him, and the king leans down for a kiss. Her lips are soft against his. He kisses her forehead after and pulls the covers. Adah sleeps in his arms for the entire night. Chapter 19. It's a little after lunch now, and Adah didn't want to stay inside anymore. Other matters had called Micajah away, and he was working on things with Jaden. She was without him for most of the morning. She didn't mind. It gave her a chance to pick herself back up slowly and come to terms with everything going on inside her head, from the events in her home packed to the words Micajah told her, brimming with truth. Her skin flushes, her fingertips coming up to her lips after remembering their kiss. Adah sighs before making her way to the courtyard of the palace. She's met immediately with Lupus and Orion, her guards. "I believe Beta Uriah is training some of the juvenile wolves right now. Would it please be okay if we went?" she asks, tone low. Both males nod. The walk to the training ground isn't long. Snow had fallen overnight, making the floor icy and the land hazy with specks of white. It's cold, and the air is brisk to the touch. Adah wasn't complaining. Her clothing was warm and snug, and she liked how the cold felt against her face. It felt refreshing. She liked how her boots sounded on the floor and how, whenever she exhaled, a string of condensed air escaped. Winter wasn't that bad. The training ground holds around 60 juvenile males. Uriah had told her that recently, these juvenile males had come of age during the summer months and could now begin prepping to become warriors. They always started the new rounds of training at the start of the season. Uriah always started them off, before they were passed down to the elite warriors. She heads over to the perimeter of the grounds, plopping her form down on the frozen grass and crossing her legs. Orion and Lupus whisper together at a sensible distance from her. Her fingers quickly go numb, so she pulls out a pair of gloves from her pocket and puts them on. Her eyes latch onto the males training before her, overseeing them. This pack did things a little differently from her home pack. The juvenile wolves were started young here, at the ripe age of 14. The more she watched, the more she realized that the training was much more rigorous, encompassing not only physical workouts, but also mental qualities like patience and commitment. It was rough. It took such a toll on these boys that most of them walked around shirtless in the cold, on ice-covered ground. She had never seen Uriah be so strict and so demanding. He took the terminology of tough love to a whole new level. He pushed the wolves until they broke, and then moved them more. But he gave credit when it was due and encouraged the ones who listened. He hadn't grinned once here to her surprise. She always thought Uriah was easygoing and laid back. Maybe that was only when he wasn't in his role. She isn't surprised that the training was so vigorous either. This is the King's pack. The defenses had to be immaculate. But she had a suspicion Uriah was preparing them for something more. She didn't want to think about it. Everything seemed to be settled at the moment. About 20 minutes or so later, the training ceases. Uriah heads over to Adah, who's still sitting on the ground watching the large group of males dissipate. Many of them caught her sitting there, and some were respectful, waving, to which Adah waved back. Most of them acted like teenagers, making comments to one another. That stopped quickly, as Uriah made them do 50 extra laps, even though training was over. Adah didn't miss being around teenage boys. "You not cold?" Uriah asks, putting an arm around Adah. Adah shakes her head. "That was an intense session," she comments, to which he only shrugs. "I just want our pack to be prepared." You never know what might happen. It's muttered underneath his breath, but Adah still catches it. Her lips purse as she lets herself ponder that. "Let's hurry back. I'm starving and can do with some mac and cheese," Uriah groans, and Adah laughs. In about an hour, she's in one of the living rooms in the palace, sitting on a beanbag near the fireplace. The fire beside her crackled and warmed her skin. Uriah sat on the carpeted floor a little away from her, stuffing himself with some mac and cheese, just as he wanted. "How are you and Micajah?" It's a question that momentarily stuns her. "We're doing okay." She can't hide her smile, the memory of his lips on hers running through her mind again. Uriah grins. "I'm glad." He's smitten, you know. He pauses, taking another bite of his food, before swallowing. "We all gave up hope, you know. We thought the prophecy was wrong, and his true mate would appear. There was no luck with that. We just ended up accepting it. Then we had to resort to choosing a mate. We were all unsure about the whole thing. It just didn't seem right. We didn't think a chosen mate would do him and our pack any justice." His eyes twinkle. "You proved us wrong, Adah. So wrong. Couldn't have asked for a better queen." He grins warmly, and Adah's skin flushes with pride. "Yeah, well, I couldn't have asked for a better beta. Or a better pack for that matter." She smiles back. The door opens after that, and Micajah walks in with Jaden following behind. The two look exhausted. Adah's lips curve at the sight of her mate. He heads to her, pulling her to her feet, dipping his head low. "I missed you." His words brushed her ears, the wolf within him watching with ears flattened on his head. She kisses the tip of his nose in response before sitting back down on the beanbag. Micajah sits on the carpet just next to her. "There was mac and cheese?" Jaden sounds defeated, with a slight pout on his lips. His eyes are timid, his brown locks scruffy and all over the place. His hazel eyes do not move from Uriah's bowl. Uriah's fork halts midair, not making it to his mouth. "It was the last portion, bro," he mumbles, watching Jaden's pout deepen. He rolls his eyes before placing the fork back into the bowl and giving the rest to him. "Be happy that I love you." "I don't give mac and cheese to just anyone," Uriah mutters, and Jaden grins, forking some into his mouth, features covered with glee. "Thank you," he says through a mouthful. Uriah grins, lying on his back with his hands behind his head. "How was your day?" Adah questions the two males. Micajah shakes his head, and Jaden snorts. "I'm glad it's over." "Spending the entire day mulling over pack finances for the last month isn't something I enjoy," Jaden sighs. An hour passes by, and the four of them talk. They mainly discuss the celebration Alpha Rayhan hosted last night, talking about who attended, what food was served, and the overall event. Adah keeps it hushed that Rayhan was her mate. He was her past. Micajah doesn't speak much during this ordeal, and neither does Adah, as they listen to Jaden and Uriah easily converse about it. Micajah plays with Adah's hand, his thumb stroking the back of it, his eyes fixed on the fire next to them. I think it went well, though. You both made good impressions on most people who attended. We received letters from 6 of the 8 different alphas who attended, declaring their well wishes and congratulations for you two as mates. That's good news. It means that they like you. Both of you. This is what we wanted, Jaden tells them. Micajah snorts. Do they like both of us? It was only Adah's charm that kept everything smooth, and Adah rolls her eyes. Yeah, and it was the fact that you showed you were a good mate and a suitable male for King that got all those alphas to like you. You showed you were reserved but respectful, powerful but not overbearing. Good qualities of a king. They admire you, Jaden says, beating Adah to it, who was also going to deny that it was all her. Micajah keeps it quiet that was also Adah's doing. He only made the effort because she had put in so much effort. Just like it takes 2 to work together, it takes 2 to rule. You both had to do well to show a stable monarch, Uriah inputs, causing chuckles from the staff in the room. It's only 6 packs out of 30. It isn't much, Micajah mutters dejectedly. It is something, though. And this is only the beginning. We have many more opportunities, Adah rebuts, a finger mindlessly taking a strand of his thick, sleek hair and twirling it around. A knock on the door halts them from conversing any further. Adah's brow furrows, and Jaden yells for them to enter. A maid enters timidly, holding a letter. There's a letter for you, my majesty. It just came through, and Micajah leans forward to take it. From who? He asks, voice deep. The Elder Council, my majesty. She nods in respect, before leaving. Oh no, Uriah says, sitting up. Adah thinks back to the first time she met Micajah at the choosing ball. She remembers all the men who were huddled at the front of the stage, dressed in suits. The Elder Council established the law. This was the same Elder Council that pushed Micajah to choose a mate who wouldn't deem him officially king without it. This was the same Elder Council that wanted Micajah cast out after his birth, something Micajah's mother didn't let happen. Adah couldn't see a good outcome coming from this, and she could tell the 3 men in the room thought so, too. Chapter 20. His silver eyes dote upon the words written on the letter, his jaw clenching a little harder, and his form a little tenser. He doesn't say anything, his hand pulling away from Adah, keeping to himself as the wolf within grows in fury. He didn't want to hurt her again accidentally, or anyone for that matter. He made a silent promise to Adah for change. He inhales deeply before standing up abruptly. I'm going for a run. Jaden, I need you to call for a meeting for the next hour. Have everyone there. His tone is snappy, becoming distant. He leaves the room without another look back, the letter still clutched in the palm of his hand. The figures in the room are left stunned momentarily, silence heating upon them. Jaden is the one to go first, doing as his king instructed. Uriah comes to sit by the fire with Adah. Not a word is spoken, the two thinking deeply, eyes watching the flames crackle. The other wolves have already arrived when Adah and Uriah enter the conference room. Jaden and Micajah are yet to make an appearance. Many of the same wolves that were present during Adah's first meeting were here. A few weren't. Well, I'm glad to see you wolves stayed. Thank you for being loyal, Adah murmurs, lips curved at the memory, standing before them. There were about 6 now. Well, your words were hard not to listen to. You were right, my majesty, one of them says, reflecting on the outburst Adah had in the very first meeting. Her lips prevent a smile. It's Adah. I don't want to be correcting any of you again. I presume I'll be spending a lot of time with you, right? Her head turns to Uriah, who's dazed off in his seat. He snaps back to attention. Yes, yes. These are the wolves that lead specific sectors. We meet with them weekly, so we get all friendly. They can introduce themselves, he waves off. The wolves correspond. You had the leading warrior, the the leading pack doctor, and several other such positions, with an even mix of females and males. Adah nods, smiling at each of them warmly. She heads over, sitting down in her seat. Micajah and Jaden enter seconds later. Adah looks at her mate, brows furrowed softly with worry. Thankfully, he looked a lot better and was fresh out of the shower. His sleek, black locks were still slightly damp. He wore an oversized, black hoodie and some gym shorts. His features seemed more composed, but his form was still tense, the letter weighing heavily on him. He sits down, and Adah reaches for his hand, firmly lacing it with hers under the table. His silver eyes look up at her softly, before leaning over to kiss her temple. He leans back in his chair, clearing his throat. He stalls a little, unsure of how to begin. First of all, thank you all for coming at such short notice. It is appreciated. We know that this time of night was meant to be spent with your loved ones and your friends. So again, thank you for giving us your time. Adah begins for him. He takes another deep breath. Adah's grip firms slightly, encouraging him, dark eyes gazing at him. You will sit with me here today in full trust. I do not doubt you, and I hope you do not doubt me. Else, you would have left when given the opportunity a while back, just like those wolves who no longer sit in this room. I will remind you again. What is discussed does not leave this room. Not even to your mates, any other wolf in this pack, or outside of it. Just like every other matter we talk about in here. Is that understood? His tone is a little tricky. Each wolf nods respectfully, wolves paying close attention. Micajah's wolf suses them out and sits back, pleased with their submission and faith. He relaxes a little. About an hour or so ago, a letter from the Elder Council came through, he says. The room dims considerably. His tone is domineering and assertive. The Elder Council has undoubtedly found out about what I did to those wolves who protested. This was expected. I knew this was to come out, and that wolves wouldn't be happy. Micajah can't show his shame now. He has to move on. They stated that they would have put me on trial for it, as this goes against conduct. Adad's brows furrowed. That's stupid. Her tone is brash, wolfish, and her eyes narrow. This was an agreement between you and the alpha of these wolves. By law, they committed an act against you. They tried to ruin your reputation with no valid evidence, and you were allowed to deem whatever punishment you wanted. You and Alpha agreed upon this. Death wasn't out of the realm of punishments you could have given. So they can't hold you to treason. You didn't attack these wolves for no reason. You had a right, as law dictated, Adah explains, gesticulating with her hands. And don't forget, these wolves also attacked 2 members of our pack. That, too, gives you the right to choose a punishment. It strengthens our argument. Harden, the pack's leading doctor, inputs. Micajah nods again. And it is for these reasons why they also stated that they were unable to try me, he says. So, what's the issue here? What was the point of sending a letter? Why is this not okay? Uriah asks, eyes narrowed. It's the fact that they took the time to send one, Jaden mutters quietly. All heads snap to him, and his skin flushes with the attention. He clears his throat, back straightening and sitting a little taller. That was why Micajah got so mad. They sent a letter, and that in itself isn't a good thing. It means they aren't happy. It means they don't like what he did, and it's why they went out of their way to mention it. They're telling us that they know about it. It isn't the words that are the message, but the act of sending one, he reasons. Micajah nods in agreement. That was what he pinned it down to, also, but Jaden explained things with much more ease than he could. It is why Jaden was Gamma. The Elder Council isn't happy with what Micajah did. They hate the fact that Micajah exists. They don't trust him. They've been overlooking him for a slip-up. Like this, Jaden says. So, they can't do anything. They don't have anything to pin him against. It even said in the letter they couldn't hold him to trial, Uriah says, and Jaden shakes his head. They can't do anything under law. Legally, Micajah speaks up, voice deep. The Elder Council has a lot of powerful influence. If other packs know that the Elder Council isn't happy with me for attacking those wolves, in a public and justified way, it'll stir things up. People will gravitate towards that, he mutters. It's a trigger. The start to a chain reaction, Adah mumbles to herself, But the wolves hear it, all of them looking. Think about it. The Elder Council is a force as powerful as the monarch. Two entities that don't rule each other, but not necessarily with each other either. If packs get wind that the Elder Council has something against Micajah, it'll spark tensions. The Elder Council is powerful. Members of the council can't directly protest against the monarch, but they're influential. They have connections. They can start making these protests into bigger ordeals. I'm talking about an uprising, Adah says. The Elder Council never liked Micajah. That's old news. Why is it different now? Uriah points out. Before, they didn't like him because of the way that he was born, which they really couldn't do anything against, and all the packs knew it. Micajah showed no evidence of truly being a threat, and everything was speculation and exaggerated rumors. Now, though, with the wolves being attacked in the manner that they did, alongside the Elder Council's disapproval of this particular act, it paints the picture that Micajah is like everything that they said he was. It validates it. And the notion of attacking has some legal connotation attached to it. It gives a proper reason, Adah says. It's a stupid reason. He defeated the wolves that attacked our wolves. That's it. It is justice, nothing more, Uriah scoffs. It's still a reason. It's all that is needed, Jaden mutters. Also, you're telling me, the Elder Council will play it off that they're mad at Micajah for the act of attacking these wolves as he did, and only that? I call foul. They've been out to get him for ages, just because of the way he was born. It's wrong, Uriah isn't happy. This is all my fault. If I controlled myself, the Elder Council wouldn't have the opportunity to do this. Adah shuts Micajah up with one dark look. I believe in you. Always. This pack believes in you. You aren't who you were born to be. No one is. What you did, any other alpha would have too. You just felt more towards it, and that is not your fault. So, stop it. Her words are gentle to him. Anyway, we already know that packs are divided with this monarch, with the king with us. But now the Elder Council has put their 2 cents in. It's strong, it's powerful, and more importantly, it's now validated, not just some simpering rumor out to get us. It gives people confidence and more reason to rise against us. Things will blow up much quicker and are almost certain to occur. I'm talking about an uprising. Or much worse, she finishes. She's talking about war, Uriah mumbles dejectedly. No one wanted this. We all had a hunch that it would lead to this. But Adah is right. It's a chain reaction. These packs just needed a green light from someone higher up. The Elder Council is perfect. Jaden shakes his head. Silence falls for a second. If it is a chain reaction, this may be happening much sooner than we anticipate. We should start implementing changes, more training, more defenses, a wolf says, and Adah nods. For the time being, I don't want this to get out, as I've said. I will not have our pack get worried about something like this. If the time comes, we will gather them and alert them. In the meantime, I agree, we will up our training, Micajah says, standing up now. But I must stress. War may happen, but we will do everything in our power to stop it. There is no need for blood to be spilled, especially for such a small reason as this. But we've always known that such a thing would happen, because of me and the ideas that surround me, he sighs. It all just comes down to the fact that people don't want me here. They will use any reason to overthrow me, even the smallest ones. He shakes his head. We'll talk about implementing strategies at the end of the week. Please feel free to make as many suggestions as possible regarding your particular area. Thank you. Meeting adjourned, he pulls Adah up, holding her hand as they leave the room. Chapter 21. You good? It's murmured, as Adah used her hand to jut Micajah's head up, prying his eyes away from the paperwork before him. It was the next morning, and Adah didn't feel like leaving Micajah alone. She knew he was feeling some way, and was blaming him, as if it was his fault. It wasn't his fault, not in any way, shape, or form. Micajah didn't ask to be born this way, and if anything, he was handling it a lot better than anyone else would have, and was channeling his energy into his duties. He was doing amazing as king. Adah let him know this, whispering the words when they were in bed together last night. The circumstances they faced were scary. The thought of a war breaking out was terrifying. No one wanted war. But Adah truly wasn't worried about that, though she knew the loss of life would be tragic. Her concern always lay with her mate first. If war did happen and Micajah were overthrown, he'd be killed. Her heart cracked. She needed him. She wouldn't let it happen. So after breakfast, she latched onto her mate and set off with him to his office. He was currently sifting through payment files, and Adah was sitting on the desk. It was the first time she had ever been in his office. It was dull and lonely. Yeah, his tone is low, pressing his lips to hers for reassurance before carrying on with the paperwork. He knew deep down that he couldn't fret over why war could happen. He couldn't change that. He just had to minimize everything. He had to be focused. He knew his birth wasn't his fault, but everything still felt like it was. Maybe it was because he took the role of king. He wanted to keep his wolves safe, and now something like this could happen, with devastating consequences. It just seems stupid. The fact that war could break out because I'm not liked. Maybe I should step down, Micajah mutters, and Adah hushes him with a finger to her lips. Your family has always reigned on the throne. Always. Her dark eyes are sharp and her tone low. And if war broke out, it wouldn't be because you aren't liked. It's different. They're trying to overthrow you because they don't have faith in you, don't trust you. It's because they disagree with you. They think your ruling will be chaotic and vicious. They don't know you, because that isn't the case. For definite now, you've been improving immaculately. Don't ever give them the chance to take something away that is yours. You were born more wolf than male, but you were born a king. And you will always be a king, Adah says firmly, no room for argument. Micajah doesn't pick at her words anymore. A knock on the door startles them both, before Uriah pops his head around. He grins, trying to ease the dullness surrounding them after the meeting that occurred last night. You guys didn't come for breakfast. So, we bought you some. He opens the door fully, and Jaden is there balancing a tray with some fruit and bread rolls. He's even got tea for Adah. She smiles. Micajah doesn't look up from his desk, and she rolls her eyes before pushing the files away. She slips away from the desk, heading to the small seating area and pulling Micajah with her. Jaden places the tray on the coffee table before the two males sit down on the couch. Thank you, she mumbles, plopping a strawberry into her mouth. Yo, we're your beta and gamma. We're meant to be making sure you two are both in good health, remember. Uriah shakes his head, but it goes over Adah's ears. Her eyes narrow on the newspaper that Jaden has propped underneath the cup of tea. She picks up the mug, pulling the newspaper. Her eyes meet Jaden's, whose timid features are sullen. The chain reaction. Already? Her voice is a mere whisper, and she opens it out entirely, Micajah peering over her shoulder. He places a kiss on her collarbone as they read it together. An entire pack from the upper north had made a statement, speaking out against Micajah, the whole pack in protest of the monarch's ruling. They claimed Micajah was an unfit king who was merciless when it came to the lives of wolves and the respect for the dead. He was inhumane when defending his pack, not showing the true qualities of a proper king. Micajah's jaw clenches. The part where the wolves killed 2 members of his pack had been left out. We thought it would be easier to break the news over some food. Uriah shrugs casually, but his features are annoyed. Whose pack is this? Adah's brow furrows. Alpha Tyler's, her mate responds, his voice deep. Uriah's eyes rolled, shaking his head at the paper, murmuring how he never liked them either. He's quite influential. A lot of people will have seen this statement. They'll start looking into things and eventually begin to choose sides. Overthrowing the monarch is going to involve everyone, whether they like it or not. Unlike other pack wars, no packs can be neutral here, Jaden sighs. We'll just have to make them choose us, Adah says, but as soon as the words leave her mouth, her brows furrow. It was easier said than done. War is for sure gonna happen. This is how it all starts. We have to start preparing our wolves, Micajah. And soon, Uriah says as Adah takes a sip from her tea. Okay, Uriah, you and I will talk to the elite pack warriors tonight and give them some insight into this ordeal. Not the entire thing. I don't want our pack to be worried, but no doubt they've seen this. I'll write a letter and send it out to all families to clear things up. Micajah begins, in control. After we talk to the warriors, we can push forward with training and amp it up. We'll work it with them, and Uriah nods. And in terms of reaching out to other packs, he trails off, unsure, eyes looking to his queen, whose eyes suggest she's in deep thought. I would have said hold a gathering, or perhaps visit each pack to talk and gain their faith. But that's too unpredictable. You never know where loyalties lie, and we might get harmed during that process. Especially if tensions are going to get much higher, Adah says. We can just phone them, Jaden says, with a timid shrug, and Adah nods. We can phone them, and that way, we can rule out the wolves that are not on our side, and on our side. We can then visit the packs of those wolves that are not sure, under a peace treaty, she suggests, and Jaden nods. That sounds perfect, Micajah nods. I suggest that Micajah calls up all the alphas, and Adah all the lunas. That way, each ruling pair is talked to, and they can then converse with each other, Uriah says, and they all nod. For now, I will conduct normal pack duties. I'll also keep an eye out for any news that suggests protests and keep track of that. Later tonight, Micajah and I can talk to the warrior committee, Uriah mumbles. I'll do some digging into the Elder Council, behind the scenes. Find out who leaked the incident, and which wolves from the council are involved in what, and what connections they have regarding packs. Not all the wolves in the Elder Council are against us, just the majority. I'll suss out that entire situation. I have no doubt Alpha Tyler was assisted by a member from the Elder Council behind him, Jaden says. Micajah and I can begin making phone calls. There are 30 packs to get to, so it should take us a few days to reach everyone, Adah says. We can meet at the end of the week. Get updates on the progress, Micajah says with finality, and the other three agree. Chapter 22. A few hectic days had passed, and Adah was exhausted. It was currently just after lunch, in the middle of the day. Her form was tired, her head was tired, and all she wanted to do was to go to bed and not wake up for a month. A lot had happened over these last few days. Many more outbreaks of protests had occurred from mainly the north. The neighboring packs of Alpha Tylers had joined him, and slowly, an uprising was forming. It wasn't anything aggressive or violent yet. But the accumulation of distaste for Micajah had grown, and everything was plastered publicly for all the packs across the country to see. The incident involving Micajah and the wolves had escalated, and some of the pack members who had left the pack were responsible for it, providing complete and harsh details of how it unfolded. Again, some aspects were overlooked, such as the fact that these wolves had committed an act that resulted in a consequence, a punishment that Micajah could impose, and the fact that they had attacked 2 pack members. Micajah's name was being dragged through the mud. He was called terrible names and much worse. He didn't think any of it, though. All the headlines were what he always knew people thought of him. They were what he thought of himself at one point. Adah was slowly changing that. Who would kiss someone seen as a monster and tell them all the things she said? It had to mean he wasn't one. He trusted Adah's judgment over his own. Micajah was changing, he knew that. Adah was doing that the moment he marked her. She never saw how bad it was, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to tell her. She saw enough from the way he had dealt with those wolves. That's all he wanted her to see. Adah had spent the last few days calling up every single Luna in the country. Every one of them picked up. Some weren't favorable, some were just polite, and others were in strong agreement. Micajah had the rougher end of the alpha spectrum. They didn't say anything to his face. Micajah's voice alone was threatening, but he could gauge where they stood. Micajah outranked any one of these packs, but when they came together, it wasn't the fact that they had physical advantages. That was of no matter to him. It hurt his wolf to see his people turn. He was mentally weakened. Adah's and Micajah's pack was growing in worry. To combat this, they would both visit the pack house every evening, have dinner there with their pack members, and engage in light conversation. Their presence would encourage the feeling of protection and serenity, and it had helped. Adah was now heading to the big meeting Micajah had pronounced a few days earlier. Her eyes could fall asleep at any moment, but she had asked for some black coffee earlier, and she was waiting for that to kick in. She's the last person to reach the conference room. The atmosphere is dim. Micajah's features are stoic, brooding. That lessens when he notices her, an immediate wolf yearning. I apologize for my lack of punctuality. I was held up with the female warrior meeting, she mutters, earning respectful nods from the other wolves. Jaden? The agenda? Micajah says, rubbing his temples. Adah puts her hand over his, watching the tension roll off his shoulders. Let's talk about the phone calls and how that went down, checking the list in his notebook, hazel eyes looking at his king and queen expectantly. 11 packs are unsure. 11 packs are against the monarch. 8 packs are with us, not including our own. Pack sizes are varied, but most of the packs against the monarch are upper packs and are a little larger, Micajah utters. Everyone takes a moment to process it. The numbers weren't looking too good, especially considering the pack size. The smallest pack was 300 members, and the largest was 1,000, Adah's old pack. But Alpha Rayhan was on their side, so that should somewhat balance it out. Adah can feel the worry hit the table. It's okay. There are still 11 packs and our own. It'll work out, don't lose hope. Her words simmer over the table, blanketing everyone with comfort. When would you want to host a gathering for the 11 packs unsure? I have a treaty agreement for peace when they visit, all set up. They need to be sent with a date and both of your signatures, Jaden asks. Adah looks at Micajah. They can come in 4 days. We have to move quickly. Give the treaty agreements now. We'll sign them, and they can be sent off during the night. Jaden nods, passing them a file with said agreements. Adah and Micajah sign them whilst talking. Okay. The next thing on our list is the warrior meeting and how that'll pan out. Uriah? Ryan? Jaden asks. Ryan was the head warrior. Uriah motions for Ryan to take the lead. A few days ago, Beta Uriah and King Micajah explained the circumstances to the elite wolves alone first. Afterwards, alongside Beta Uriah, we drew up new schemes for training and protection. Training will commence at a faster pace, but if it comes down to a war, those under the age of 18 and above the age of 14 will not participate in the war itself, but instead help out with evacuation schemes. Regarding protection, we've upped the number of wolves across the borders, with increased rotation and shifts. I plan to explain to all the warrior males about potential conflict, and Talia, the female head, will do the same to her females. He takes a breath. I don't think the circumstances of our warriors will be an issue. We have always trained as if a war were to commence. We are the strongest pack for a reason. I do not doubt their strength and training. We'll amp up protection a little more. Uriah finishes off for him, and the males nod at each other. Good. Thank you, Micajah nods, with a bit of relief. He knew his wolves were good, but having that verification from someone who worked with them much closer was comforting. You mentioned an evacuation scheme? Adah asked pointedly towards the head warrior, her tone low. Ryan swallows, in a mix of intimidation and admiration for the queen. Yes, this is something new that we are implementing. Any pack members not participating in the fight will have to be moved to a safe space. We have underground bunkers in the far north of our woods, undiscovered by anyone, and the trees are too thick to venture through anyway. They're made from steel and can only be opened through a passcode known only to a few. It is a safe shelter that disguises scent. We will prep that area and ensure food and water and other necessities are allocated. He explains further, and Adah nods. Thank you. You've done an amazing job, and he blushes from the compliment from her. Micajah rolls his eyes, but Adah always makes him blush too. Okay, so next is healthcare. Harden? Jaden lists, massaging his hand from noting down what Ryan and Uriah had to say. Yes, we've increased stock usage. We've also begun working with the healers of the pack. We figured that by combining the two, any medical aid can be done much quicker and more efficiently. We will have some of our doctors out in the field, in the event of war, and some set up at different bases. The wolves in training will have their training sped up so we can have more wolves out there. You need not worry. My wolves know what they're doing, and we're well equipped, and Micajah nods. That's good. Thank you for your efficiency. If you need anything, let us know, he says, and Harden nods. Jaden, we may need to extend our resources between the packs that have allied with us. If that's the case, it's your job to situate that and ensure it runs smoothly, the king says, and Jaden nods with certainty. That's all that we needed to talk about within our park. Across the country, though, he trails off, eyes narrowed at his notes. We are all hopefully aware that there have been a total of 7 more protests occurring across packs, mainly based in the Northern Hemisphere, over the last few days. Alpha Tyler has also made a public speech, openly against the monarch and the way it is run, mainly criticizing the king's management, and is essentially saying that his ways are not fit. These protests are becoming bigger, but fortunately, there haven't been any attacks or aggressiveness. This is good, Jaden reads, his voice clear. Now for the more interesting part. So, the last few days I've been using my hacking skills to good use, and have been digging up more information on the Elder Council, he says. Adah leans in, curious. She knew the Elder Council was a law enforcement body, but didn't know precisely who they were. Just to give you all a rundown, the Elder Council regulates and makes law for the country. They hold the same power as the monarch. The monarch is responsible for the wolves and protection, but the Elder Council ensures all wolves follow the same few rules. It is made up of 10 men. Adah rolls her eyes. How sexist, it's muttered under her breath, and Uriah snorts. Over time, as in all positions, new males have replaced old males. There are, however, 3 males that haven't changed, and they've been in the Elder Council before Micajah was born, Jaden says. These are the same ones that wanted him cast out at birth, then? Uriah asks, and Jaden nods. As you've guessed, because they've been there the longest, hence the most experienced, they essentially have the biggest say in what the council does. And my research also shows that they're the most powerful wolves with the largest connections. Alpha Tyler is one of their sons, and 2 of them have many connections in the northern packs. Hence, which is why the North turned first, Jaden says. Honestly, the Elder Council should just be abolished. There's no need for them. No new rules have been made in decades. The foundation has already been set. The monarch is competent at dealing with what they do anyway, which isn't much. Micajah does loads. He is the one who dictates expenditure and humanitarian aid across the country. Though he doesn't visit these packs, he sends people to do regular checkups and all sorts. Uriah scoffs. The table turns to silence. We won't talk about abolishing the Elder Council. They've been here longer than the monarch. Let's deal with the rebellion, Micajah sighs. And you think the Elder Council will just leave you alone after this whole thing blows over? They've always had an agenda against you. They'll find another way to overthrow you and remove you, Uriah says, in heated fury. Uriah. Enough. It's said firmly, enough to shut the bait up. Adah peers at her mate curiously, pondering the idea. Would the kingdom be better off without the Elder Council? She shakes her head. Let them deal with the upcoming problems first. Anyway, Jaden starts up again, voice timid. Most of their connections lie within the north, the more regal, higher-up packs. So, we have nothing to worry about with other packs turning because of the Elder Council, Jaden finishes. The meeting finishes after that, and the wolves bid their goodbye to the king and the queen, who both sit alone. Is Uriah right? Should they be abolished? Adah's voice is soft, and Micajah's jaw tenses. I don't know. That sort of thing is much more complicated than a war. That's changing the structure of how we work, changing how we live our lives. It has always been this way, Adah, he sighs, shaking his head. Maybe we can just appoint new members. Have them under the monarch. Don't abolish them. We need change. Change is not always bad, she shrugs, missing the silver eyes that have stuck onto her idea. Maybe, he murmurs, looking at her. Adah gets up, her eyes tired now that the caffeine has left her system. That meeting was long, and she wanted a nap. She heads to the threshold of the door. Adah, the voice of Velvet touches her ears, and she turns, not expecting her mate to be as close as he was, the tip of his nose almost touching hers, her body hums. Micajah, the name falls off her lips like silk. I wanted to ask you something. Don't laugh, his silver eyes are light, dark hair flopping over them. Go ahead, a sharp brow raised, lips curved, tone soft. He takes a deep breath. Would you like to go on a date with me tonight? His expression is almost nervous, before switching back to being stoic. Her lips curve more. A date, she repeats, and he nods, eyes intense as they watch her. His hand sweeps the masses of curls away from her face. Yes, a date. We haven't had one yet, and I want us to have one before this whole thing gets ugly. And Adah, you need a bit of a break. So, his tone is soft, face dipped to hers. I'd love to. Where? Her voice is equally as soft. Don't worry about where. That's for me to know and you to find out. Go take a nap now. You're exhausted. And make sure you wear something warm, okay? His nose brushed against the rim of hers. Her lips smile, and she presses them against his, arms slinging around his neck. His lips were always soft and tender against hers, loving and caring. It was as if the wolf within him was scared of how far he wanted to go. Will you cook for me? Her lips smile lazily. His features turn amused, lips smirking. He doesn't answer, pressing a kiss to her forehead and heading past her. Chapter 23. Adah's nap felt good. She slept heavenly through the rest of the afternoon. There was just something about sleeping during the day that felt good. When she woke, it was on the tether of turning into the evening. She had a little time before Micajah would get her. Her face warms, her stomach erupting in flutters. She was glad they were going to spend some time together. Alone. Ever since she was marked, everything seemed hectic. There was no time just for them, and if the past week were any indication of how it would be later, they'd never have time for each other, especially with the circumstances arising now. Her mind briefly wanders to what her mate has set up. She didn't necessarily care what it was. She'd be glad to have him to herself for a while, but the thought appeases her. He said to dress warmly, so they were probably going to be outside. Winter nights were ruthless, so Adah was going to wrap up. She wasn't even going to attempt to dress with skin showing. She lies in bed for the next hour or so, form lazily sprawled in the sheets. When the time inches closer to 7, she sits up, undoing her curls from her messy bun and letting them tumble down her back. She heads into the shower, hoping the warmth will wake her up a bit. After brushing her teeth, she slips into some loungewear before pulling on a big, oversized hoodie. She pulled her hair up into a messy bun, the curls from the front defying the style and pulling out. A knock on the door causes her head to turn. She pads over, opening it. Her features set on her mate, her lips curving into an instant smile. His features are relaxed, his brows are not furrowed, but smooth. A lazy grin captures his lips. Adah grows hot. A grin looked good on him. Like her, he wore sweats too, a navy hoodie hiding his toned torso. It was as if there was no responsibility for both of them here, as if the threat of war wasn't looming over them, and they weren't king and queen. They were just Adah and Micajah. Mates. Adah wished it were more like this. Sure, she and Micajah were close, but they had to grow close, because they both had positions and duties that required collaboration. She hadn't gotten to know who he was truly, and it was the same for him. His features were almost coy, lips smirking mischievously. His eyes glinted underneath the mop of dark, thick black locks he had. One hand was shoved into his pocket, and the other was holding a woven basket that looked heavy. It was big. Evening. His voice was soft and alluring, eyes twinkling. Adah tiptoes, kissing the tip of his nose. Hi, she greets, her features a lot fresher. He takes his hand out of his pocket, lacing it with hers. We're going on a walk. Is that okay? He asks, and Adah nods with a smile. As expected, the air was cold and brisk. Thankfully, the ground hadn't iced over, and snow hadn't fallen in the last few days. Adah doesn't feel the cold. Her whole form is basking in warmth. The wolf in her is dancing with joy and happiness. They talk about minor things, laughing and bantering. Adah feels good. She hasn't seen Micajah be a regular wolf carefree. They walk upon one of the gravel paths that leads them out of the courtyard of the palace, taking Adah on a route she didn't know. Light emanates from the hue of lanterns that were strung into the ground. They come to the borders of the eastern woods. Adah hadn't been here before, but Micajah led with confidence, through a small clearing and following a small trail. Eventually, they come across a lake, surrounded by flat land. The moon is large and high, glimmering in the night. It's accompanied by hundreds of stars, all twinkling in the depths of the dark. The water is stark and flows in small waves. The surface shimmers. It was dark and empty. The trees were tall and thick, with long branches covered with leaves, secluding them. It was beautiful. Her eyes are mesmerized, too struck by the natural beauty before her to notice Micajah had retreated a little away from her. Her eyes follow him, the brown hues wide, her heart flutters. There was something that was set up, and upon the grass lay a thick blanket. The blanket had other baskets filled with food. Adah could see fruit hanging out of one of them, and a glass of champagne in the other. A little away from the blanket, a fire had been set up. Logs were placed around it to prevent it from spreading further. The fire crackled quietly, giving light and warmth. Micajah set down the basket he had held, his form turning, eyes finding Adah. His expression is tender, eyes doting on her surprised expression. It isn't the most gallant first date. It's just a picnic. His face grows a little timid. Adah doesn't say anything, features a little dazed. She plants herself into his chest, his arms wrapping around her. "I love it," Adah murmurs, nuzzling into his hoodie. Her head tilts up. Micajah's relaxed, kissing the top of her forehead, his cheeks blessed with the slightest blush. He clears his throat, pulling Adah by the hand to come sit with him. The fire's warmth encases both of them. Adah sits with her legs crossed, watching Micajah rummage through the picnic baskets. "I made fried chicken. That's why I bought that basket with us, to keep it as warm as possible. I also made some pasta salad with some mash. That's all. There's some fruit if you want, but I wanted to keep it small and simple," he murmurs. Adah stares at him, eyes loving. "There's dessert too. I made tiramisu," he trails off, and Adah grins. It sounds yummy, leaning forward to look over, and feeling his form relax again. "Thank you," her voice is soft. Micajah doesn't say anything, his expression tender. "Let's eat, before everything gets cold," he mumbles, rummaging through the basket and the layers of cloth and towels he had wrapped the food in. Adah grins, heart feeling content. Chapter 24. "Your food is amazing," Adah says, licking the tips of her fingers after ravishing the last piece of her chicken and forking the previous amount of the pasta salad into her mouth. She finished the mash ages ago. The chicken was warm, soft, and cooked perfectly, tender in her mouth. The batter it had been fried and was rich, made with buttermilk, and had just the right amount of heat. It was golden and crisp. The pasta salad was the perfect accompaniment. It was cool and light, made from plain pasta, sweet corn, and cabbage all mixed in mayonnaise. The mash was creamy and smooth. Micajah looks at her curiously, a deep laugh rising from his throat. "It's almost as amazing as the chef who made it, my love," he says slyly, a warm look coveting his features. He had cleared his plate long ago and was enjoying watching his mate devour his food. Adah rolls her eyes, hiding her chuckle. "Almost, but not quite," she murmurs with a wink before leaning back. Her stomach was full, her belly satisfied. Even so, she still plucks a strawberry from the basket, putting it into her mouth. "I'm glad you liked it." His tone is lower, more serious. His eyes are warm as they look upon her. Adah gives him a soft smile in return. "I think we'll have to wait a little before the tiramisu, though," she tells him, patting her stomach through the hoodie. Micajah just snickers, packing everything up. Adah's eyes stray upon the night, decorated with the stars and the moon. The night was blackening by the second. She sighs before her eyes slide to the fire a few feet away from her. Its flames were tall, dancing in glee and warm. Micajah's form slides behind her, and she sits up to readjust, so she's resting on his torso. His arms wrap loosely around her, and his lips kiss the top of her head. The two talk about everything and anything. They don't stray into any hardcore topics, pressing no harder than necessary, respecting the limits. "Really?" she giggles, after hearing one of Micajah's tales of Uriah when they were both children. Micajah stifles his chuckle. The queen wasn't always happy with Uriah. But Uriah's mother died whilst giving birth to him, and his father died before he was born. So, Uriah was always like the queen's son, like my brother, Micajah tells her, his voice soft. What was she like? The queen? I mean, your mother, Adah asks, eyes stuck on the fire before her, her fingers tracing patterns on his arm. He sighs. She was different from most mothers. But I guess that was because I was different from most sons. He takes a deep breath. Adah listens intently. She was very stern. She always kept me in check. I don't blame her. Not at all. I wasn't an easy wolf growing up. And she was a queen, a lone ruler. Things didn't work out with her, and my dad, after she got pregnant, Micajah says, and Adah's heart swells with the fact that he's opening up. She remains quiet, paying full attention. I don't care about him anyway. Mama was the one who made me the way I am. She was the one who taught me control and how to put my kingdom above myself. Yes, she didn't show me love and warmth, but I knew she loved me. It is why she did things the way she did. Why didn't she let me leave the palace? Why did she make our pack the strongest? It was all for me, he murmurs. Why weren't you an easy wolf? Adah's voice is very low, her eyes looking up. Micajah doesn't face her, features stoic. I was 4, his tone takes no emotion, and she grips his hand tighter. I was 4 when I first lost control. It was a maid, her name was Lena. She wouldn't let me out of my room, and I was getting angry. Through my tantrum, I shifted and hurt her badly. His voice is low. Adah doesn't say anything. He was a pup. A pup shouldn't lash out like that. It was incidents like that. That showed how out of control I was. It wasn't all of the time, but there were just these moments my wolf struggled with aggression. Mama tried to contain them as much as she could. It got worse when I hit puberty. My hormones were all over the place, he shakes his head. Eventually, my wolf was disciplined. Mama had to help him gain control several times to keep him restrained. As I got older, I understood more, and I wanted to avoid losing control again. It got better a little, another sigh. But I have felt at peace with him since marking you. Mama always said that it would be fine once I got a mate. A true mate. Adah's brows furrow. She thought you'd get a true mate? Her voice is soft, and Micajah nods. She never believed in the prophecy. Well, not all of it. She thought I had someone out there, Micajah utters. Why wouldn't she believe in the prophecy? Adah asks. I think deep down it hurt her to know that I would never have another half. Never have someone to unconditionally love me after she left the world. Adah's heart dims, her eyes narrowed. And if there is a true mate for you out there, she asks, her voice wavering. His form tightens. You are my true mate, Adah. You. His voice dips to her. I have fallen in love with you, Adah. You. It doesn't matter if it is the case. I can't live without you. You bear my mark. I chose you, and I chose to love you. That's it. A kiss to her temple, and she closes her eyes, relishing in the touch. I love you too, tone quiet, eyes earnest. Micajah blushes and Adah laughs before pulling his head so their lips could meet. How about that tiramisu now? She asks with a grin. Chapter 25. What's the scoop? Uriah asks, sitting down. He just woke up, still in nothing but his sleepwear and boxers. His hands hold a bowl of sugary cereal that he scarfs down. It was the day of the gathering that they were going to be holding for all of the packs that were unsure of where their allegiance lay. All 11 of them had signed the peace agreement and were to be screened upon entering the pack. The king and queen had their pack members to protect, and safety was the utmost priority. Adah and Micajah had already been up since dawn and had been in Micajah's office for most of the morning. Jaden joined them not too long ago, and Uriah just walked in, curls all over the place. Luna Ella and Luna Mariah both called me today, Adah informs them, swaying her legs, perched up on Micajah's desk. The males who had just come in looked at her curiously. What for? Uriah asks for it through a mouthful of milk and cereal. Adah grimaces at this, and Uriah gives her a playful gesture in response. Micajah watches the ordeal, rolling his eyes. They want to come over and help out with the gathering. I said it was okay. They're due at noon. I said you would get them from the border. Is that good with you? Adah tells them, and he nods, chewing on his food. Noon wasn't too far, only about a quarter of an hour left. Micajah had been surprised at the mention of Ella's name, considering the nature of her past with Adah. But Adah was putting water under the bridge as hard as it was for her. Micajah was her focus now, and he knew that. It made his wolf proud of her. "How's everyone feeling about today?" Jaden asks, his voice small as he looks around. Adah shrugs, and Micajah's eyes are drawn to the outside of the window, watching winter do its thing. "I have a feeling it'll be okay," he murmurs in an adorable attempt to ease the tension. Adah smiles at the effort, heading over and planting a kiss on his cheek. His cheeks redden. "See, if you did that to me, Micajah would have a fit." "It doesn't make sense," Uriah complains, shaking his head. He places his empty bowl down onto the coffee table. "I like Jaden more," is all Micajah says, and Uriah takes great offense to it, giving Micajah a dirty look. "That's nonsense. You and I have a much deeper relationship. I've even seen you when you were a pup." "That means something," it's a grumble. "We're wolves." "We've all seen each other shift," Jaden mumbles, his features confused with the point Uriah was trying to make. Adah laughs. Noon rolled around pretty quickly, and Adah had stuck with Micajah. They were reviewing the plan for the gathering, checking the plans for food and dinner, as well as the defenses and protection that would be set up. In reality, Adah should have spent the time to also prep for the small speech she was going to give, but every time it came to it, she couldn't think of anything. She was going to wing it. Adah was good at doing things like that. Over the past 4 days, the protests occurring had dwindled, the calm before the storm. Micajah's take on it was that the rebelling packs knew of this gathering and were waiting for the unsure packs to make their decision. It's why the defense numbers were high tonight. But Uriah didn't think an attack would be done. He was a good war strategist, and they both trusted his insight. "Yo, Adah." Uriah comes through the office door, his features serious. It was afternoon, and Uriah had long left to retrieve the 2 Lunas. "What's wrong?" the wolf in her alert. He swallows, rubbing the nape of his neck. "Luna Mariah and Luna Ella have arrived, and I let them through," he begins. "But Luna Ella brought your family too. They're all in the main entrance." "I'm not sure what to do," his voice trails. Adah's stomach churns, and for a moment she feels sick. What were they doing here? They made it adamant they didn't want her in their lives anymore, and now she wasn't. What was the issue now? She's a little angry. Adah didn't need this right now. She needed to focus on tonight. She had to concentrate on her mate, her future. But at the same time, that sliver of vulnerability she felt after the event at Alpha Rayhan's returns. "Okay," she dips her head, trying to control her breathing. "Leave them there." "We're coming," Micajah says, his tone confident. Uriah nods, heading out. He circles towards Adah, placing his hands on the sides of her waist. "You okay, my love?" His silver eyes gaze at her, a hand shrugging his sleek black locks away from his face. Adah sighs. "They're here now. There isn't much I can do." "Will you stay with me?" "I can't face them alone," she murmurs, brown eyes fixated on his. He gives her a tender smile and kisses her lips. "I'm always with you, love," and they head out, his hand placed on her lower back, keeping her form close with his, giving her support to muster up what she had to do. Luna Mariah. Adah greets her first, refusing to look at the figures in the main entrance. As said, the king stays behind his mate. She pulls Luna in for a warm hug, smiling at her. Luna Ella, she greets next, with a nod and a small smile. "Thank you so much for offering to help out tonight. It means the world, and I know both of you are much appreciated in the community of rulers, which will be extremely helpful. So, thank you. As discussed, you are both free to take your leave after tonight, but if you wish, you can stay for as long as you like. I've had rooms set up for you, but I think a palace tour is due first," she says with a warm smile and a raised brow. With a gesture from Adah, Jaden comes forth, introduces himself, and swiftly takes the 2 women on the tour before they can even respond. All of them ignore the elephant in the room, Adah's lack of acknowledgement of her family. "That was good. Take a deep breath. It'll be fine. I'm right here," Micajah utters, voice velvety and for her ears only. Adah turns to face her family, her stomach filling with unease. "What are you doing here?" It's harsher than she intended. But this was the wolf's defense mechanism. Hurt others before they hurt you. Micajah speaks nothing. This was not his matter to speak on. He did what his mate wanted to do without question. Her eyes latch onto her parents, who don't look at her. It's her brother who steps forward, his eyes wide and features pleading. Adah and Micajah instantly figure it out. It's the brother's initiative to meet Adah at the palace. The parents don't want anything to do with it. It is the brother who wants to make amends. Ahmed, Adah murmurs, eyes flickering up to him. He was 6 years her senior. Adah doesn't resent him because he is all their parents love. She only resents him for following their lead, ignoring her and treating her like a mistake, an outsider. She knows he knew it was wrong. Yet, he still did it. Adah, he breathes out, unsure of how to start. Ahmed resembled Adah, sharing the same skin tone and lean build. His hair was much shorter, and his curls were looser. His eyes were less intense. But they shared the same slim facial features. "We just wanted to see you." To apologize, he mutters. He's slightly taken aback by Adah, not having realized the majestic woman his little sister has grown into. He's sad he missed it all. He's also a little intimidated. The king stands behind her, much taller and broader than she is. His jaw is clenched, and his silver eyes watch him sharply, daring him to move a muscle out of line. Ahmed's wolf whimpers internally. "We." Her brow arches, looking at the two people who were meant to have unconditionally loved her. Instead, they tossed her aside, deemed her worthless, and ignored her. She never, ever heard them say they loved her. Not once. It was damaging. Her brother stammers, but her mother interjects. "No, not we. We're only here for him." The tone is ugly, with a snarl. Adah's features don't change. I can tell, tone dry and laced with sarcasm. Her mother gets angry at the disrespectful tone. "We have nothing to be apologetic about. We treated you the way you were meant to be treated, Adah. You weren't wanted. You never acted like a normal wolf. It was embarrassing. The alpha of our pack rejected you. That was despicable and humiliating for us. And now you are mated to this beast. It's shameful." "Just because Alpha Rayhan follows him, doesn't mean we do," her father growls. Micajah growls back, the tone much more aggressive from the base of his throat, setting the male back into his place. Her father doesn't look at him again, eyes not wanting to face the male, ready for his throat. "You've been nothing but a weak, pathetic little wolf that has disappointed us since the moment you were born. We are glad you left, and we never want to see you again. We are only here for Ahmed, but we can see that it was a mistake," she scowls, before turning to her son, features softening. Tears sting in Adah's eyes, and her throat wells. Micajah pulls her closer to him, kissing her temple. "Ahmed, this was a stupid idea. We're going home," her mother tells him, pulling her mate by the hand, and the two leave. Adah turns around, planning to head away again, not wanting to waste another moment of her time. Ahmed lingers, not planning on moving anytime soon. He was adamant about changing his relationship with his sister. "Adah, wait. I disagree with them. I'm not leaving you this time." His voice causes her to halt, her dark brown eyes looking back. His voice is filled with turmoil, yet determination. He wasn't giving up. "Adah, I'm sorry. I should never have treated you like that. You were my sister, not a stranger. Yet I know you as well as a stranger. It shouldn't be that way, my blood and flesh. I shouldn't have let Mama and Papa treat you the way they did. I should have stepped in." As a brother, he sighs, features solemn. Adah's wolf listens curiously, detecting no lies in the words. "Why are you speaking out now? Why are you suddenly breaking away from our parents?" Adah raises her brow, and Ahmed swallows guiltily. "After Rayhan rejected you, and I took the position as Gamma. It changed my perspective on a lot of things. I wanted to make contact with you, but you left and disappeared without a trace. It was only till you were named Queen and came for the celebration that I dash." He takes a deep breath. "I saw what you've grown into, Adah. And I missed it. All of it. It set things into place for me. I should have been there for you, Adah. I'm sorry that I wasn't. I understand if you don't want me in your life anymore. I can respect that." But I would like you to be in mine, regardless of what our parents say, he finishes. Adah oversees him, her eyes sliding to her mates. The silver hues are already on her, anticipating her next word. They are soft, encouraging, and ready to back her on whatever decision she makes. Ahmed was being genuine, and deep down, she knew he was always just following their parents. It didn't mean it didn't hurt, though. But he was one of the few family members she had. You are more than welcome to stay here for a week. We can talk and sort things out more. I'm telling you now, it's going to take time. Adah says, carefully choosing her words. But her brother knew the gist, and she was willing to give it a go. She hadn't forgiven him yet. It would take time, as she said. However, her brother's features immediately brightened up, filled with hope. Thank you, Adah. You won't regret it. His words are earnest, brimming with truth and happiness. She better not. If you hurt her again, cause her even the smallest amount of pain, you will deal with me. I don't think you would like that to happen, and I don't care if you are Rayhan's Gamma. Is that clear? Micajah's tone is deadly, and the Gamma is intimidated, before mutely nodding. Micajah gives him a grin, but it isn't friendly. Good. Now, if you'll excuse us, his tone is stoic, leading Adah away, whose eyes don't meet Ahmed's. She wonders if she's made the right choice. She shakes her head. That confrontation was over. She had to focus on the gathering tonight now. Chapter 26. A few hours later, the ballroom was hectic. It was just a half hour before anyone arrived, and all sorts of last-minute decisions were being made. It seemed those couldn't be avoided, no matter how organized you try to be. Adah had been ready for a while, not going too fancy at all. It was a small, informal gathering, and she didn't want to seem intimidating. She needed to be on the level everyone else was at to appease the wolves. She wore a loose, navy dress that dipped low on her neck. Her hair was up, and she wore flats. She was glad she did. She was practically running around currently, trying to help set up the tables. The kitchen staff had a minor mix-up with the decor, so it was all hands on deck. Micajah was outside, giving orders and reminders to the 70 wolves that were to be on patrol around the palace tonight. Adah had dressed him. He wore a black button-up and some black-fitted jeans. Again, not too formal. Adah, where do we want these? Uriah asks from behind her, Jaden next to him. They were holding huge crates of expensive drinks. Adah turns before pointing out the head waiter. He had asked for them earlier. The two males comply and head over immediately. After she had helped out with the tables, she took another look around, checking everything. She nods in satisfaction, glad they pulled through, because she was just told that the first car had pulled through their borders. Her stomach swims uneasily, both with nervousness and excitement. A hand places itself on the small of her back, and her body warms immediately, knowing who it is. She smiles at him, tilting her head up to look at him. No crown, she murmurs, watching his eyes look at her, the silvers wary. His brows furrowed darkly. You're just Micajah tonight. Not King Micajah, tiptoeing to kiss his cheek before whipping the crown off and handing it to someone to put away. He chuckles lowly, kissing her mark. Let's go. She pulls his upper arm to follow her, beckoning Uriah and Jaden to come to the front too, both wearing the same white button-up and dark pants. The night is as dark as ever, and the air seems to be less cold. The moon watches them curiously from above, and the stars applaud them, glistening support. Adah feels optimistic, and she knows it is down to her mate. After the afternoon confrontation with her parents, she wasn't feeling well, but he mentally lifted her onto a high pedestal, and she stayed there. Through the black sheath, the first two headlights of the stream of cars come through. Everyone was here. Adah's features are relaxed, but the nearer the cars come, the more tense her mate becomes. Her brows crease softly with worry. Micajah's wolf was growing standoffish, and it was because he didn't know what these wolves might do. He was wary of an attack, despite the fact that they had sent peace agreements. He had to protect his pack. His mood was getting gloomier, his hands balled into fists unconsciously. Adah cups his face, forcing him to lean down to meet her frame. Her dark eyes meet the silver, the color so light it matches the moon. It'll be okay. I promise. Everything will be fine. I won't let anything happen. The words are tender, soft, reaching out to him and his wolf. His wolf immediately melts into her words, and he's struck for words, so it's substituted for a nod. She kisses him gently. She holds his hand, and he refuses to let go, keeping it close with a firm grip. Jaden flanks Adah's side, and Uriah flanks Micajah. The four of them, the face of not only the pack, but the entire monarch, stand, awaiting the cars that pull into the gravel of the courtyard. Other pack members stand behind them, like Ryan and Harden. Ahmed is there too, with Luna Ella and Luna Mariah. The first alpha steps out with his Luna, their expressions baffled at the sight of the palace's glow underneath the moonlight. It was stunning, and they couldn't look anywhere else. Then their gaze fixes on the king, and the worry sets in, the wolves within them treading cautiously. But Micajah is now much more relaxed with Adah's reassurance, sporting a friendly grin, and the uneasiness slowly wears off. He greets the alpha with a handshake, and Adah pulls the Luna in for a hug, and they switch, before Uriah and Jaden greet them, gesturing where to head. It's like that with all 11 pairs of alphas and Lunas. They mostly shared the same set of expressions as the first two, some were more on edge, and some were distant. But Adah kept a smile, and her features were warm. Micajah's wolf had settled completely. He even laughed with a few of the males. The rest of the evening unfolded in this manner. Adah mingled as much as humanely possible with not only the Lunas, but the alphas. Micajah was by her side, and as the evening went along, he grew more and more comfortable. Food was great, as always. Adah couldn't have asked for a better job to be done, and she made the chefs and the kitchen staff aware of that. Uriah was as jolly and cheeky as ever, bringing perfect vibes and humor to the place. Jaden was sweet to everyone. Some alpha and Luna pairs were more reserved than others, but other than that, there was a lot of talking, a lot of drinking, and a lot of dancing. It was going well, precisely as she wanted. She didn't want a trace of the thoughts of a looming war or the rebellion being brought up. She wanted it to be a bit of fun and allow people to get to know both her and Micajah a little better. That was the purpose of tonight. Adah's speech even went well, somehow. She thanked everyone, spoke of her experience here at the palace so far, and spoke about Micajah, essentially a repeat of what she had said to her pack. She talked about pack unification. It all went swimmingly well. She didn't stutter, her voice didn't waver, surprisingly. After her speech, another round of drinks was served, accompanied by some dessert. The dance floor was filled with people once again, and her eyes spotted Micajah with about 5 of the other alpha males, all drinking together, sitting lazily in the corner. The sight makes her grin. He looked so relaxed, she loved it. Her eyes spot Ahmed, lingering on his own at the edge of the drinks table. His gaze moves away from her when she looks at him. Her features narrow at him, and she sighs before making her way over. "You good?" Adah asks, without making eye contact, and takes a sip of her drink. "Your speech was well said. You've got people to think." The Adah I know never would have been able to do that. His tone is laced with awe, and she shrugs. "I don't know. After being marked, I feel better. I feel like a whole person now, and I guess I've stepped up. I finally feel like I belong somewhere. I feel like I was meant to be in this position, in this pack, at this time," she murmurs, swirling her glass and watching the liquid. "Are you happy?" Ahmed asks lowly, and she smiles down into her cup. "The happiest I've ever been," she admits, lips curved up, and he chuckles. "I'm glad." Also, he pauses, and Adah looks up at him. "I don't think I can stay. I did want to, Adah. Rayhan just called me, and he wants his warrior wolves to start prepping. Talks of war have been stirring in our pack. I have to be there," he mumbles, a little down. "It's okay, Ahmed. We have all the time in the world to mend our relationship. Rayhan's right, you need to be in your pack. Look after your wolves, look after our parents, and look after yourself. I can't fix something with you if you aren't here. Difficult times may come, but I don't want you hurt. Promise me you'll be careful," Adah says, tone soft, and he promises. I'd say the same to you, but I can't see him letting a hair on your head being touched. A nod towards Micajah, and Adah smiles to herself in agreement. You know, Rayhan wasn't worthy of you. I think he knew that, especially after what you said to him at the celebration he held, Ahmed murmurs. I know. That rejection was a blessing in disguise. She cuts her eyes, and he stifles a chuckle. She nods at him before leaving. Luna Ella had made her way to him, needing to talk to him. Her eyes look to the swarm of women a few feet away, Luna Micajah glowing within them. Luna Micajah calls her over, and she joins them. The night fell away peacefully, and by the time they bid goodbye to the last alpha pair, Adah felt so exhausted she would have slept right outside the front of the palace. Micajah picks her up, her legs wrapping around his form. He kisses her head, and her head lolls on his shoulder. That went good, Jaden mumbles, and the three others murmur agreement. It had just hit midnight now. Good. That was awesome. I'm feeling great right now. Uriah does a little weird dance, clearly tipsy, and Adah laughs loudly. Micajah shakes his head at the male, but his features are quirked into a smile, too. Some of the wolves weren't into it. But I don't think that's an issue, Jaden says, and Micajah nods. I know at least 2 of them won't side with us. My wolf had a gut feeling, he says. It doesn't matter. We don't know what'll happen in a few days, Adah says through a yawn. She hops from Micajah. Come on. Let's help clear up and then crash, stretching her arms. Before she can turn back into the palace, a large brown wolf crashes into the courtyard. He was one of the wolves that were on patrol for tonight. Micajah is on alert, his grasp on Adah firm, and keeping her close with him. Uriah sobers up instantly and stands shoulder to shoulder with Jaden. The wolves within them are ready for duty. The wolf shifts into his naked form and, through taking deep breaths, utters what is going on. Elder Council. 2 of them. Here. Chapter 27. The patrol wolf shifts and bounds away in the opposite direction as 2 wolves emerge from the dark. Their fur form is large. But that didn't threaten Adah. She had just spent an entire evening with alphas. Her wolf was one of them now. The wolves stroll, taking their time. Micajah doesn't say a word. His jaw is clenched, and he refuses to let Adah go. Uriah and Jaden step forward, broad forms intimidating. Everyone's features are stoic and slack, but Adah's eyes go everywhere, watching these wolves. She had heard much of the Elder Council and its members, but she never met any of them. Her wolf is curious. They were said to be legends. She knew the Elder Council members had changed when Micajah took the throne, except for the 3 who had stayed. The 3 who wanted Micajah removed the minute he was born, the 3 who had been there the longest. They come up to the monarch's face, shifting and standing. A few maids quickly scuttle and give them some clothing, which is slowly changed into, eyes unmoving from them. Micajah's eyes glow lightly, the wolf within him sneering and snarling. He didn't want them here. Not so close to Adah. He certainly doesn't appreciate the eyes lingering over his mate, lips curving into a smirk. The 2 males were young, about the same age as Uriah and Micajah. Jaden and Adah were a couple of years younger. They were both tall and lean. One had a mop of honey blonde curls, and the other raven black locks that were long and thick, braided in numerous locks. My queen. A pleasure to meet you. I didn't expect you to be this stunning, the blonde says first, lips curling into a smirk. You aren't old, is the first thing she mutters, because her mind doesn't wrap around it. The blonde laughs, his voice musical. No, my majesty. I am not. My friend and I are the youngest to be appointed in the history of the Elder Council. Normally, they hire men who are old, retired and wise. They thought they would become more diverse in terms of age this year, he smirks. Too bad they can't become more diverse in terms of gender, 10 members and not 1 woman. What type of representation is that? She rolls her eyes and the blonde chuckles. Well, perhaps a presence like yours would be quite distracting in our council. He winks, and a growl from Micajah's throat makes the blonde stop grinning. I mean no harm. I am naturally like this to both males and females. My king, his tone isn't mocking, but it isn't friendly. What is your purpose here? Micajah demands. The blonde shrugs. Curiosity, really, his eyes looking at all of them. You see, just like the kingdom, the Elder Council is split too. Well, not split. 8 of us oppose you, he murmurs, almost to himself. Micajah says nothing. It's only us 2 that are wavering. We didn't get an invite to your gathering, so we crashed it. Seems like we did it a little late though, the blonde murmurs. Micajah still doesn't respond. Wavering. Uriah asks and the blonde nods. You see, we're neutral at the moment, the blonde murmurs. The wolves fall silent, sniffing each other out, sousing out the words said. They aren't lying, Micajah confirms, but his wolf isn't easing his guard, jaws ready to snap. What does that mean? Why? Adah folds her arms over. The male with raven hair doesn't say a word, and the blonde speaks for both of them. We are neutral for many reasons. The Elder Council is outdated in its governance. It needs to change. He can bring change, pointing to Micajah. And we are neutral for personal reasons. Many years ago, your mother saved our pack, our families. She saved our pups us. How can we oppose her pup? The blonde murmurs, shaking his head. You want change from us? Adah asks in a low tone, the blonde nods. We're in the council. We've seen how it runs. How corrupt it's becoming. It needs to be monitored and accounted for. Under you, another nod towards Micajah. And why exactly should I do this? I have no desire to take over the Elder Council. I don't need to be merging it with the monarch, Micajah states. You don't have a choice. It's already fated. You think the Elder Council gave your mother the entire prophecy. The blonde raises a brow and Micajah bristles. Adah clutches him, her hands calming the wolf down. You think the Elder Council wants you gone because you are more wolf than man? Because you have no true mate? That's not a good enough reason. They don't want you alive because you rule above all. That is what the prophecy said, the blonde mutters. You rule above all. That means even above the Elder Council. That's what it means. That was what the moon goddess gave you, Jaden mumbles, and the blonde nods. Yes, she cursed your soul, but she blessed you with Adah, who is a true mate of yours. She made you inhumane, but she gave you power. Everything comes with a balance. She gave you life, and now she expects you to fix this kingdom, the raven-haired male now utters. How are we meant to believe this? Uriah utters, hands in his curls. He didn't like Micajah's life being interfered with. They're telling the truth. My wolf feels it, Micajah murmurs, head deep in thought. I have arranged for the prophecy scroll to somehow disappear from the council. It will make its way here throughout the night. You can see for yourself, Beta, the blonde says, with a calm tone. Why? What's wrong with the council? How is it corrupt? It has been here since time itself. The moon goddess created it, and the blonde shakes his head. The Elder Council is dirty, a political mess. They blindside everyone. You don't know what happens and how they work. They've been planning this for centuries. Trust me, you don't want them anymore. The blonde's features curl in disgust. What are they planning to do? Adah asks quietly. To have no more monarch. No more packs. No more alphas and lunas. The goal is to merge every wolf into one population and become dictators. To completely eradicate the moon goddess's influence on wolf living, the blonde says. That's not how wolves work, though. That ruins years and years of evolution. This structure exists for a reason. The packs and the monarch work. Merging wolves into one is against nature, against the moon goddess's ways. That's why she needs us to fix this, Jaden murmurs, putting it all together. And they'll use this war as a way to get rid of Micajah, the monarch, and then take over. The packs that have sided with them now will be the easiest to take, Uriah mutters, realization dawning on him. The blonde nods. Silence falls upon them again. You're not neutral if you've told us this. Suppose you're giving us the prophecy. I just thought I should point that out, Adah tells him. He shrugs with a smirk. Maybe not. We don't plan on being here when this conflict erupts. We have faith in you. Prophecies are always true. The Elder Council will be gone, or changed for the better. They can't do anything to stop it. What they're doing now is not stopping the prophecy. It's just taking more lives. The blonde shakes his head. You need to remove them. Maybe not all of them, but the 3 oldest. You know who I'm talking about, the raven murmurs. No one responds. Everyone knew challenges were coming. What are your names? Adah asks. Lyle. This is Elias. The blonde points towards the raven-haired male, who nods in respect. Thank you, Lyle. Thank you, Elias, Adah says, her tone soft. The two males soften and nod respectfully. No problem, my majesty. We must be off now. Our journey away is long, the blonde murmurs. Micajah nods. They live in the dark, and not another word is uttered. Chapter 28. The news broke as a surprise to them all, and the shock of having been lied to for all this time hadn't even sunk in yet. Even though they were still reeling from this, their minds still racing, sleep called out to them all. They had been exhausted from the events of the day. Holding an informal gathering was a lot of work, and mingling required a significant amount of effort and energy. Adah slept like a baby. That was the only way she could describe it. She hadn't felt so well rested, so put together, and just whole in a while, and that was all she could feel when she did wake up. She figured out why she felt that good pretty quickly. She had slept well past afternoon, and it was now just a little after lunch. The side next to her was empty. Micajah must have gotten up at a normal time and let her sleep in. His side was now stone cold and smooth, as if it had never been touched. After taking a quick shower and slipping into some loungewear, she makes her way to Micajah's office, where she assumes he is. Sure enough, there he was, surrounded by stacks of paper that towered high. His hair was messy, as if he'd been running his fingers through it for a while. His features are stoic and thick, black-framed glasses sit on the bridge of his nose. He's currently on the phone, his voice low and tone serious. Adah doesn't bother to listen in. She pats her way over to him, standing behind his sitting form. Her fingers run through his hair, massaging his scalp, playing with the soft locks. She kisses the back of his neck occasionally, her arms wrapped lazily around the front of his chest. She can feel his skin warming up under her touch, easing out, his body responding to her almost immediately. The phone is eventually put down, and with one swift motion, a strong arm pulls Adah onto his lap. He gives her a grin, fingers tilting her chin up so her lips can meet his. She smiles, cuddling close to him. His fingers draw circles on her back in smooth, slow, and rhythmic motions. Who is that? Her voice is soft, her fingers picking up his hand and bringing it up to her lips to kiss it before holding it tight. His features are intently on her, the silver basking in all of her presence. His features are light with amusement as he watches her dark eyes peek up at him, narrowing playfully. It was the last pack to call back, he tells her, pulling her a little closer. It takes her a moment to realize he meant out of the 11 that had attended yesterday. What's the verdict? She sighs. 6 of them have sided with us, 5 of them haven't, he murmurs, and her soft brows furrow in thought. But the evening went so well, she trails off, voice breathy and a little confused. Micajah only shrugs. I'm not worried. Overall, there are 16 packs against us. There are 14 packs and our own, so 15 with us. It's not too bad, considering we have Rayhan's numbers. It's somewhat even, he explains, and she nods, now not worried because he isn't. I want to go on a run later, she murmurs after a moment, leaning against the steady beat of his heart underneath his chest. His eyes slid back down to hers before going back to his paperwork. We can both go on a run. My wolf would like that. He gives her an almost timid smile, his head thinking about it. His wolf rejoiced, now clambering excitedly inside, begging to be let out right at that instant. They sit in comfortable silence for a while and Adah doesn't mind at all. She's just soaking up the presence of her mate. She doesn't move from his lap, and his arm around her doesn't budge either. She plays with the collar of his shirt, fingers stroking upwards to his throat and across the stubble of hair that's begun to grow. She hadn't seen Micajah with facial hair. He always kept a clean shave. Micajah is in full concentration mode, eyes narrowing down. After peeking over, she can see he's doing pack work, as usual. Not a word of last night is mentioned, but it doesn't matter. It's just him and her at the moment, and she liked it. Her stomach grumbles, and he gives her an amused grin. She rolls her eyes, muttering how she slept through both breakfast and lunch. Luckily, I bought you some mac and cheese. Adah almost leaps out of Micajah's lap in surprise from the new voice. Jaden had snuck in at one point. The wolf was sly and already very quiet, so he went under the radar a lot. He must have crept up on them. Micajah was too indulged in his work, and Adah was too indulged in Micajah. After recovering, Adah takes the steaming bowl from him, thanking him with a loving smile. She doesn't move from her mate's lap, and even reluctantly forking some pasta into his mouth when he asks, "I don't like sharing my food." "You're lucky I love you," she tells him quietly, and he rolls his eyes in response, kissing the tip of her nose with a grin. Ahmed called and said he and Luna Ella reached their pack safely. Luna Mariah called earlier too, and she said the same, Jaden tells Adah, as he heads over to the couch, sinking into the material. Also, a package was delivered through the north side. Uriah went to pick it up. "He'll be here soon," he mentions to Micajah. "It must be the prophecy scroll that Lyle and Elias said they were going to send to us," Adah says, after swallowing her pasta. Micajah stands, scoops her up easily, and heads over to Jaden, who is sitting in the sole armchair. Adah adjusts herself, becoming cozy. The bowl of food is warm in her hands, and the pasta is steamy, creamy, and cheesy. She loved Jaden for bringing this to her attention. "I don't trust them," Jaden admits in a small voice. "Me either. They spoke the truth, though. My wolf established that much. But I don't trust any members of the Elder Council," Micajah responds, a heavy sigh following afterward. "It does make sense. I can't believe it, what the Elder Council wants. We are wolves. We live in packs of our own choice, and the monarch and the moon goddess rule us. We don't live in one big population. Do you know what would happen? We'd end up turning on each other. Packs separated wolves that were too different. And to be under a dictatorship, rather than a democracy? No, Jaden is heavily worried, the wolf in him panicking. "Jaden," Adah calls, the wolf in her motherly voice. He looks up at her, expression anxious. "Don't worry. It won't happen. Lyle even said so. These prophecies are never false. They have different routes. And this route is a little harder. That's all." "Okay." Her tone is firm, but reassuring. He nods, running a hand through his hair. "Yo," Uriah comes through the door, throwing something that just narrowly misses the bowl of mac and cheese. Micajah's hands grab it, fingers running over the material. He looks at Adah, whose eyes are filled with nothing but encouragement. She scoots out of his lap, and they both sit on the carpet, next to the coffee table. Jaden and Uriah have leaned in curiously. Micajah opens the scroll, pulling out paper made from the finest cartridge, tinted a beige hue. It had thick ink written upon it, the color dark and rich. He lays it out, and they all read it carefully. "Blondie wasn't lying," Uriah mutters, leaning back once he's finished. "He was right. It says you'll rule them all. Change the Elder Council for the better, or break it down. There's nothing here about the moon goddess hating you, or that you're a monster," Jaden mumbles. "It also says that my soul will choose another, my true half," Micajah utters, his eyes dark and expression warm, his thumb caressing Adah's cheek. "Lies. All of it. They hid half the prophecy," Jaden shakes his head. "Why don't we just release it to everyone? Stop this outbreak of war? Prevent conflict? Tell everyone the truth?" Adah suggests placing the empty bowl on the table now that she has finished her food. "It doesn't work like that. Once war starts brewing, it moves in swift motion. War doesn't backtrack. No one would want to believe us anyway, not when the thirst for blood is taking over," Uriah tells her. A sigh emanates from Micajah, who is lingering over the words. He was destined to fix the kingdom. He wasn't sure if he liked that, the weight of it all on him. It was different from being a king duty. But this was fate. Could he live up to fate? "Don't expect me to be some savior. My only priorities are Adah and my wolves. After this war, we'll see what happens," he sighs, rubbing his temple. "No one is expecting anything, bro. It'll all happen in its due course. You sit there for the ride. Don't stress." Uriah leans over, a hard hand patting Micajah's shoulders. "Exactly. And we'll be there with you through all of it," Adah murmurs. They conversed for a little while about how the pack was doing regarding strategies and more news on the protests. After a while, Uriah gets a call from Ryan, and Jaden heads out with him. It had something to do with a few of the warrior wolves being a bit too unruly, but it was nothing they couldn't handle. "We're done here. Let's go for that run. Adah's tone is too low." She stands up, smoothing the fabric of her clothes, holding her hand out to him. Her dark eyes are mischievous, twinkling playfully. Her lips are curved, waiting. The wolf in her is eager to be chased. Micajah's wolf takes over him, then, keen on the challenge. His eyes lit up, a sly grin taking over his features. He could relax for a little while now. Chapter 29. They walk up to the western woods, across the gravel path. The air was a little less cold today, and the sun was high, past its peak, and beginning to dip back down ever so slightly. It emitted a ray of white light, tinted with a hint of yellow. It had no warmth for the world today. Pack members went about their daily lives, many of whom Adah recognized from meetings she had with them, or from when she and Micajah used to have dinner at the pack house. She gave lots of hugs to the women and many kisses to the small pups who scrambled around her legs. They were a little shy of Micajah, though, which upset him because he didn't want to be intimidating to the little ones. Adah didn't blame them. Micajah was tall and broad. He was like a god to them. However, one pup hugs him, and it lights up his entire face. Adah laughs, face flushing with warmth, the tiniest thought in her head venturing much further into the future. Past this potential conflict. Past her coronation as a queen. A time when she would bear his pup. She can tell he thinks about it too. The wolf within him is antsy, his dark eyes allured by dreams and hopes. Adah smiles to herself one day. They set out for the western borders shortly, walking and basking in the nature the goddess created for them. Adah couldn't understand how some ruined what was given. Nature was a blessing that had to be cared for. Micajah shifts first. His transition from man to fur is smooth and clean, with no bones cracking in the process. Adah falters for a moment, eyes looking at the majestic animal before her. She had only seen Micajah's wolf once, and those weren't in pleasant circumstances. He was big, bigger than any alpha she had seen, bigger than Elias and Lyle. His fur was glossy and sleek, just like his human hair. It was dark, black, and nothing else. His silver eyes are on her, the wolf getting impatient. His nose nudges her abdomen, and he barks a short bark, waiting. She laughs, the wolf in her clambering through her thoughts, yelling to be let out and to have some time with her male. She complies. Her wolf and Micajah's wolf had instantly bonded from the moment he had marked her. The human side always tends to be a little more difficult in accepting each other, but Adah and Micajah had entirely let that happen. Their wolves were free, and the bond was harmonious between them. Adah's wolf scrambles on top of him immediately. If he chose, the male wolf could have easily pushed her away with one move, but he lay still, up on his belly for his female. She licks his face as much as possible. A blow of hot air comes from his nostrils. He's getting tired of the affection now. He just wanted to run. He eases her away gently and nudges her from behind, prompting her. He was eager to show her the land he owned, keen to show off how big and strong he was. She runs first, and he follows. The king was always behind her. He liked it like that. He would always watch over her. Adah's wolf, much like the inner nature of herself, was extremely curious. Many times, she'd halt to sniff at something or to paw at something. The king didn't mind, being patient with this wolf, licking behind her ears and down the scruff of her neck. When he nibbles, she snaps away at him, her curiosity stealing her attention. He huffs, nudging her with his nose again, telling her it's time to move on, urging her into a run. They run for a good while, past through the trees, over trunks, and through dry mud. He's fast, but not as fast as her. Before they know it, it's a game to both wolves, who are both playfully growling and nipping at each other. They playfully wrestle, teeth not too sharp and not sinking in too deep. They roll over, furs caked with dust and mud. His form pins Adah down, a cocky wolfish grin on his features. Adah squirms, wolf unhappy with a huff, and she pries him off. She retreats to the shade before sitting, her wolf lying on a patch of grass, not wanting to play anymore. Her ears lay flat on the top of her head, eyes watching Micajah, whose form then plops down next to her, grooming the side of her face. She softens up, her form lulling against him, purrs from her throat coming out to show her content and appreciation. They sit together, furs on top of furs. The woods they were in now were a little darker, the trunks of the trees long and dry. The leaves looked brittle and fragile. After a little while, the king stands up once again, encouraging his female to get up too. He brushes himself along the sides of her, letting their scents become one. With a short breath of air, he turns in a different direction, walking in long, consistent strides, with Adah right next to him. It's almost tranquil, walking through the woods, letting your senses drench in the feeling of nature. They come towards the very edge of the borders. Adah's wolf can see other wolves, the guard patrol. They all recognize the king and queen instantly, bowing their heads in submissive nods. Adah sticks with her mate, not moving any closer. Across the stretch of land, there were about a little under 30 wolves. Most of them paced up and down, features alert, heads tilted into the air, ready for a scent. Adah's about to turn to the other direction and leave, but Micajah wouldn't budge, the wolf sensing something much quicker and faster than the other wolves would. The scents are strange and foreign, and a gut instinct tells him something isn't right. Adah stills, nose scenting the air after noticing his tense form. Something smelled weird. There were other wolves. Her ears perk up, keenly listening. She hears it, too, the patter of several paws in the distance, coming closer. These wolves weren't invited. The patrol must have picked it out, because they immediately coiled into a semicircle, covering a lot of land and taking their positions. Adah's paws dig deep into the soil. They wait. No one was going to attack until the intentions of these intruding wolves were clear. No one wanted unnecessary conflict. It's only when one of the intruding wolves comes into sight first. He lunges for one of the guards without question. Everyone's stances change, and the atmosphere shifts from dread to something much darker, much more stifling. These wolves were here to cause harm. The wolf that was attacked managed to evade the worst of it, now struggling with this foreigner. A group of more foreign wolves appears, all snarling, canines drawn and ready. Micajah and Adah don't wait. With perfect timing, they attack first, with no hesitation. Adah bites into the scruff of a male, her agile form ducking every attempted blow. It all becomes a blur afterward. More wolves from the pack come to ally with the king and queen, and the patrol wolves bordering the west end, including Uriah, who leads them. Uriah was a ferocious fighter. Like Micajah, he had strength and ferocity. But Micajah never had to train as hard as Uriah to reach these attributes. He was born with them. Uriah had to train himself, which led to greater accuracy and precision. Whilst Micajah's attacks were brute force and out of aggression, messy, Uriah's were calculated, clean. Both did the job. Micajah's wolf never left Adah's side, but he wasn't worried about her. He knew she could hold her own, and that's precisely what she did. Her wolf was strong, much stronger after having been marked, mirroring some of Micajah's fierceness, but her actions didn't derive from hate or anger, but rather out of love and protection for her wolves. She couldn't remember how many wolves had come. There was a sea of wolves. She didn't care about the numbers. Her teeth just kept finding whatever mark she could land. It's not like these wolves were holding back. They were driven by a deep-rooted hostility and smelled like the northern airs. They had no alpha, no gamma, or no beta. Micajah saw that as a sign of cowardice. What leader sends his men into battle without putting his own life on the line too? Adah got injured. Her previous wound struck again. Micajah was bitten on the neck, not deep enough to cause serious harm. Uriah's left hind leg was hurt. Many other wolves were also injured. But by the end of it, the western front showed clear signs of the battle. The soil beneath was stained, and the air held the heavy scent of conflict. Most of the northern wolves were defeated, but 4 were captured. Uriah had shifted back and had chained them and forced their submission too. They were to be taken for questioning. A few of the fallen belonged to their pack. Adah's heart breaks looking at the sight before Micajah's wolf comes over, face marked from the fight, nuzzling hers, in comforting and mourning. It was the first of many attacks yet to come. They didn't realize it had happened so soon. Only a day after everyone had fully sighted. They'd be prepared now. Chapter 30. Adah had shifted back into her human form long ago, wearing mismatched clothes that were far too big for her. A few more wolves from her pack had come to aid with the injured and handed out clothing to everyone. Micajah refuses to shift back in this moment. His large form is pacing up and down the borderline, the wolf in him angry and upset. He's hurting from the loss of a few members. They didn't know how many yet. The fallen hadn't been counted. The scruff of his neck is injured and matted, where blood had dried. He's stronger in his wolf form though, so he endures it, walking the border. They had called for some replacement wolves to patrol the area, and he was waiting for them to arrive. Patrol numbers had tripled. They weren't going to let anything else happen. The air is much colder, the sun now in hiding. Nothing occupied the atmosphere but despair. They won the battle, but not the war. They won this battle, but at the cost of a few lives. The wolves who had attacked knew what they were getting into, but the patrol guards had no idea that, of all days, today could have been their last. They were given no chance to say goodbye. The ground along the border showed signs of a fierce battle. Its soil was stained from the conflict. The plant's leaves had curled back and shrunk. Loss coveted them. It brings unease to Adah's throat. Hot guilt sits in her stomach. She should have done more to look out for them. How is she going to face the families of these wolves, their loved ones, their friends? What sort of leader was she? She feels numb. They should have been ready. They should have expected this, even though it happened so soon. It happened within 12 hours, night hadn't even hit yet, and the confirmations of allies were only this morning. Uriah had left a few minutes ago, having tied up and chained the 4 wolves from the opposition that were allowed to live. His left leg strained, and he limped as he walked. He pulled a muscle. Currently, healers and doctors have infiltrated the scene, separating the dead from the living. The injured were taken away immediately to get treated. They were waiting for the coroners of the pack to come and handle the fallen wolves. The wolves of the opposition, once they had found out which pack they belonged to, would be sent back. Adah didn't hate these wolves. Conflict is conflict. She didn't want their families to not have the chance to say goodbye. The wolves of this pack would be prepped for funeral rites that would take place later on at night. Adah gets up, a slight wince arising from her features. She ignored the dried stain that had splurged on the shirt she wore. The wound she had gotten from being bitten all those weeks ago had reopened during this attack, and once again bled. It was nothing compared to Micajah's neck, and she worried immensely. She could sense his spirit was restless, desperate to get justice. She sits next to his wolf form, her hand stroking the top of his head. She whispers soothing, comforting words. This wasn't any of their fault. They would get this sorted out soon. They would be more prepared next time. Micajah shifts after a while, and Adah gasps at the state. Her stomach feels sick, looking at his wound. Fear prickles over her skin, and worry settles deep. Some wolf must have gotten lucky and nipped right into his neck. Dried blood sat on his skin, staining down to his shoulder. Get up. You need to go to the pack hospital. Now, her tone sounds afraid, and she stands, gently tugging at him. He pulls back, shaking his head. His silver eyes are determined and cold. No. My pack needs me, he snaps. You go, Adah. Look at your stomach. I have to be here, it's almost a snarl. Adah sighs. She knows he's hurting, and she knows he wants to do as much as he can. But he couldn't, not in his state. Micajah, no. We aren't arguing about it. My stomach can hold it out. Micajah, that wound is severe. Please, her voice cracks, the fear shooting sharp within her. He hears it and sighs before standing. He kisses the top of her head, smudging her cheek, trying to show her he was okay. Tears brim in her eyes. Go, please. I can sort this out. I can't lose you. Get it fixed, her voice wavers, her hand grasping him pleadingly. His shoulders sink in defeat, and Adah can see he wants to crumble. He wants to crumble in relief knowing that they were both alive, but wants to crumble in pain knowing that some of his own were dead. He was feeling too much, and the wolf within him was becoming more riled, and eventually he'd blow. He's defeated. She's right. He had to get out of here, and not just for his own sake. I'll take him. You can stay here and sort this out. Adah's relief almost knocks her over when Jaden comes up behind both of them, features solemn. She hugs him, thanking him. Thank you. I love you. Her tone is low for her mate, and she kisses his cheek, watching him and Jaden head back together. She sits back onto the cold ground once again. The area had been cleared of all living wolves. All the injured ones had gone to the hospital, and the ones who weren't that bad went to get examined by the healers. The replacement patrol wolves hadn't arrived yet. It was just Adah, sitting amongst the aftermath of the battle. She feels cold, not just because of the winter. Her wolf is sad, not only for her pack members, but also for the northern wolves. Why is conflict always the answer? She can send Uriah on his way back, but doesn't speak a word as he sits down next to her. He wraps an arm around her, the beta wolf in him protective of his Luna, wanting her to be safe and okay. She sighs, holding him close. They don't say anything. Over the next couple of hours, the bleeding on Adah's stomach stopped, but the open wound was still there. The replacement patrol wolves had arrived and set up camp, and about 8 coroners had arrived with vans, handling the fallen wolves to be sent back to their homes so their families could say goodbye. They were sent in white for the northerners, but her pack members were covered in silver shrouds. The sky becomes a little darker. But this was just the beginning of the night. Much was to go down yet. Come on. Uriah's voice is warm and gentle. She picks her head up from him, eyes brimming red. Her features feel stiff and numb. The corners had finished the job, and there was nothing left to oversee. Let's go get your stomach checked out, he murmurs, pulling her carefully up. She rubs her eyes. And your leg, she mumbles. He gives a soft grin of agreement, and they walk back to the pack hospital, close together. You should take a nap. It's going to be a long night, Uriah tells her softly, picking her up and keeping her close. A long night? It's going to be a long war, Adah corrects, voice small, and it's almost a whimper before she catches herself. Chapter 31. There we are, Luna Adah. All done, one of the pack doctors murmurs. His tone is warm, quiet, and tender, much like that of most doctors. He calms Adah's wolf down as the last stitch is sewn through. Thankfully, it's nowhere near as bad as the first time she got the wound. It was a minor thing this time. No need to be put under anesthesia this time either. Thankfully. You should be good to go. Don't be too vigorous and take extra care when doing anything that physically exhausts you, he tells her. Adah nods, face worn and features tired. She sleepily utters a thank you, and the doctor nods respectfully, leaving her. Uriah had been seen first. He had torn a ligament in his left thigh. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about it. He had to rest up, but he was a beta wolf. He'd heal pretty quickly, and the way things were going, he couldn't afford to waste time by resting. He'd been waiting for Adah whilst she got her stitches, and had gone to get her some tea, and himself some coffee. He comes back in when the doctor has long left, handing Adah a polystyrene cup filled with it. She thanks him, taking a sip of the hot liquid, almost burning her tongue. Is Micajah okay? Her dark eyes looked up, lips curved, and brows furrowed in worry. Her wolf is anxious. Uriah sighs. Yeah, they fixed it all up. He just came out, now sleeping it off. He'll be out for a while. Don't worry though, he's good, and Adah nods. Adah ponders what to do. Her wolf is in pain, for her mate and her pack. She wanted to be with him, to kiss and cuddle him, and watch over him, even if he was only sleeping. On the other hand, she knew he was safe, warm, and was healing. The pack needed one of them, too, and she couldn't just let all these things pile up, and then for her mate to have to do them when he woke up and was meant to be peacefully recovering. Her pack needed one of them, and she needed him to stop worrying. So she'd do those tasks whilst he was sleeping, and then come back to him. I just want to see him quickly. My wolf needs reassurance. Afterwards, we can go talk to the wolves that were imprisoned. Uriah oversees her. Yeah, you can go see him. I'm planning on getting information out of those wolves, he responds to her. There's an attached bathroom, and she decides to quickly take a shower, just as Uriah had done earlier. After showering, she piles her hair into a bun and slips into the basketball shorts and hoodie Uriah found as spare clothes for her in the hospital. She heads out of the hospital room, Uriah directing her to where her mate was. Her heart clutches, writhing in pain. He was lying in bed, his body attached to 4 stands that were regulating him. His neck and shoulder were bandaged, some of the white material becoming stained with blood again. Her eyes welled. She didn't like seeing him like this. Not at all. She pads over quietly to him, leaning over to kiss the top of his forehead, fingers brushing out his hair. His features appear serene, and his skin tone seems natural. He seemed all right, which eased her slightly. With her touch, his eyes flutter open, drowsy with sleep. The silver hues are dazed, and they latch onto her, brimming with emotions that Adah can't decipher. They all overcame him at once. Adah, tone quiet and low, brows furrowing. She gives him a small smile, stroking his hair. You're okay, my love. I promise. Go back to sleep. Her words are tender. He disagrees with rising. No, there's so much to do. The attack. Pack meeting. Interrogation. I dash. His words stumble out of his mouth sloppily, and the fast action of him sitting up causes his face to writhe in pain from his shoulder. Adah eases him back down, still stroking his hair delicately. Don't worry about any of it. I've got this. You get better for me, okay? I love you, Micajah eases, and weakly kisses her cheek. His body's urge to rest is too great, and he lulls back quickly enough. Adah tucks him in before heading out, closing the door quietly. Her wolf feels much better, as does his. He can now sleep it off without another worry. Uriah's already there to greet her, eyes unreadable. They head out together, out of the hospital and out into the evening, where the skies darken in color. Where are we going? Adah asks, once the head passes the palace, to get into a car. She slips into the front seat, watching Uriah shift into gear and start the vehicle. We don't have our prisons in the main parts of the pack or the palace. It freaks our wolves out, so we keep them on the southern side, where there isn't much going on. That's where those wolves that attacked today are, and she nods. How do you treat them? The prisoners, and Uriah shrugs. They get medically treated, watered and fed. They aren't mistreated. That wouldn't uphold the value of the monarch and is unethical, he murmurs. How are you getting information out of them then? She asks, pulling her hood up. Baby, I'm the royal beta. I need to stand there and they'll spill everything. You watch, it's uttered with a smirk, and she's glad he's lightening up the mood right now. Her stomach feels tense. She felt a bit better now knowing her mate was okay, but she didn't feel good. It turns out Uriah wasn't joking. He was right. The wolves weren't tough and were terrified. Adah didn't blame them. Uriah mentioned that it would take a while and that Adah should rest, given her stomach. She didn't need to be there. Adah knew it was just Uriah trying to protect her, and the beta seemed earnest, so she just agreed with him to get him to relax. She watched behind the one-way glass screen with some of the other wolves in the prison. It was relatively small. The palace didn't hold many, as people rarely committed offenses against the monarch directly. It was warm and dark. The 4 wolves had been treated and were bandaged. Their injuries were much worse than any of her pack members had, and their wolves were severely weakened. It made it easier for them to talk without defiance. Additionally, there was no point in resisting or remaining loyal to their old pack. They'd never leave this place again. It was better to compromise for their own sake. One of the wolves was stubborn. Uriah didn't waste another breath on him, and he was immediately sent out of the room. Uriah's form is casual and relaxed, but his dark eyes were full of controlled anger, his aura cold and dark. He was intimidating. Adah could feel the wrath he wanted to take out on these wolves and the depth of his anger. He was the beta of this pack, and he didn't like the threats that were coming their way. The wolves could sense this, could see the tension and the hostility in the way Uriah talked. They didn't know Uriah wouldn't hurt them, and they sat with their tails tucked, answering meekly. Adah can't hear anything, she can only watch. She'd ask for the catch-up later. Whilst Uriah is talking to them, she's using her phone to organize a meeting with Jaden, Hardin, and Ryan for the next hour. Uriah finishes in just under an hour and comes out of the room to where Adah was. He was about to open his mouth to tell her everything, but she put her hand up. I've organized a meeting. You can explain everything then. It's in 30 minutes, he nods, following his queen's order without question. It's dinner time right now, so I want to go to the pack house. Everyone will be there, rather than in their own homes, and it'll be easier for me to talk to everyone all at once and get a sense of everything. I want to see if everyone's okay, she tells him, and he nods again, running a hand through his curls. We can also grab a bite. Micajah would have my head if he knew I didn't make you eat anything, Uriah mutters, mainly to himself. They head to the pack house in utter silence. The atmosphere wasn't lively or joyous as it usually was. It was grim and full of despair. Not only were they facing the deaths of some of their pack members, but they also had to face the fact that this conflict was coming much sooner than they anticipated. Adah's presence as Luna immediately is reassuring and makes all the wolves feel much safer. It was something they needed. Uriah steals away after catching Jaden in there. Adah holds conversations with everyone, offering lots of warm hugs, comforting words, and thoughtful gestures. Her wolf is looking over in a protective maternal sense. Everyone is drawn to her, needing her to make them feel okay. She encourages everyone to eat and continue their lives without worry, and lets them know they're working on new protection measures, assuring them that everything will be okay. She leaves the pack house, her stomach full, with everyone feeling a bit more put together. She wished she could say the same for herself. She just needed her mate. Luckily, everyone else is inside the conference room when she arrives. She thanks everyone before taking her seat. It felt weird without Micajah. Thank you, everyone, for coming at such short notice. I understand you all must be exhausted, especially after the attack today. Again, thank you both, Ryan and Hardin, for playing a wonderful role in this. The wolves that work under you did an exceptional job and saved many lives. Both the warriors and doctors were outstanding. They both nod with solemn features. She takes a deep breath. Uriah managed to get some information from the wolves who were a part of the northern group that attacked us. It is to my knowledge that these wolves will face life in prison, but that can change depending on what the king says, folding her hands in front of her, awaiting the beta. They were from Alpha Tyler's orders. That's no surprise. Though they were his orders, not all wolves from his pack. Only a few minority were. The rest of them were from other neighboring packs that agreed with him. They all listened carefully. What a coward. It's Ryan who murmurs this, all heads turning to him. His face is bruised up pretty badly from the earlier attack. He's not even using his wolves. He's waging this conflict by using other wolves' lives. He shakes his head. I agree. Anyway, they also confirmed some other things. Alpha Tyler's father is heavily involved with this, as we suspected. He is one of the Elder Council members. They've also informed that this was in the planning for ages. Alpha Tyler's father was a very greedy wolf and said that he had better plans for this kingdom, which again just aligns with our story, he sighs. There's also more attacks planned. These wolves weren't told when, but they'll be coming, he finishes. Adah sighs. That's good in a way. We can keep it on our turf, and it's all just maintained here. It's easier access for the wolves to our services too, and evacuations can run smoother, Jaden says, showing the positive side, and they all nod. About evacuation. Ryan and I were talking earlier about putting alarms up across all the borders. In the event of the next attack, a button can be pressed, and through the wiring, everyone in their homes and the pack house will be alerted to evacuate immediately. That means all the normal members are safe, Hardin inputs. That's a great idea. I'll see that it happens. Thank you, Adah nods. Are there any protection concerns? Or our warriors? Jaden asks Uriah and Ryan. They both shake their head. We'll be patrolling in triple numbers all night. And we'll have that evacuation scheme ready. We'll also have a similar system for calling out numbers and troops for when an attack happens, so people get here faster, Uriah tells her. 5 warriors out of the 40 that were here died. The rest of them are fine, most with few minor injuries, and only 6 have major injuries, Ryan murmurs. So that you know, the attack consisted of 60 wolves from their side. Jaden inputs. It's a small one, but they'll get bigger, Ryan murmurs, tone dry. Regarding the funeral rites, I think it'd be best to conduct them tomorrow. Let the injured people heal, and let families mourn in their own time. The king would also be present tomorrow, too, Hardin suggests, and murmurs of agreement ripple across the table. All right. I don't think there's anything else to say. It was just going to be a quick thing, mainly to see if you guys were all good and are okay with taking up the next steps. I know Micajah will work on fleshing it out a little more. Thank you so much for coming. Meeting adjourned, Adah murmurs, and they all leave. As she heads out, she almost bumps into the maid who had come over to fetch her. My Majesty, King Micajah was released from the hospital about half an hour ago. He has retired to his room, she informs Adah, who thanks her. She makes her way to him. Chapter 32. He's freshly showered, body dewy with sheen as he steps out, a gray towel loosely on his hips. His hair is wet, sticking to his forehead, and his eyes are light in color. His tattoos are glossy and litter his perfectly sculpted body. The silver hues are on the wound that scars the side of his neck down to his shoulder. It was marked with dried blood, still not fully closed, but he was healing much quicker than any normal alpha. It was a deep wound that would scar similarly to the one on Adah's stomach. It wasn't like when Adah was bitten. That took longer because her wolf was hurt by her mate, and without her energy, it took a lot more out of Adah's human form, a different process. His hands hold a white dressing, brows furrowed, unsure of how to place it onto the injury. Behind him, the first aid kit is open on the bed. His eyebrows are narrowed in concentration. His face is thinking deeply, so intent that he doesn't notice her coming in. Need a hand? Arms folded before her, a brow arched up at him. His eyes settle on her immediately, the wolf in him relaxing at the sight of her. His lips coil into a smirk. If you can, my love, his tone is light and velvety to the ear, eyes twinkling in the same notion a star does among the dark of the night. She heads to the bed, waiting patiently as he slips out of his towel into a pair of gray boxers. He sits on the edge of the bed, feet pulling hard into the carpet. His form is tense, one hand massaging the other, easing out all the tense knots. Adah sits on her knees on top of the bed, digging into the silk covers. Her eyes latch onto the wound, the wolf in her huffing at the marks her mate would now bear. She didn't appreciate marks made on his body, especially as they weren't from her. Some wolf got lucky. Barely missed your throat, she murmurs, taking the bandage from Micajah, pulling the first aid kit that was already left open on the bed closer to her. She applies some antiseptic to a cotton pad and gently dabs it over the wound, cleaning it. She can tell it stings, but Micajah doesn't move a muscle except his jaw, which tightens even harder. What a shame, his tone is light, teasing, but Adah doesn't want to laugh. It's like a knife hits her stomach. What if the wolf didn't miss? What if Micajah hadn't survived? Her stomach fills with dread, and she swallows, picking up the bandage. The cloth is like a soft mesh, stretchy in her hands. Micajah senses her wolf's uneasiness, and he pulls his shoulder away from her, turning his form around so he can meet her eyes. His hands cup her cheeks. I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. His words are strong and confident. His eyes are soft as they look at her, a thumb caressing the outline of her lips. Adah looks down, not wanting to cry again. I'm okay. I promise, my love. I'm breathing. I'm right here. His voice softens and she nods, kissing the top of his head. I have no intention of leaving you. Ever, it's almost a whisper. She brings up a finger, wiping the moisture from her eyes and taking a deep breath in. She doesn't say anything as she turns his form around, hands placing the bandage over the wound, and then putting the medical tape down to hold it. You should eat. I've gotten someone to bring you up some dinner. It's pot roast, she tells him, and he nods, standing up, running a hand through his wet hair. His form faces her, eyes observing. Her hoodie was much too oversized, as were the basketball shorts she wore. They engulfed her form and hung loose, mismatched. His lips curl into a chuckle, a finger coming out and tugging at the material of the shorts, with an amused expression. Uriah got them for me at the hospital. They were the only things there, she defends herself. I didn't say you looked bad, he laughs, heading over to the dresser and pulling out a hairdryer, removing the diffuser head and replacing it with his own. Adah rolls her eyes, heading into her walk-in as the sound of the hairdryer fills the room. She changes into one of her sleepwear outfits, a silk set, just as Micajah's food arrived. They sit on the black couches in the corner of the room, Micajah balancing the plate of pot roast on his lap, Adah right next to him, feet pulled up. As he eats, she talks to him about what happened when he was out, providing him with all the details about the attack, including who was involved and the numbers. She told him of the deaths and the funeral rites that were going to occur tomorrow. He listens intently, not interrupting once. By the time he's caught up, his plate is clean, with only small remnants of the thick, sticky gravy left behind. He leans forward, placing the plate onto the coffee table, and hitches Adah's legs up so they rest over his lap. His hands rest casually on her thighs. The wolves who were captured, I said they would have life in prison. Do you want to change that? She asks him, cuddling close to his bare torso, hands flat against his lean abdomen. He shakes his head. No, it's fine for now. A yawn escapes his lips, shaking his head. Adah smiles, a hand fixing the sleek locks that had fallen in front of his eyes. Are you okay? You didn't seem so good earlier. After the attack, she asks, overseeing his features. His eyes think for a little bit. After the attack happened, he takes a sigh, and Adah curls a lock of his hair through her fingers, waiting patiently. I was furious after seeing some wolves from our pack dead, and the thought of more unexpected attacks happening. It just made me so angry, because it's all just so pointless. We won, and we will always win. I know that. But it costs lives, Adah. It spills unnecessary blood. It puts my pack and all of the wolves across the kingdom in unnecessary danger. It puts you in danger. I don't want that, he tells her, his tone low and quiet. That's unavoidable, though, she murmurs. When these wolves attack, they aim to harm. They won't back down till defeated. Those wolves today, none submitted, and all still fought even if injured. They wouldn't have stopped until they were stopped. They signed their fate. If they had submitted or shown defeat, like the 4 wolves who had, they would have lived. They made their decision. Their end isn't on our hands, she tells him. When future attacks come by, we'll protect our pack as much as possible. And we'll be merciful to the wolves from the opposition that submit. But loss is inevitable. This conflict is inevitable. It started, and it'll run its course. And the deeper we go into it, all these packs will see that they don't have a chance, and they'll back down, and fewer lives will be lost, she continues. We can't do anything but move forward. You can't dwell on it. It is what it is. Okay, and he nods, the wolf in him listening well and carefully. And don't even waste time worrying about me. Okay. Her voice is firm, a little stern. Micajah grins slyly. After watching you today, I do not need to. Truth emanates from his words. She blushes. Micajah loved watching her cheeks redden. He caused that to happen. His wolf stirs, thinking thoughts that shouldn't be considered. She looked beautiful. Her eyes were dark, the gears in her head still working sharply. Her features were slim and narrow, giving her a slender, lean figure. Her hair had been pulled into a bun, but the curls were determined to be defiant, and a few fell out. Her lips were lush, and the satin set she wore clung perfectly, complementing her. What? Her voice is quiet as she watches him look at her, eyes darkening. I want to kiss you. His voice is rough, and Adah's wolf watches from underneath, features written in glee. Her lips curve into a smirk. So kiss me, it's almost a demand, but the tone is light teasing. Micajah moves, the movement so swift it ends up with Adah's back on the couch's seat, the material firm and comfy underneath. His hands grip the sides of her stomach, her skin soft and smooth underneath his grasp. His form towers over hers, his lips tender, as they always were as they press against hers. Her arms wrap loosely around his neck, mindful of his shoulder and his wound, and her legs instinctively wrap around his abdomen. The rest of the night went by with soft conversations. They talked about each other, hopes and dreams for the future ahead, past this time of conflict. A time where Adah's coronation would happen, a time when he'd propose and they'd get married, a time where they could just be a Luna and Alpha with their pack and build memories, a time where they'd have their pups to raise. They spent the night under the covers in the dark, skin on skin, and shared many tender kisses. There was no war, no kingdom, no king and queen. Just Adah and Micajah for tonight. Chapter 33. The morning had passed quickly. Adah had been in meetings all morning and was with Hardin and Ryan for the majority of the time, overseeing the setup of the evacuation scheme. She had watched Wolves set up the alarm system and had visited the bunker herself to check whether the conditions were adequate. After making adjustments to provide more protection and comfort for the other wolves, construction began immediately and finished in a few hours. Again, Adah couldn't help but be amazed by the efficiency of the pack. Patrol was still tripled, and the regular pack members were much more uneasy. Adah didn't blame them. Patrol covered more land, even stretched further than the borders, a reasonable distance ahead of them. There were no signs of anything unusual occurring though, so for the moment, everything seemed good. Everyone was on high alert, nevertheless. Jaden had gone with some other wolves to return the bodies of those who had attacked yesterday. He wasn't going to enter any borders or any pack lands. He'll leave the bodies there, and from the sense, the packs would know. Again, he wouldn't be a threat. It was a simple matter of morality, and each pack expected this from the others. Though everything was at a standstill in this pack, other packs couldn't say the same. 3 different packs had been attacked. One pack had the numbers to maintain itself, but 2 packs, one being Luna Mariah's, and the other had much smaller numbers. Once Micajah heard wind of this, without question, he and Uriah each took 30 wolves with them to each of these packs for assistance to help override the attack. It appears that the attack numbers were similar to those of yesterday. Adah was slightly worried. Micajah and Uriah's wounds still hadn't fully healed. She dismissed the worries quickly. She couldn't think selfishly. Other wolves needed these men, too, and she had to protect them as well. To avoid feeling antsy, she threw herself into as much work as possible. After overseeing the evacuation scheme, she assists the head female warrior with training the adult female warriors. By then, Jaden had returned, and the 2 of them had spoken to the group of juvenile wolves, walking them through their duties. There were about 100 of them, all under the age of 18. They wouldn't fight through this war, nor would they go through evacuation. They'd provide assistance and resources to injured wolves. Many of the wolves who were injured yesterday had returned to their everyday lives, having healed well. The 6 who were majorly wounded would still be out of commission for another week or so, but they were doing much better. Adah had personally visited them and thanked them for their service. By the time lunch rolls around, Adah could crawl back to bed and sleep for the rest of the week with no issue. She couldn't do that, but she did have some time to herself. Nothing else needed to be done at the moment, as preparations for the funeral rites were taking place. They'd commence when the sun begins to set. Adah would have visited the families, but she was waiting for Micajah. They'd been gone since the crack of dawn, almost 7 or so hours now. Luckily, Jaden had word from Uriah that everything was well and they'd be on their way back. No wolves of the 60 that they had taken were lost, and about 4 were severely injured. And, just as Adah finishes her spaghetti, both of them walk in. They're only wearing shorts, human forms caked in dirt and grime. However, they only had a few scratches and aches, nothing serious at all. They were much more prepared this time, and their heads were in the game, as the wolves there were sent with them. The element of surprise couldn't throw anyone off, so they fought better. After her wolf analyses them both carefully for any harmful wounds, and finding none, she settles down. Micajah attempts to kiss her, but she swerves, telling him bluntly that he needs to take a shower immediately. Both males reeked of earth, sweat, and conflict. It was unpleasant, and Adah's features crinkled in disgust. Uriah finds this amusing and playfully nudges her, but she pushes him off, showing her teeth. The four of them did nothing, all sitting together in one of the lounging rooms. Adah and Jaden played a game of chess, while Uriah and Micajah ate lunch and told them about the attacks. It seemed Luna Mariah's pack, the one that Micajah personally helped, knowing Adah liked the female, had the worst of it, with a lot of members lost before he arrived with his backup. Adah's heart falls. The pack Uriah helped seemed much better. Alpha Tyler didn't directly order these attacks. The opposing packs did this of their own accord. It was also rumored that all the Elder Council members had fled from the council property, having gone into hiding to save their skin. No doubt, they knew Micajah knew the truth of the prophecy and feared him. Only Adah knew he wasn't interested in harming them. She knew his wolf had changed, domineering for protection and defense against the things he loved, rather than indulging in senseless aggression. She would never underestimate the power of a mate and the mate bond. Not ever after seeing how much she changed, and how much Micajah had changed for the better. They were meant to be together. What if we just attack all the opposing packs? It'd be faster, Jaden mumbles quietly. No, Micajah growls, shutting it down immediately. It's a thought, man, but we shouldn't instigate anything. They started this war, not us. Preserving life is the best way. They'll bow down eventually, Uriah explains, more nicely. Adah elbows Micajah sharply for snapping at Jaden, who eventually apologizes. Evening was falling, and they all had gotten ready for the funeral rites. Adah wore a long black hoodie, and Micajah wore black jeans and a black button-up. They left earlier and visited the 5 families whose warriors had died. They spent time with them, expressing their grief and condolences. They cried together, but were each other's strength in this time. None of these families, and no families in this pack, would blame the king and queen for deaths, none at all. They were both respected people. The members of this pack knew that, and were constantly reminded of it when Adah was marked. They all headed together from the family homes to the grounds outside the pack house. It was much darker, and the pack house grounds were filled with people, all of whom were respectfully wearing black. Everyone was respectful, even the little ones. Adah's wolf swelled with pride. A big fire sat in the hearth of the pack. The ceremonies were beautiful, and everyone, both females and males, cried. The warriors who had died were given a lovely send-off, wrapped in silver shrouds. They'd be sent with love from the pack. Micajah did a small speech, words that all the wolves needed to hear. The rest of the night, the pack spent together outside. The air was getting warmer, winter slowly passing by. They sat on the floor, eating and talking together, relishing the time they had. For most nights, Adah's lap was constantly filled with small pups that Micajah would coo at over her shoulder. It was a beautiful time, all the wolves together as one. Community ties only grew stronger, even if they had to be formed through death and sadness. The night seemed to be going well, but the moment Micajah was about to settle into bed, ready to sleep with his mate in his arms, he got a call from another pack with a plea to come and help. Another attack had come through. This time, the attack was much larger. Micajah and Uriah again head out in the middle of the night with an assortment of wolves. Adah knew it would be like this for a while. Chapter 34. The next 4 months were chaotic. Winter had blossomed into spring. The air was warmer, fresher. The sun had come out of its hiding and spent its day looming over the world, high in the sky. Flowers began to bloom, painting the landscapes with an array of bright colors, ranging from the brightest yellow to the darkest blue. The grass was tinged with a cheerful green and flourished across the moorlands. It would have been a beautiful sight to enjoy. Except it wasn't. It couldn't be when conflict overtook everything. The first 2 months were tough because everything was so unpredictable. They dealt with spreading resources across all allies and attempting to achieve peace, but none of these efforts were successful. The rebellious wolves were adamant about bringing down the king. Over the last 60 days alone, there had been a total of 80 attacks all over the country. The rebellious wolves instigated it all, and they lost it all. The monarch and its allies hadn't lost one battle, but many wolves had fallen. This conflict would cause a decrease in population numbers across the kingdom. Improvement was happening, though, in very slow motion. In the first 50 attacks, the rebelling wolves refused to submit, and all were defeated or severely injured. The last 30 were mixed, willpower was wavering, and now more wolves submitted rather than giving their lives. They were all currently imprisoned, but Micajah would deal with that punishment when this conflict was over. The monarch and its allies were getting tired. It was exhausting because some days, there would be more than one attack at different times. And as the attacks were taking place all over, rather than just the monarch's grounds, Micajah and his men were rarely home. And although Adah would want to be on the front lines too, they couldn't leave their pack alone, without a ruler, in frightening circumstances. So Adah stayed in the palace, most of the time alone. Micajah and his men would usually camp out in the southern packs, as they were the ones being attacked the most, and the proximity made it easier to move between them. Adah wouldn't see Micajah for days at a time, and every time he left, it hurt even more. They never spoke about it directly to each other, but they could feel their wolves longing, aching for their other half. The bond between the two of them was tense, but during these times, they couldn't think about it. Both the king and queen were incredibly busy, wearing themselves down by the day. Every time Micajah came home, it was a blissful experience. They'd share one night, just being Adah and Micajah, just being with each other in every way possible. Their bond had grown stronger through these circumstances, not only because they had now connected fully, but also because their time together was precious. They were careful, neither of them wanted to bring a pup up while conflict raged, and there was no telling how long it would last. They grew incredibly close with the few nights they could steal away together, filled with affection and kisses, and they were willing to sacrifice the night's sleep for their conversations. It made their time together worthwhile, but it made the goodbyes harder. They weren't the only mates having to do this, either. Adah obviously couldn't help but worry about everything, about her mate and her wolves, but she couldn't afford that mindset when other wolves needed her. She was swamped, trying to maintain all the wolves under her watch, trying to keep peace whilst rage broke outside of these walls. The palace grounds had emptied in the sense that all the warriors had left, but it had become full at the same time, too. All the allied wolves who weren't participating in the war had taken refuge at the palace grounds. The palace grounds had the most protection and the most guards. The monarch even allowed some of the members of the rebelling wolves who weren't participating to be treated peacefully and under careful watch. The goal was to prevent further loss. There had been 2 attacks, but they were handled efficiently with Adah and Jaden leading the front line. Jaden stayed with Adah in the monarch's pack, but she rarely saw him either. Uriah and Micajah were out, but not together. One was in the northern hemisphere, and the other was in the southern hemisphere, trying to unite their forces. Uriah hadn't been home at all. Micajah only made the trip back to see Adah. Every time he made the trip back, he always had a few new injuries that would heal, only to be replaced again. It was a rough time for them all. Currently, Adah had just left the pack house after breaking up a disagreement between a group of juvenile wolves from different packs. They were arguing about something, but it just took Adah's glare to break it up. They were being reprimanded for their actions. She heads to her office, well, Micajah's office, but since he wasn't here, she had practically taken it over. She had to sort through some new paperwork that had come in and keep her notes up to date on the number of members currently seeking refuge at the palace who were from other packs. She works for a few hours until her head begins to throb, and the words don't make sense to her anymore. It's been a little over a week since she last saw her king, and her wolf had become sad, falling into a temporary state of low spirits, staying far deep within Adah and refusing to come out. Her head sinks onto the stack of files, refusing to move. She doesn't want to even think about this moment. She's allowed to have her silent sulk for a few moments until the door opens, and in comes Jaden. The bags under his eyes had darkened considerably, and his timid expression was now much more anxious. She smiles at him, stretching her limbs. He's brought her some tea, and she gives him a grin before getting up. The two make their way over to the couches. "Are you okay?" she asks him, taking a sip from her tea. "I've been better. I've come to check on you. I know you've been working overload, and it's been rough without Micajah. Are you okay?" His eyes are concerned. Adah gives him a tired smile. "Don't worry about me, Jay. I was made for this." "I'm good," she attempts to reassure the wolf, whose own wolf was keen on protecting his Luna. "What have you been up to?" "You dipped from my horizon for a little while," she murmurs, folding her legs up onto the sofa. Jaden shakes his head. "Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on the patrolling wolves and the guard wolves left here. I've been managing who gets to stay here and who gets to go, not only for the warriors, but also for the doctors." "It's a bit of a mess," he sighs, running a hand through his hair. "Do you need any help?" "I can help out," Adah says almost immediately, perking up. Jaden shakes his head intently, with determination. No, we're good. I have Ryan and Hardin around here with me too. Plus, you've got all of that to do, by yourself," jutting his head at all the paperwork, and Adah makes a face. He chuckles lowly. "And you look over all our pack members and the refugee members," he adds, and she shrugs. "Do you think it was a good idea? Opening our grounds to the most vulnerable?" she questions. Though they had taken in some wolves, they had mainly taken older people, the pups, and anybody else who was vulnerable and not participating in the war. "Yes, of course. It is exactly what the monarch should be doing. Though this war may be split, your wolf still has a care for all of them. You rule this entire kingdom, not just your allies. So no, you've been doing amazing, Adah, honestly. This whole place would collapse without you." "Take care of yourself," Jaden tells her, voice rimmed with honesty. "You take care of yourself too. Sleep is important." It's almost a scold, and Jaden shrugs meekly, murmuring that he would. They discuss business for a while, and Adah tells Jaden about a phone call she had with Ahmed a few days prior. They called each other regularly, sharing updates, and Ahmed was Adah's primary source of news. Rayhan's pack was doing well, which was expected. They were ranked second highest under Micajah's pack. Like Micajah's pack, their wolves had been spread across different packs too. Some packs were taking a more substantial hit, as they were much smaller and more vulnerable to damage. Ahmed had informed Adah that the rebellion was wavering. People were seeing the effects of loss and losing their loved ones, and were considering changing their minds. He isn't sure how much of it will happen, but his secret sources in those packs mentioned that these packs had it rough, with a lot of them losing people and their wolves going haywire. He doesn't think this war will last for more than 2 more months, especially as the palace and its allies were stronger, and as mentioned, hadn't lost a single battle. Jaden thinks similarly, and though it's good, Adah can't help but think of how long 2 months are. 2 months until there was a normal. And even that was uncertain. Jaden's phone rings abruptly, halting their conversation. It's Uriah. His face lights up. Neither Adah nor Jaden had heard from their friend, and both were missing him sorely. Jaden and Uriah were like brothers. He places the phone between them and puts it on speaker. "You're alive," Jaden exclaims with a grin. Uriah's laugh comes through the phone, and that alone makes Adah's heart feel warm and hurt all over again at the same time. "Any more torn ligaments?" she asks, mouth fraying into a curve. Uriah swears at her, and she laughs. "It's rough out here. Sorry for the lack of calls." There's a point to this phone call. There's noise in the background that cuts him off, and with a sharp yell from Uriah, it ceases to silence once again. Alpha Tyler is requesting a meeting, he tells them. Alpha Tyler was the first pack to protest and to send the first attack. He was the face of the rebellion, especially considering he was the son of one of the members of the Elder Council. Adah and Jaden meet eyes with curious expressions. He's willing to call off his wolves, if we do for 2 days. Adah rolls her eyes. Their wolves weren't being offensive, nor were they seeking out the fight. The opposition always came to them first. He spoke to Micajah, who agreed. "It gives us the chance to talk to him, and for our warriors to come home, even if it is for a short while. Their wolves need it," Uriah utters. Should we meet you there? Adah asks. Micajah is heading over to the palace now. He left a day ago, and he'll be there soon. I'll meet you there, he says. I've got to go now. Micajah's bringing all the wolves in the south that we sent. The ones in the north will leave in an hour. The 2 days start tomorrow, so you leave when Micajah gets there immediately to reach Alpha Tyler's pack by midnight. Is that good? Jaden responds before Uriah cuts off. Adah and Jaden don't even have time to talk about Alpha Tyler's wishes to negotiate because a guard busts in through the doors, announcing the arrival of King Micajah back into the palace grounds, with all the wolves from the southern hemisphere he had taken with him. Adah doesn't even think twice before running out into the courtyard, tackling the man she loves, and pulling him to her. Chapter 35. I missed you, her voice wavers, face pressed into his torso, taking in his scent deeply. Her wolf peeks out, showing herself and relishing in his presence. His arms wrap around her with a tight grip, holding her as close as it is physically possible. His wolf calls out to hers, howling, waiting for his female, and the two bond in harmony. I'm here, his voice rough and deep, and he kisses the top of her head, a thumb coming up to brush the moisture collecting in her eyes. She gives him a tired smile, her head resting back against his torso, as his hand rubs her back soothingly, giving her the comfort she has ached for so long. She steps back a little from him, their hands loosely entwined. Her eyes narrowed, getting a good look at him. It had only been a week since she last saw him, but he had only stayed for the one night, and it felt like an eternity without him. He was a bit scruffy, with facial hair growing out on his cheeks, extending to the sharp cut of his jaw. His hair was a little longer than usual, and his clothes were in tatters, the fabric fraying with holes. The wolves who had accompanied him in the south were in a similar state, and had already dispersed to return home. They'd each make the best that they could of the 2 days that they had with their families, mates, and children. Adah felt happy for them. It was the case for the whole country, regardless of whether they were a part of the rebellion or not. Everyone would have this short time with the people they loved. You should go shower and freshen up. I'll run you a bath for a little bit, and then you can eat. We'll leave afterwards, she mutters, still wrapped around him. He doesn't say anything, just drinking in all of her presence, the wolf within him in glee, the signs of battle on his hands forgotten about momentarily. With Adah, he felt at peace. Unfortunately, everything, as Uriah had said, was rushed the moment Micajah had set foot onto his soil. Alpha Tyler's pack was a while away, and it was already well past lunchtime. By the time Micajah managed to freshen up and eat, it was just a little before 6 in the evening, which is when they set off. And through the car journey, he was exhausted. Though he tried to stay awake and enjoy his time with Adah, talking about everything and anything, the temptation of sleep was stronger. Adah didn't mind, she understood, and would rather his physical condition be up to par. She couldn't be selfish and keep him awake so that she could spend time with him. He fell asleep with his head in her lap, and her fingers caressing his dark, thick locks that had been cut down, so they weren't so unruly now. He slept peacefully with her near him. Adah liked this anyway. She got to be next to him, and she was grateful. The wolf within her was relaxed and happy. My love. Her tone is low, a curled finger caressing his cheek, shrugging his hair out of his face. Micajah stirs with a little groan, features twisting, with no apparent desire to leave his slumber just yet. Adah's lips curl. It had been almost 5 hours since they'd been driving, and they just pulled into Alpha Tyler's pack. Adah couldn't admire the beauty of the north, for it was almost pitch black outside. Through soft words of encouragement, Micajah eventually pulls himself together and wakes up, his lips pouting and features drenched in drowsiness. They pull into the pack's courtyard, their car entering, and behind another vehicle, which Jaden was in. They didn't bring any security because a peace agreement had been signed that called for neutrality. So they were safe, as such contracts were held seriously, regardless of the circumstances. As Adah and Micajah step out, Jaden greets them instantly. The monarch pair nod, and the king holds his Luna a little closer, eyes landing on the front of the pack house, where the alpha and most pack members who were single lived. It was the standard pack house, with nothing special. Alpha Tyler wasn't a mated male. His mother died when he was young, and he lived for the most part with his father and his twin sister. He stood with his sister at the front. Both had tall forms and light hair, tinted a light red. His father was nowhere to be seen. Alpha Tyler's features were narrowed, skeptical. The wolf in him had the urge to submit to these powerful wolves that he had invited, and it was taking every inch of him to fight it. He wasn't going with nature. His sister stands beside him, her expressionless features. Adah suspected, as did many of these wolves thrown into this mess, that she didn't have a particular agenda against the monarch, but instead just followed her rulers. Alpha Tyler, the king, speaks first, tone dry and stripped of aggressive emotion. The wolf in him kept in check. "My king. My queen. A pleasure to have you both here." The tone in his voice suggests anything but. "You must have had a long journey. I have had some rooms set up for you, and we can share breakfast tomorrow morning. Anything that needs to be discussed can be done so afterwards. Is that all right, my king?" Micajah asked directly. "Yes, that is perfect." "Thank you, Alpha Tyler." It's Adah who speaks, though, surprising the young male, dark eyes narrowed into slits. She couldn't quite get a grasp on what this male stood for, who he truly was. She observes as Alpha Tyler converses with his pack members. He seemed as exhausted as the monarch, if not more. It wasn't easy to explain. The interactions he had weren't genuine. The wolf in him was far away and not unified with him. Alpha Tyler had to work hard to rule this pack, she saw that. But his wolf wasn't with him the way that it should be. It was weird, but Adah latched onto it. It didn't seem as if he cared. The only time something genuine occurred with him was when his wolf agreed with all his heart, which was when he talked to his sister. She could tell that he loved and cared deeply for his twin. A man appears after a while, much older than the twins, but sharing the same red hair. It must have been their father, one of the members of the Elder Council. He refuses to look at either Adah or Micajah, and Micajah's chest rumbles with the disrespect, causing the normal pack members to shrink into themselves fearfully. Adah watches Tyler with his father, seeing him become more robotic, the wolf in him almost hidden now. Tyler's father had brute strength, she could see that. He was intimidating and scary, and very dominating. But Tyler was his son. Why was his wolf like this? It didn't sit right with her. As Adah watches them, watching the Elder Council member retreat away, Micajah watches Adah, wondering what she's picked up, her dark, perceptive eyes always seeing things that he couldn't. He just saw people he almost hated, people who were ruining everything. Before he can murmur anything to her, another car enters the courtyard. Adah's wolf leaps up, instantly recognizing the presence of her beta. All three of the monarch's faces turn, features ridden with glee. None of them had seen Uriah since the conflict broke out. He slings out of the car, face ridden with mischievousness and eyes twinkling. His curls were gone. He had opted for the military cut, to not worry about them. He was still the good-natured male he had always been, and Adah felt happy. "Miss me?" He winks with a grin, and Micajah rolls his eyes. Uriah leaps onto Jaden first, pulling him in close, muttering words only for him. He missed the gamma. They were like brothers. "You good?" he says with a smile, and Adah grins, wrapping her arms around him. He pulls Micajah into a bro hug. "All right, what are we dealing with?" His voice is low, only for the three of them to hear. His features turn to the pack house, his hands rubbing together. His words falter, his form slacking, and his features becoming agape. His wolf shifts stance, and everyone knows of such a reaction. It's the reaction when the soul finds its other half, when the soul can finally become complete. He's found his other half. His eyes are latched onto something. Not something, someone. A red-headed female. Alpha Tyler's sister. The Alpha has realized, as the female herself. Her features mirror Uriah's. Almost in awe and surprise, eyes wide and features agape. Her wolf is already calling out for him. It doesn't take a genius to know that Tyler isn't happy, and with one harsh tug, he pulls his sister into the pack house, far away from the royal beta. "Is that her? Your mate?" Jaden asks, voice quiet. They all knew the answer. Yeah. Who is she? Uriah's voice falters, almost breathy through the shock. His heart beats fast, and it's now like he can see the world in a clearer light. She's Alpha Tyler's sister. Her name is Lena, Micajah murmurs, and Uriah swallows. She's mine, is all he mumbles. Chapter 36. Uriah slumps against Jaden's form, his features dark and confused, a small realization coming across him. He found his other half during the conflict. During a time when they both had loyalties that opposed each other. His throat was thick. He couldn't betray Micajah for her. His loyalty was too great. But he couldn't betray his half. He needed her. The front of the courtyard had emptied, all of Alpha Tyler's pack members leaving the monarch's face alone in the courtyard. They didn't have the most excellent hospitality. I wouldn't blame you if you chose her. I wouldn't blame you at all. Micajah breaks the silence first, the tone of his voice warm. Uriah looks up with a sigh, but Micajah intercepts first. There's no telling how long this conflict will be, Uriah. You need to be with her. I can't keep you away from her. Be with her. It's fine, his tone is insistent. Uriah shakes his head. My loyalty is with you as the kingdom. I've been your best friend for 2 decades, Micajah. I'm the royal beta for a reason. I can't betray you guys, he says, folding his arms, all traces of being jokey gone. That's not what he's saying, Uriah, Adah says gently. If these were normal circumstances, we'd welcome her with open arms. She'd be like a sister, and she'd live with us. There's no question about it. But these aren't normal circumstances. We are in conflict, and she's a part of the opposition. Her brother would never allow it, so if you choose to stay with her, we understand. It's okay, Adah explains herself a little better. We all just want you to be happy, Uriah. You deserve it. No matter the cost. Adah finishes, voice earnest, and his eyes are lovely, feeling overwhelmed with the amount of love and confusion he is going on in his head. Both the king and queen cared about Uriah as a friend, not just as a beta. Uriah shakes his head again. No, it's a mumble he's torn. I'm not switching sides, he sighs, but his tone is filled with determination. Micajah is about to argue with him, but Jaden gets there first. We don't know what Lena's thinking. Or where her head is at. What the situation is. Come on, we all saw how Alpha Tyler acted with his father. Something's not right. Let's not jump to conclusions at the moment, Jaden murmurs, always the voice of reason. He takes another deep breath. Uriah, you do what makes you happy. But I know you don't want to choose. We'll assess the situation, and then we'll make decisions. Okay, and Uriah nods, running a hand over his face. I'm gonna sneak her out. I have to see her. Talk to her. He takes another deep breath. That's a good idea. Be careful, though. Don't let Tyler catch you. We're on peaceful terms, Adah says, the wolf in her worried. She presses a platonic kiss to his cheek, the Luna letting her beta know that everything would be all right. The door behind them suddenly opens again, and out stands Alpha Tyler's beta, Head Meek. He introduces himself before asking them to come in, apologizing for the lack of hospitality and the fact that Alpha Tyler had stormed off with Lena. He gives them a brief tour of the pack house and then introduces them to their rooms. Micajah and Adah had one, and Jaden and Uriah would share another. But Uriah's bed would be empty for the night. That much they all knew, but didn't utter a word. Adah thanks the beta, who responds sweetly, and the beta becomes flustered. Micajah sorts that out with a dark glare, gripping Adah's waist possessively. The wolf turns away with his tail tucked in. The room was nice, clean, and warm. Adah liked it. It was cozy and comfortable. She doesn't have much time to admire it because Micajah jumps on the one moment of privacy, pulling her lips to his in one swift motion. After showering together and finally getting into bed, neither one of them can sleep. It is a long silence, each facing the other, the blanket loosely wrapped around them. She can't move her eyes away from the stupor silver he is, and every single atom he's made from can only gravitate to her. I've missed you, his tone is husky, raw with want. Her lips curl, heat sinking deep into her stomach. They talk in soft, quiet words in a dim room, only lit by the small lamp in the corner. Adah tells Micajah about the move she took with accepting refugees from the packs, how many disputes she broke up, and how tedious she found all the paperwork. She also tells him how lonely it is to sleep in a bed without his arms around her, how her wolf sinks deep into her when he isn't around. She tells him how each day it's as if she's on autopilot and just alive. But it's only with him when she's truly living. Micajah paints the picture of conflict tearing through the land, disrupting life. He tells her how tense it is on the field, and that he's never really gotten the chance to think as much as he would like about her. His wolf took over him in these attacks, but more so in the strategy, so he too wouldn't have the chance to miss Adah. It just hurt too much. He tells her how tense it is, waiting and waiting for an attack to come. The feeling of dread when he arrives at a pack that has asked for help, and after seeing the losses, for a split moment, he wonders if he's arrived too late or if it's already over. He describes the pain when some of his wolves fall, and how much that hurts. But he tells her he's sad overall. All this loss for nothing. He tells her it's the worst at night, when he can't sleep because he's on alert, and there's nothing to occupy his mind, so all he does is ache for her. You were analyzing Alpha Tyler earlier. I could see the gears in your head working. Those eyes twinkling, it's almost a tease, and Adah rolls them, pushing herself closer, so her face rests on his chest. He plays with her curls, twirling the locks around his fingers. Excuse me, it was only because of these eyes that you found me, she mumbles, causing him to laugh. She loved the sound of his laugh. Something isn't right with him, she starts. Micajah started massaging her scalp, and she forgot how good he was at it, slender fingers moving in the proper, perfect motions, in the right spots. He's a strong alpha, but it doesn't come naturally to him. His human form has to work overtime. It's like his wolf isn't there to help him. I can see it in the way he acts with his members. He has to be more vocally domineering, more vocally aggressive, because his wolf doesn't emanate that from him. Wolves won't naturally respect him, because his wolf isn't helping him out, she begins explaining. Micajah doesn't say anything, hearing her speak. It's like his wolf doesn't want this. It's like someone's broken this wolf down. I don't want to make any accusations, but I think Tyler's dad might be involved. It was just the exchanges they both had. It wasn't loving. It was hard and cold. You felt him. He has such a dominating presence, not only with Tyler, but with the pack. He isn't alpha anymore, but he still has this control. Adah expresses her thoughts. I don't think Tyler even cares anymore. He only cares for his sister. We can all see that, she finishes, deep in thought. I don't know. Maybe I've got it all wrong, she mumbles after a moment of silence. I don't know. Your eyes don't seem to get things wrong. We can suss it out tomorrow, okay? Micajah says, and she nods, eyes closing in bliss, as he kisses her forehead. They fall asleep over each other after sharing a few more kisses, and Adah wakes up much earlier, before the break of dawn. She couldn't sleep. Micajah was snoring away peacefully, and the sight made Adah smile. It was rare to be awake before Micajah was, and he was adorable once in a deep sleep. She would have attempted to go back to sleep, but she hears voices down the hall, and her brows furrow. It sounded like Alpha Tyler and another, more feminine voice. She guessed it was Lena. Her heart drops for a second. Uriah would have spent the night with Lena somewhere. What if Uriah was caught? After listening closer, she couldn't sense the beta male anywhere, and relief flushed through her. She pads over to the door, her curiosity getting the better of her, opening the door ever so slightly, hearing the conversation better. You spent the night with him, Lena. Seriously? Alpha Tyler's tone isn't furious, but just frustrated. He's my mate, Tyler. Get that? My mate, Lena snaps back, her tone filled with a hard edge. She sighs and silence falls between the two. Don't you want me to be happy? He'll make me happy, her tone is a lot softer. Alpha Tyler doesn't say anything for a second. You can't, Lena. He's loyal to that monster. To that beast, Alpha Tyler spits. Monster? Beast? You can't repeat Dad's words. Do you believe that? Have you ever believed that? Lena asks, voice quiet. You saw what he is, Tyler snarls, and Lena scoffs. A man who loves his mate more than anything in the world. A man who hasn't once attacked us and is merciful to those who ask for forgiveness. A man who is willing to give up his beta so he can be happy. A man who took some of our wolves into refuge. That's who I see. Have you ever truly seen him? Have you ever looked past the veil Dad put in front of you? Lena prods. He doesn't say anything. You love me, don't you? Why can't I be happy with him? You know he'll take care of me, I see it. What's your problem? This conflict is stupid. I've told you. My mate is out there fighting these battles, and if he falls, I'll blame you. Why? Because you can make this stop if you want to. I'll hate you if something happens to him. You'd never see me again, Lena almost snarls. I can't, though. Tyler almost sounds defeated. Dad isn't alpha anymore. You are. Act like it. She can hear Lena's footsteps leading her away. Adah clambers back into the bed, her thoughts swirling. His dad definitely coerced Alpha Tyler in some way. The Elder Council was corrupt in more ways than one. Even if Tyler stopped this conflict for the sake and the love of his sister, the Elder Council had to go. She'd figure it out later, is her last thought, before curling back into her mate, her eyes eventually dozing off again. Chapter 37. When she wakes up again, it's because Micajah's pampering her with kisses, all over her face, down the nape of her neck, to her bare shoulder. Her eyes flutter open, lips curving into a sleepy smile. She uses her finger to caress his cheek, the skin smooth. They move to his lips, tracing them, before he takes a playful bite. She chuckles before sitting up, stretching her limbs and yawning. Jaden came earlier to wake us up. They're preparing breakfast, and I didn't think it'd look good if we were late. I want you to eat properly. It's going to be a long meeting afterwards, nose rubbing down the nape of her neck. She yawns again with a slight nod. After a quick shower, Adah changes into a baby blue dress and braids her hair into 2 Dutch braids. She slips into some white sneakers and sits on the edge of the bed, watching Micajah style his hair for a bit, using hair gel and other products to keep it looking the same as when he woke up. She informs him of this, and she receives a playful tap in response. A knock on the door stops their playfulness, and Uriah and Jaden are both waiting. Uriah crinkles his features in pretense. Yo, you guys must have enjoyed yourselves last night. It reeks. They better burn the sheets, he says with a sly tone, and Adah gives him a hard shove, to which he snickers too. He is good, if not glowing. Last night with Lena must have gone well, and the whole group can tell and are happy for him. The 4 of them head down to breakfast, the room already filled with laughter and chatter. The pack was happy that the conflict was on hold, even if it was only for a couple of days, and they all rejoiced in their reunion. It was a truly remarkable experience to watch. Adah watches Uriah's gaze wander around the room, his features settling into a frown when, among the sea of pack members, there is no Lena. There isn't a Tyler either, and Adah couldn't help but wonder if the words Lena said to him truly got to him. However, their father is there, taking the seat at the head table. A seat that is no longer his. Micajah, he greets with a scowl, and the 4 of them sit near the table. Micajah's joy tenses. His eyes are light daring. The wolf didn't like this male, and the outward disrespect of not using his title infuriated him. The room went cold, and a dark aura reached out from Micajah. Adah doesn't make a move to stop him. The more she learned about Tyler and Lena, the more she disliked this poor excuse for a father. It's King Micajah. The words are spoken lowly, with a deathly undertone. The father seems stunned, his wolf wallowing in surprise and a little fear. He doesn't say anything. Repeat it, uttered softly, like a flower with the deadliest petals. Micajah isn't messing around. His hand is ready to strike, and this male knows it. He knows who is in charge. King Micajah, the male drawls out, and Micajah's mouth lifts into a smirk that isn't friendly. Good. You better remember that. It's muttered lowly, and he takes his seat, filling a plate of food for Adah and himself to share. The room rises from silence into gleeful chatter again. Uriah stays quiet, his hopes diminishing as the time for breakfast eventually ends, and there is still no sight of Lena. After breakfast, the 4 of them are left to do whatever they want. The pack seemed a little unorganized, but Adah didn't think that was the norm. They were a little flustered, and the conflict was chaotic. The four of them sat outside in the courtyard, right on the gravel. The sun had come to greet them, and Adah was soaking it up as much as possible. Uriah cracks a few odd jokes, taking cheap shots at Adah as he usually does, but the mischievousness in his eyes has diminished a little. Adah knows his thoughts revolve around Lena, and she doesn't know how to make it better. The conversation eventually strays from jokes, veering into darker territory. They were honestly curious about what Tyler had to negotiate. They knew that these wolves would do nothing until Micajah was overthrown. They knew, unlike these wolves, that when that happened, the structure of the entire wolf society would be dismantled and a new era of rules would start. An era that was unnatural, greedy, and degrading. They'd never let that happen. After an hour or so, the beta who had shown them around the previous night came to call on them. Micajah doesn't need to claim Adah. The beta doesn't even look at her this time, and after hearing about the incident that happened this morning, he wasn't keen on poking the Wolf King. He leads them into a conference room, a small, cozy space. Within that, there are a few other people. Alpha Tyler, Lena, their father, the beta, and one or two pack members sat down. The face of the monarch joined them, eyes fierce and gaze sharp. They didn't know what to expect, but they weren't worried. Postures are straight, power emanating from all of them. Uriah and Lena share secret stares and blushes as they look into each other's eyes. Alpha Tyler clears his throat, standing up. They all listen attentively. King Micajah, Queen Adah, thank you for coming over today and for agreeing with this peace agreement. With us today is my sister, Lena, my father, Byron, my beta, my gamma, and our head warriors who have been in battle, he introduces before taking a deep breath. I think this conversation has been awaited for, and we all know the current circumstances are poor. Alpha Tyler begins. This conversation should have been held before you sent out the first attack. And the circumstances aren't poor, they're horrible. You haven't been out to the battlefield, Alpha Tyler, but more and more wolves are dying each day. If we let this happen, for another 4 months, our population numbers are going to be critical. Micajah corrects, no viciousness in his tone, just a confident and sure manner. The country could do with a population cut down anyway. Tyler, continue. Brian snaps, his eyes sharp and narrowed at his son, his tone ugly. He's embarrassed that Tyler couldn't surpass the king, and he's letting everyone at this table know that. Alpha Tyler flinches, the motion too small for anyone else to catch. But Adah sees all. Let's all stop acting like fools, please, Uriah groans, and Lena hides a smile under her hand. What's the purpose of this peace treatment? Why call us here? What put this conflict on temporary hold? Jaden interjects before anyone can comment. No one was acting formal. Uriah didn't take this seriously, and no one else did either. It was a joke. As you've already mentioned, the death rates are increasing, and our population numbers will soon be critical if this conflict shapes out how it is to be. I don't want that. I don't want us to fight each other to death. I understand that there are different agreements here, mainly concerning who sits on that throne. But we have reached some compromise. So, our proposal is Tyler says, the wolf in him unbothered. Byron cuts him off. Though this seems like nothing, Byron was overstepping his place. Tyler was alpha, and Byron had no respect for that. It was clear that Byron still called the shots, and Tyler let Byron walk all over him. He was defeated when it came to his father, the wolf in him having given up. It must have taken years and years. Adah thinks it out in her head. We propose that you concede, he snaps. Uriah snickers, shaking his head, murmuring under his breath about what a joke this was. That's not a compromise, Adah murmurs, tone soft. The queen shut it down, and everyone knows it. No, Micajah denies outright, and Byron held back a snarl, remembering the instance from this morning. If you concede, you'll stop thousands and thousands of deaths. This conflict is tiring. Everyone wants out. None of this blood spilled will be on your hands, Tyler insists with a sigh. Lena looks unimpressed. She knew this was a weak attempt at a negotiation. Blood on our hands? Everyone wants out? We never wanted this. We weren't the ones who started this conflict, Uriah mutters. Yes, you did. The moment the king was allowed to live, the moment this conflict happened. You have to concede, else there will be no wolves left to. Byron is getting heated. To rule over. Which is exactly your intention after this little feeble attempt at overthrowing Micajah. Joining all the packs and forming a dictatorship. Under you and the other members in the council. You're a greedy wolf, Byron, Adah tuts, with a shake of her head. Byron looks infuriated and Tyler isn't surprised. The rest of the room, including Lena, is shell-shocked, and just as Adah had guessed, they didn't know the whole story. Oh? You thought that the stories you were told were true? It wasn't the full prophecy. I believe Jaden brought it here. Micajah wasn't born a beast, but a savior, Adah murmurs. All the wolves could feel the truth in her words. They were confused about what they were fighting for now, and Jaden pulled out the cartilage paper, casually throwing it on the table. Lena is the first to read it. I think on this note, we'll have a little break from this meeting, Micajah dismisses, standing up. The room empties with the king's command, with Byron the first male to stomp out. He budged past Alpha Tyler, hard on his way out, the male wincing. The rest follow. Alpha Tyler. Is it okay if we go for a walk? I'd appreciate having a conversation, Adah tells him, arms folded. The male knew it wasn't a question, just a demand, and said pleasantly. He nods, rubbing the nape of his neck, knowing those eyes could see everything. He swallows. Of course, my queen. Chapter 38. Darkness exploded around us as Arius used his power to restrain Adonis against the wall. Arius walked over to Adonis and grabbed his face, forcing him to look directly at him. Arius laughed darkly and said, well, if it isn't Sinclair's little follower. Aren't you a little too far from your master? I defy you, Adonis moaned in pain. No, thank you. I have a lovely companion for other things. Adonis acknowledged my presence behind Arius as he passed his crying sister. He looked up at the tiara on my head and finally said, I suppose a lot has changed in the last few months. Anna, the crown suits you. Before I could respond, Adonis was enveloped by black smoke as Arius said, do not speak to her, you are not worthy of her time. So is Sin lurking around here? Akani asked. Arius let go of his hold long enough for Adonis to respond. No, it's just me. Good enough for me. What do you say, Akani, want to deal with this intruder? Arius asked fiercely. Okay course, brother. Enough, boys, I cried, breaking their horrible preparations for Adonis. We still need him. What in the world would we need him for, Amare? Arius asked. Obviously, he didn't go far from home, and into your laps for nothing, and I want to know what. So now please let him go, Ari, I said. Ask him whatever you want, but I'm not letting him go, Arius said. Pouting, I said, please. My companion stared at me, and I could see his defenses collapsing at the puppy-eyed expression I gave him. Being defiant, he nodded no. Going over to him, I placed my arms around his neck and whispered, I'll give you extra kisses if you let him go. Arius's eyes lightened up before responding, fine. Arius's power evaporated, leaving Adonis on the floor gasping for air. Bending down, I offered my hand to help him up. When he rose, I grabbed his collar and slammed him into the wall again. Allegra has told me many stories about you. How you stood there calmly as your brother mocked your sister, calling her disloyal, useless, and other derogatory terms that didn't even come close to describing who Allegra is. If you do anything to injure her, I will make you regret it and hand you over to her partner, who will deal with you. Am I understood? I stated it quietly. Yes, Adonis croaked. Use your big boy voice, Adonis, I told you. Yes, he said louder. I released my grip on his collar and let him fall to the floor, but this time I didn't provide him a hand. Walking over to Allegra, I sat on the floor and hugged her. Do not give him any power over you. He doesn't deserve it, I said, wiping away her tears. She gave me a little smile as I assisted her up from the floor before approaching Adonis and slapping him across the face. Akani covered his mouth to conceal his laughter. Of course, my mate lacked the same courtesy as his pal. My goodness, Legra, Arius exclaimed, dying with laughter. I rolled my eyes at his conduct as I approached him and pulled him by the ear. I hauled Arius down to my height and told him, "Stop laughing." Okay, ow, Arius responded. I released go of him and added, without turning around, "You too, Akani." Akani coughed before responding, "Yes, ma'am." "Join us for dinner, and you can tell us why you're here," I told Adonis. He nodded before joining us in the dining room. I watched him glance around as he walked, admiring the majestic castle of the underworld and its beauty. Allegra and Arius trailed behind us as my friend asked her, "One word and he's gone. Legra, your choice." "Thanks, Ari," she said before giving him a quick kiss on the cheek and walking over to her companion. As we entered the dining hall, our meal was already on the table as we took our seats. Arius took mine out and shoved it back in after I was seated in the chair. After taking his seat, he took my dish and began carving up my meat. When I looked up at Adonis, he was staring at Arius like he was an alien. "Baby," Arius spoke. I looked at him and opened my mouth as he offered me my first taste, then handed me the fork. "Thank you," I replied to Arius. He nodded at me before turning his focus to Adonis. "So tell us, why are you here?" Arius questioned him. "Arius, you know that sin has always loathed you, but it wasn't simply hatred. Sinclair became obsessed with you and your power during the last few decades." Adonis stated, "He's obsessed with the idea of defeating you, taking your power, and taking everything you care about." Continuing, he stated, "He's my brother, and I'll always love him, but when he came up with his next plan, I knew that I had to get out of there, because it would hurt my twin." "And what will that plan be?" Arius asked, taking a sip of his wine. "Hurt Anna." Arius abruptly stood up from his seat at the table, his eyes fiery and his wings spread. He dared to come for her. "I will destroy him. I'll tear him apart," he exclaimed. "Sin isn't only acting alone. He has people on the inside to help him," Adonis explained. "Who?" I inquired, even though I am certain I already knew. "Carissa and Leo." "I'll make them pay," Arius declared, moving to find them. I stood up from my seat and placed a hand on his arm, saying, "Sit, Ari." He glanced at me for a second, calculating what I was going to do next. I raised an eyebrow at him, and he smirked back. "As you wish, my queen," Arius answered. When Arius returned to his chair, I turned back to Adonis and said, "You'll go back home, Adonis. Rissa and Leo will be away from the castle for the next week, so you can spend a few days before returning. Ari, baby, you won't deal with them yet. They need to believe that everything is normal for the time being. I can't simply go back. I left, and if I come back, Sin will destroy me," Adonis said. "Not if you say you want to go look for something that will make him extremely happy. When you show Sinclair your little gift, he'll forget about his anger," I added. "What are you planning, little mate?" Arius asked. Looking at him, I said, "Something he won't see coming." "What exactly am I bringing back to Sin, Anna?" Adonis asked. I gave him a sneer and added, "Me." Chapter 39. Brian refused to hold the rest of the meeting, and Tyler hadn't shown back to the pack house after a few hours. Lena hadn't been seen either, but neither was Uriah, so it was highly likely the two were together. Micajah had decided to leave. There was no more purpose in staying in this pack if no negotiation was going to happen. If the peace treaty only lasted for the remainder of this day and the whole day tomorrow, then they weren't going to waste time. They'd spend one day with their pack, all of them together. They all left in the same car on the 5-hour journey back, Adah filling in the rest of the mails about the conversation she had with Tyler. They were hopeful that perhaps Adah's words would make the male stand up for himself and lead to backing out of the war. As Tyler's pack was so influential, many others would follow suit, and the war would cease much more quickly. But Adah wasn't sure. Tyler had faced a lifetime of abuse, which has changed throughout to this very day. It was rooted deep, but she hoped she had given his wolf enough strength to overcome it. For himself mainly. Lena hadn't come back with them. Nothing was set in stone, and no agreements or talks had been made. Uriah doesn't seem too unhappy though, and Adah knew he was going to figure something out. They reached their homelands a little before dinner. Their pack members were glad to have them back, and the rest of the night was spent in the pack house, eating together, laughing together, loving each other. The night ended beautifully, and everyone forgot about the horrible circumstances, just cherishing the moments they shared. Night fell over quickly, and before they knew it, sleep took over. Adah woke up to a figure tackling her whilst she slept. The figure's form hit hers, and her sleep broke with annoyance, a groan coming from her lips. She sits up, hair tumoring down from its messy bun, and she rubs her eyes awake. It was a little after dawn, and there was no Micajah with her. Uriah had pummeled into her, his entire form pulsing with glee and happiness. He had just woken up, too, wearing his sleeping boxers. He hugs Adah tightly, kissing her all over her face. The wolf is full of excitement and laughter, and Adah wakes up really quickly, the drowsiness leaving almost immediately. "I love you, I love you, I love you," he chants, pulling her in for another tight hug. Adah is confused, but hugs him back, a yawn breaking her lips. Uriah bounds off the bed, leaving the room with a joyous whoop. Adah is still heavily confused, and in her sleepwear follows him back to Micajah's office. Micajah and Jaden are already there, chattering to each other with hopeful words. Micajah's eyes latch onto his savior, a grin breaking his features. He scoops her up in his arms and gives her a thankful kiss. "You're amazing." The words are low and velvet to her ears. She yawns again, wrapping her arms around the nape of his neck. "I know," mumbling the words, voice heavy with just having been woken up. She pauses for a moment. "Why am I amazing?" The words register as she sets herself down from Micajah, brows furrowed in questioning. "Tyler called 10 minutes ago." Jaden begins with a timid smile. Adah stands, listening as Micajah stands behind her, snaking his arm around her waist and kissing the back of her neck repeatedly. Adah's brows raise in surprise. He jailed Byron last night. His pack has officially conceded from the war, and with that, 7 other packs have done so too. Following his lead, Jaden informs her. Adah's face brightens up, a smile breaking her lips. "He's sending Lena here. Here. At the palace. To be with me," Uriah tells her excitedly, leaping around the room in joyous motions. "That's amazing," she comments, her features happy. "You're amazing," Micajah repeats, nose nuzzling into her, watching the blush on her cheeks make an appearance. It's great news. But not all packs have conceded. 8 have in total, but that means currently 7 more are still in. "But that may change over the course of the day," Jaden murmurs. "We can talk about that at the meeting later today." "Let's feel good about this for the moment," Uriah says, with the most enormous grin on his face. "We can have breakfast at the pack house with everyone. A small celebration outside. We can have the works. Pancakes, bacon, a whole buffet," Adah suggests, and Jaden nods, picking up a phone to sort it out. "Sounds good." Also, Tyler had a lot of information on the Elder Council. He's faxing in some documents that we'll go through at the meeting, too. Micajah updates her, and she nods. He kisses her again, and Adah turns on her heel, ready to get ready for the day. The rest of the morning went as amazingly as it did when she woke up. It was blissful, and the whole Monarch pack could feel the joy and the hope swelling in the air. Uriah was overexcited and very impatient. Currently, it was a few hours past breakfast, and Uriah's happiness was contagious. Lena had left the minute Alpha Tyler had called early in the morning, and she would be arriving around midday, which was in a couple of minutes. All 4 of them stood at the front of the palace, waiting patiently in the courtyard, having been informed that the car from Alpha Tyler's pack had just crossed their borders. The car pulls in, and Uriah doesn't even wait a minute, scooping the female into his arms immediately, her red hair flying everywhere, and a laugh coming from her lips. Adah breaks into a grin, as does Micajah, who holds her close, her arms wrapped around his toned abdomen. Uriah finally lets go of his mate, who immediately starts towards them to give a proper and formal greeting. Lena was stunning. Her hair was a deep, dark red that fell a little below her chest. Her skin was pale and littered with warm-toned freckles that bridged towards her nose. Her eyes were glassy green, and her features were sharp and narrowed, almost stern. Adah approved. She'd make a great beta female. Betas were very war-affiliated, and she'd be able to keep Uriah in his place. "My king, my queen," she greets, almost nervously, at the two powerful beings. "It's Micajah and Adah," Micajah corrects, and Adah pulls Lena in for a hug, gripping her tightly. The females let go of each other, Lena lingering for a moment. "Thank you for everything you've done." With Tyler. "He'll be happier now." "Thank you so much," she murmurs, words only for Adah, and Adah smiles at her. "I'm sorry it wasn't done sooner," and Lena gives her a nod, a small smile breaking through. Uriah tugs her over to meet Jaden. The rest of the afternoon passed quickly, and Adah felt herself dimming. Not all of the packs had conceded, and the peace treaty would be over at midnight. She didn't want it to happen, especially after it seemed like everything was going so well. She shakes the thoughts away. She'd fret later. Micajah had called for a meeting with only a select few, the regular members. Lena joins them, too, sitting with Uriah. Adah smiles to herself, remembering the first meeting she was thrown into. How times have changed. It almost felt nostalgic holding a meeting with everyone. It had been so long since they had won, and this gives the imagery that everything was okay and normal. "Jaden, the agenda?" Micajah asks, fixing the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Jaden shuffles his notes from next to Adah, pulling out the iconic notebook and opening the page. "Okay, so the first thing that needs to be addressed is the fact that the numbers for this war have changed." Jaden reads from his hastily scribbled notes, and Micajah nods. "Right. Earlier this morning Alpha Tyler had called. He conceded alongside 7 other packs, which leads to a total of 8 gone from the opposition and 7 left. However, during the course of the day, 3 more packs have sent letters also conceding. Micajah informs them all, each member listening closely. That leaves 4 packs left. Now, it's only 4 packs, and I know that we are all eager for this to be over. These last 4 months were horrific. Numbers in our population have dwindled. People have been separated for too long. This needs to be stopped," Micajah continues, voice filled with determination. Adah is constantly in awe of this male, the wolf standing tall and proud. "During this war, we have always been defensive. I am making the decision to change that. We will be offensive, we will attack first. Tonight, the atmosphere dims. We will send groups of our men and our allies' men to each of these packs, asking for submission. It is most likely they will comply, but if not, we attack with the aim to imprison. Lives must be preserved. Mating numbers are scarce in some packs," he shakes his head. "On that note, every wolf involved in this war and that has been imprisoned will be released with no charge. This war was ugly for the all of us, and as a kingdom we need to unite and bring our numbers up. They were just following the rule of their leaders. Rulers will change, and new alphas and lunas will be appointed to the packs that I see fit. After this war, we will visit everyone and gauge the situation." Everyone nods in agreement. He takes a deep breath before continuing. "Uriah will take his men to 1 pack. Jaden will take another group. Tyler has asked to take another group. And Ryan will take a group. Each group will confront 1 pack. I intend to end this war tomorrow. Is that understood?" Uriah frowns. "What about you?" Adah asks before the beta could. "We're coming on to that," Jaden interjects, reading through his notes. "Alpha Tyler had sent me information on the Elder Council. We already know of their plans and their intentions, but we must as a monarch trial them. This isn't allowed, but me and Micajah are working on dismantling the council and creating something new. More on that later," he reads. "In order to trial them, though, we need them here. And we know that many of the members had gone into hiding before the war started. Byron has been jailed and being sent here to be imprisoned here on these grounds. Anyway, Alpha Tyler has raided Byron's rooms and offices and has found an abundance of information. He has the locations of each member, except Lyle and Elias, who won't be trialed, and a lot of hardcore evidence against them, which we will use," Jaden continues. Micajah will track each one down and bring them to the palace cells until we can hold a public trial in front of the entire kingdom. He finishes, and Micajah nods. Adah places her hand on his cheek, a silent plea to be careful. He understands, taking her hand and kissing it, eyes intent and sure. It eases her. This will finish tomorrow. I'll make sure of it, the king promises, not only to the kingdom, but to his queen, his mate, his love. He pulls her up, hands on her waist and lips on hers. I'll be back by dinner, he murmurs, eyes lazy. Yeah, you better be. You're cooking, Adah says slyly, kissing the tip of his nose. Chapter 40. Arius began chuckling, "Oh my love, you're so funny." He continues to laugh as he says, "You're so cute." I have got an idea. Why don't I go to the Leaken Kingdom and put an end to him? You can't, Ari, I murmured. I can do anything I want. I believe you have forgotten that I am a god, and one of the benefits of being a deity is that I am not required to follow mortal legal systems. Death is too easy for him, I sneered. Arius arched an eyebrow and inquired, "And what do you think would be a suitable punishment for our dear Sinclair, beautiful mate?" With a chuckle, I answered, "Thank you for asking, my darling. I want him to believe he has won, and then I want to see the look in his eyes when we take everything from him. Sin feeds on power, and once he understands it's all gone, you can do whatever you want with him, Ari." "Why do you want to hurt him, Amare?" Arius asked. "You aren't the only one who wants to defend their partner. It is now my turn to defend you and exact revenge. I also have a personal vendetta against him, and he believes I will die at his hands." In an instant, Arius grabbed me up and placed me in his lap, kissing all over my face. I disregarded our audience, giggling and enjoying Arius' touch. "Why do you always put me on your lap?" I requested an explanation. "I want my perfect girl on me at all times," he explained. "Do we have to sit here and watch this?" Allegra said, rolling her eyes. I spun around in Arius' lap and responded by sticking my tongue out, just as she had done. Adonis, on the side, looked out of place during the entire encounter. "Let's get back on track, ladies and Arius." "Settle down," Akani told Arius, who was still kissing the side of my neck. "What is your plan, Anna?" Adonis asked, breaking the stillness. "Present me to sin when you return me, Adonis." We can tell a lie that Arius is a terrible partner and that I wanted to get back together with him. Meanwhile, Arius can go see Adah to get a spell that will drain Sin's power and transform him into a mortal human, I explained. "That could work," Adonis responded. "No," Arius replied. "Why not?" I asked. "Baby, no, he's going to want to touch you." "I won't let him," I whispered, brushing my palm across his cheek. Arius lifted me from the chair and led us to our room, bidding a hasty goodbye to our friends. We traveled softly through the palace, and I cuddled into my mate's warm embrace. When we arrived at our room, Arius set me on the ground and grabbed my chin, pulling it up, so I was staring directly at him. Without saying anything, Arius turned me around and untied my hair. He brushed my hair, braided it, and then tied a hair tie around it when he was done. Turning me back around, he made me stare right at him before grabbing his crown and my own and putting them in his safe. Coming back to me, Arius, with no warning, remarked, "You know you're my heart, right? It's yours to do with as you wish." "And you are mine," I replied to him. "My entire life I have been with absolutely no one other than Adah, Akani, and Allegra. I've adored only them for the past eon. Even when I was near to losing my humanity, the only thing keeping me anchored was the hope that I might one day meet my partner. In all honesty, throughout the last 2 or 3 millennia, I was losing all hope until I encountered a certain dark-haired beauty. You came into my life unexpectedly, and I had no idea what to do but love you." I whispered, "What did you just say?" He grabbed my face, pushed us near enough to brush lips, and said, "I love you, Annalise Cade, the woman of my dreams, the queen of my kingdom, my soul, my mate, and my entire world." "I love you, Amare." I was sobbing by the end of his sentence as I reconnected with Arius. Snuggling into his neck, I continued to cry as he caressed my hair to calm me. When I eventually calmed down, I added, "I thought my search for a soulmate had ended when I met Axel." Then I met Sin, and the majority of our time together was spent ignoring me, always angry about something. Finally, I met you, Athanasius Mortem, the man I'd been expecting for all my life. There's a saying that your first love comes at a young age, the second is harsh love, and the third is blind love. Arius, you literally appeared out of nowhere and have taken my life by storm. I've never regretted spending time with you since you taught me what true love is. I adore you, Ari, more than anything in the known universe. Arius laughed as tears flowed down his cheeks and continued, you mentioned my name. Do not laugh at my mispronunciation. It took me a long time to learn it, I explained. He laughed as he picked me up and spun me around in a circle. I love you, Arius said as he kissed my face and neck. I love you, I love you, I love you, I answered. We laughed and giggled until it wasn't amusing anymore, staring deeply into one another's eyes. His eyes darkened as the intensity shone clearly in them. Looking into Arius' eyes, I witnessed the deep side of his love for the first time. Instead of scaring me, it drew me in. He pushed me against the wall, then pressed his lips against mine. I could feel that his kiss was more desperate and intense than our usual ones. Arius broke our kiss and said, mine. Yours, I responded. The air crackled with unspoken emotion. He looked at me, his gaze unwavering, a silent question in his eyes. You go on and on about how much you want me, I said softly, testing him. When are you going to finally show me? You want me to show you, little mate? Arius murmured, his voice low. Uh-huh, I responded. A hint of a smile touched his lips. As you wish. He lifted me effortlessly into his arms and carried me toward the bed, his lips finding mine once more as the world faded away around us, leaving only the profound connection we shared. Chapter 41. Arius held me, his gaze intense as he deepened our kiss, pouring all his pent-up emotion into it. His hands moved from my face, down my back, pulling me impossibly closer. He was showing me, without words, how much I belonged to him. His touch was both possessive and tender, a promise of his devotion. He was focused entirely on me, his expression one of deep affection and desire. My queen, he said, his voice thick with emotion. I looked up at him, and his expression was one of love. Arius lifted me effortlessly, carrying me to the bed and sitting with me on his lap. Ari, I whispered against his lips, overwhelmed by the intensity. Yes, you are my sweet little queen, Arius replied, rubbing a thumb gently across my lips. I clung to him, moving with him as a wave of sensation and emotion washed over me. The feeling was electric, a deep ache building between us. Please, I begged, wanting to be closer. What's wrong, Anna? Use your words. I said, I need you. He lay me gently on the bed and leaned over me, asking, where do you need me, baby? Everywhere, I whispered. Our clothes seemed to melt away as his touch was gentle, removing each piece, his eyes full of adoration. You look all pretty for me. You are so beautiful, Amare. He kissed a path down my neck and shoulder, his touch sending shivers through me. I gasped. I arched into his touch, my hands tangled in his hair. The feeling of his skin against mine was overwhelming, a perfect connection. Hold on, Amare. I have plans for you. A mysterious, gentle force seemed to hold me in place as his darkness wrapped around us, cocooning us from the world. Arius, I called out, lost in the delight of his touch. Remember the first time I met you, he murmured. I swore I would show you what it means to be truly cherished. To be mine. Today is that day. He kept me on the edge of a breathtaking precipice, his focus absolute, until he finally stopped. After releasing his gentle grip, he climbed on top of me, and I groaned from the sensation of being so close together. I want to feel all of you right now, I instructed. Now, don't be so impatient, little mate. I adore making you feel cherished by me. He moved, brushing his lips against mine, and I could feel the intensity of our bond. Taste the love I have for you, my queen, Arius said. I met his kiss, pouring all my own feelings into it. Arius pressed closer. Wait, I instructed, keeping him from moving. Arius looked at me concerned. Amare, what is wrong? Just a few minutes ago, you urged me to be closer. I want to feel all of you, I said. And you will. No, I mean both mind, body, and soul. Sorry, Anna, I'm not following, he remarked, bewildered. I want you to mark me. Chapter 42. Are you sure, little one? Arius questioned, moving some of my hair away from my face. More than anything, Ari, I replied, smiling. Arius pressed his lips on my neck, nuzzling it before kissing it to discover my vulnerable spot. When I sighed aloud after he focused on a particular area of my neck, he stopped moving. You are forever mine, Annalise Cade, he said softly, biting down on my neck and marking it. Crying out, I arched my back as Arius kissed my lips. The feeling of his marking me quickly turned to intense emotion as I felt impelled to grasp what was rightfully mine. After pulling my lips from his, I stretched my fangs to find his sweet spot. You are forever mine, Athanasius Mortem. Biting down on his neck, I marked him as Arius cried out. The entire mating bond clicked into place, causing me to experience what Arius was feeling. I could feel his own feelings turn to pleasure as his urgent need to complete our bond rose. I can feel you everywhere, Ari, I said. I know, mate, I know. Looking into his blue eyes, I called out, Be with me now, my king. Arius said, As you wish, queen, before he finally joined our souls as one. Ari, I cried out as our bodies became one. Amare, Arius breathed as he moved with me, holding me close. My eyes welled up with the intensity of the feeling, a mix of overwhelming emotions as I held him tighter. My woman, he whispered. He kissed my skin, and I called out, lost in the sensation, sure that everyone in the palace heard the depth of our connection. Ari's hair was in his face as we moved together. Being with Arius felt more right than anything I'd ever experienced. I groaned and murmured, closer. Arius spread his wings and flew us across the room, pressing me gently against the wall. He held me tightly, our movements becoming more desperate as I strained to hold on. Who do you belong to? Arius whispered intensely. You, I belong to you, I muttered, lost in him. Our new position intensified the feeling, and as we both approached our peak, I held him tighter, and Arius exclaimed in joy. So close, I muttered. One day, I will see you with my children. You'll be a beautiful mother as we start our family, he said. Now, my sweet girl, Arius said. Finally, we let go together. The world shattered into 1,000 points of light. When we were finished riding our high, Arius pulled me close and returned me to the bed. I nestled into him as Arius' wings wrapped around us like a blanket. I love you, Anna, Arius said to me, kissing my forehead. I love you too, I said. I'm going to make you say that all the time, baby, Arius grumbled playfully. I giggled and snuggled closer to Arius's body as we both enjoyed the peaceful aftermath. Arius interrupted the silence by adding, You know your powers are going to come in now. I figured, I said in response. I promise I'll be there every step of the way, mate. I rolled on top of him and said I never had any doubt. Arius gave me his $1 million smile and brought me down, locking our lips. We shared a passionate kiss that revealed our deep affection for each other. When you go to him, understand that you will always be mine. You will be my wife, queen, and mother to my children. I know you have to do this for us, and I trust you because you are Annalise Cade. I can never be his because I'll always be yours. We're forever bonded. I need to do this for you. Sinclair has to know how far I would go to protect you and our kingdom, I told him. Sinclair has no idea what's coming for him, Arius said with a smirk. I smirked at him before saying, enough of sin. At the moment, everything revolves around us. All about us, huh, Arius said, turning me over so he was on top of me. I placed my hands around his neck and whispered, Don't stop loving me, King Arius. With you, darling Queen Anna, I'm always ready. The rest of the night, the two of us were lost in each other, reaffirming our love until the sun rose. Today was for us. Tomorrow, we shall face our challenges. Dear Sinclair Royal, I am about to change your universe. Chapter 43. Adah awakens to an empty bed. Her eyes narrowed to the alarm clock sitting beside her to find it wasn't even 6 in the morning yet. Micajah had most likely gotten up to work out and mull things over with Jaden. A deep ache sits in her stomach, pulling at her, tugging at her, demanding her attention. She was starving, crazy hungry. After not having eaten during the night, her stomach was achingly empty. She couldn't think about anything else, even when she tried to go back to sleep. Her stomach was complaining loudly. Without even attempting to get dressed, she pads out in her sleepwear, down the empty halls, and straight into the empty kitchen. After pulling out some ingredients and pans, she makes herself some French toast, drizzled with maple syrup and topped with caramelized banana slices. The early morning breakfast was heavenly, and Adah reprimanded herself for not having eaten the night before. Her hunger eventually satiates as she finishes off her plate alone, in the empty kitchen that had finally begun to become brighter as the sun came up. She pads back to her room, her hunger having passed, and feels much more content overall. She would have just stayed awake, as it was slowly coming up to 7 in the morning, but her eyes became heavy, and she just stole another few hours of sleep. When she's awoken again, it's by Micajah, telling her it was time for breakfast and that she should get up now. It had hit 9:30 now, and Adah sat up in her bed, eyes watching her mate getting ready. His presence didn't make her blush extremely anymore. She had grown accustomed to it after the many nights they spent together. Weirdly, the idea of eating again didn't put her off. She didn't mind having a second breakfast. Her stomach growled appreciatively in agreement. She rolls her eyes at herself. Her appetite had returned, indicating that she was fine and that whatever had happened the previous night was just a one-time occurrence. How wrong she was. Breakfast was lively, and she ate another full plate. Micajah was too busy with Jaden, sorting out the trial that they were going to conduct later that day. Uriah had left with Lena to sort out travel plans and routes for all the wolves across the country that wanted to attend the trial. She was alone in the empty dining room, her arms folded and her head resting on the cool table. She felt full, and her head was beginning to ache again, her skin feeling warm. She kept it quiet, though. She didn't need Micajah worrying when his ample focus should have been on the trial today. She sits there for a good half hour, her insides feeling more and more uncomfortable. Adah reprimands herself again. Having a second breakfast again within the span of 2 hours wasn't the best idea, regardless of how hungry she was. The nausea builds up, and you would have thought that it would have left when, eventually, she became sick, but it stayed with her, teasing her. It was as if it were there to remind her not to put her body through that again. She spends the rest of the morning on the balcony in her room, lying on the wooden furniture, trying to keep cool and drinking a lot of water. She's jolted once hearing the commotion occur in the courtyard. It was nearing noon now, and she could see cars from the balcony pull in from the long, main road from the borders. There were numerous vehicles, each with a distinct scent. Many wolves from many other packs had come to see the trial today, had come to know the truth, and had come to see the Elder Council brought down to their knees. A knock on her door makes her get up fully, a maid telling her she needed to get ready. She takes a cold shower, keeping her hair dry, and slips into a low-cut navy dress. She takes the initiative to straighten her hair, parting it in the middle and pulling it back into a low, slick ponytail. She felt a lot better after getting ready. Pulling on some flats, she heads out into the entrance of the palace, the gates still closed. Everyone was there, from her mate to people she didn't know, the judge and the jury. Micajah was directing them into the ballroom and giving the guards instructions on what to do when the wolves were tried, as well as on how to handle the members of the public who wanted to watch. Sorry for leaving you alone this morning. You good after last night? Tone tender, as his hands wrap around her waist, slender fingers clutching her tight. Adah gives him a soft smile. It's okay. I understand. I'm feeling a lot better since last night, giving him another smile and not wanting to tell him of the instances that had occurred. He had to be on his top game for today, and she didn't need to make herself a priority. That would be selfish. He gives her a grin, pressing a kiss to her temple. The silver in his eyes is light and warm with her. Do you think I could get some coffee? She murmurs after a while, mouth salivating for something caffeinated. He raises a brow. Coffee? I thought you were into tea. Her face scrunches at the thought of tea at this minute, and she shakes her head. I need something stronger, something to keep me awake through this trial, but she also knows deep down she really wants it for the sake of enjoying it. He chuckles, murmuring that it could be arranged. They linger around for a while, waiting for the ballroom to be set up and for the last finishing touches to be done. The trial had run a little late, but eventually, the palace doors opened, and the public was beckoned inside to take their seats. Everything falls to silence. Adah sticks with Micajah, who holds her hand, as she sips her coffee from her polystyrene cup, loving how it dances on her taste buds. They head into the ballroom, which has been completely transformed into a courtroom. The judge and the jury had been selected, all wolves randomly chosen to reduce bias. On one side stood the prosecution, where Jaden stood in a suit, a file in his hand. Behind him sat Lena and Uriah, also dressed appropriately. Micajah adjusted his tie, pulling Adah to sit with them. On the opposite side sat many wolves who would be for the defendants, each elder council member having chosen their representative or, if they didn't have one, been appointed. The public area had been filled to the brim, with only the capacity of about 90 wolves. Micajah had given the choice of 3 or so members to come from every pack, but this was going to be televised as well, so it didn't really matter. Not many alphas and lunas came, but many of the regular pack members did. Adah spots Ahmed, Luna Ella, and Luna Mariah. Before them sat a table of witnesses, including Lyle and Elias. The blonde male gave Adah a wink as they made eye contact, an easygoing grin on his lips. The courtroom falls silent, with no more fussing or movement. The judge clears his throat as the older male reads out. We are gathered here today to determine the fate of the members making up the Elder Council, to be specific 8 members, which have many accusations made against them. We will start with the prosecution. Mr. Jaden Grant, if you could please begin, the judge commences. He's the one with the power in the room today, and the king knows it, sitting at ease with his mate, just being Micajah. He doesn't necessarily mind. Jaden clears his throat before standing up. He emanates confidence and ease, the shy timid wolf being tucked away. He was in his element today, and it made all his friends proud, beaming with joy for this wolf. His voice is clear, calm, and composed. I would like to start by bringing out Byron Walters. Chapter 44. Lena's father walks out first. His form was large, with short, red hair, but his beard had become scruffy and slightly overgrown. His hands were clasped to his back, chained with handcuffs, and he was accompanied by 2 burly and intimidating wolves, who Adah recognized as Orion and Lupus, her own personal guards. She shifts in her seat, Micajah's arm wrapping around her and keeping her close. He kisses the top of her head. Lena's wolf is ruffled, the wolf in her not liking her poor excuse of a father, the failure of a man. Uriah calms the wolf's fur, soothing words only meant for her. Tyler hadn't turned up to this, but no one blamed him. He stands at the stand, facing all the wolves in the room, and facing the cameras that'll be plastering his face for all to see. He couldn't hide anymore. He couldn't hide behind the name of being an Elder Council member. He couldn't hide in his son's pack. Jaden clears his throat, coming to the center, already prepared with what to say. Mr. Brian Walters, do you know why you're here today? Jaden asks, tone curt. The wolf shrugs. His features come off as cocky and unbothered, but Adah can see through him. The wolf knew he was in trouble, but couldn't let his ego deflate. Well, the first thing that we have to try you for, and without question, the most important thing as emphasized by your queen, is the abuse and misconduct occurring towards Mr. Tyler Walter. Jaden begins. Lena's jaw clenches tightly. The atmosphere in the room changes. No wolf, but the few in the Monarch knew that Byron would be tried for something like this, something so personal. Everyone had assumed he would only be tried for his dishonest ways in the council. Not even Tyler's pack knew of this. This was something hidden from everyone because it would cause a great uproar. Wolves were close. Family meant everything. Something like this was disgraceful, looked down upon. The public sneers, lips lifted in disgust. Even Byron looks shocked at the fact that he's being tried for this. His mouth opens to protest, but the judge keeps order with his pedestal. Your Honor, I have gotten Mr. Tyler's witnesses' statements with me here, in writing and a signature. He couldn't be here today. As you can imagine, it would have been a difficult thing for him to manage. Byron scoffs at the fact that Tyler was too weak to face him, but he is ignored as Jaden passes the judge the papers. If you wish, you could call upon Lena Walters, who is a witness to this also. She isn't a victim, but she witnessed the events that happened to Tyler. Jaden also informs them, handing copies to the jury, who all nod and look through. Mr. Byron Walters has been an abusive father to Tyler since he was a pup, well before he shifted, and at around the age of 3, Jaden begins. Adah's jaw tightens, even Micajah's wolf bristles at this. To prevent this from becoming long-winded, I'll simply list what Byron is being accused of in this realm of the trial. Jaden takes a deep breath before listing them on his fingers. Neglect, starvation, physical abuse, emotional abuse. These are the main sectors that Tyler has mentioned that has happened throughout his childhood until the age of 18. However, as Tyler grew past a pup, eventually taking position as alpha, the charges on Byron change. Jaden pauses. Byron has used Alpha Tyler's pack and his position for illegitimate things, without Tyler's consent and awareness. These are things such as trafficking, fraud, blackmailing, and theft. He has even gone to the length of silencing wolves to cover this up. Jaden calls up a few members from Tyler's pack, who Byron had coerced into being involved with this. The jury learns about how Byron used Tyler's place as alpha to authorize a series of things that no one knew about, including making deals in the black market, exploiting females, and stealing money. Not only from Tyler's pack, but also through making false deals with other packs and essentially scamming them out of their money. If any wolf turned or found out, they'd be silenced permanently, without a trace of the event occurring. Each wolf Jaden called up confirmed and elaborated on this. Byron's lawyer doesn't even try to rebut any of this. Jaden had covered and solidified it all, the jury soaking it all up. The question is, all of these crimes were used in the act of gaining money and monetary values evidently. What were these proceedings actually used for? Jaden asks rhetorically. Well, through some further investigation, I have discovered that these were actually used as funding for military deployments. Yes, I have strong reason to believe that the Elder Council was planning to form a military-based dictatorship amongst us, many wolves gasped. Yes, I don't think this, I know. Their plans were to dismantle packs, merge us into one population, dismantle the monarch, and create one government of dictatorship. Murmurs surpass everyone at how absurd and unorthodox this was. This wasn't the wolf way. Before I showcase my evidence, I would like to bring out the other 2 members that had a helping hand in this. William Hayes and Ivan Phillip, Jaden says, voice loud and confident. 2 more males come out, a low growl coming from Micajah's throat. One had mouser brown hair, and the other had darker, more rugged locks. Like Byron, they had been chained and were also accompanied by Orion and Lupus. This is a big accusation you are making, Mr. Jaden. What evidence of this do you have? The judge asks. Jaden has a confident grin, and from his briefcase, he pulls out the prophecy scroll. This, handing it to the judge, who would pass it around the wolves sitting at the stand of the jury. The very first indication was the fact that the prophecy they released against our beloved King Micajah was simply not true. This hiding of information tells us everything. Jaden proceeds into actually explaining what the prophecy said. Why would they hide this? Why would they keep this from us? The moon goddess has outrightly told us that Micajah had to set them straight, that they were in the wrong, and that they needed to be stopped. The words on that scroll say so. Who are we to undermine her? In reality, this is all the truth we need, and you know it, Jaden finishes. I have some witnesses, Lyle and Elias, who will confirm it. I also have more details of a military uprising that the Elder Council were forming too. I believe that this was to enforce rules on the wolf population that they wanted to create, a military disposal to conduct their dictatorship rule. This part of the trial took a while, Jaden going through every inch of the case to the finest detail. The defendant's lawyers tried to rebut him as much as they could eventually, but they couldn't, for the Gamma spoke the truth they all knew. The rest of the Elder Council members are called out. These last 5 wolves charged for fewer crimes, as they were only in compliance with these plans, rather than the monstrous things that Ivan, Byron, and William had done, with Byron being the worst. It takes another few hours to straighten everything out and sort it accordingly. Each wolf in the room was immersed in what Jaden was saying. Adah also ignored her growing hunger. The charges on each wolf were discussed. The wolves had all been charged, with the least being 100 years, and the most being permanent imprisonment. Byron was the only wolf sentenced to permanent imprisonment, with Lena and Tyler's consent. The jury had a unanimous vote the first time around, with their discussion not even needing a second, as none disagreed. It wasn't quite over yet. As the defendants were being escorted out, the jury and the judge were leaving. The king cleared his throat and came to the front. I have a very short announcement to make. His words are low, but every wolf turns to him, without an ounce of disrespect. The wolves listen carefully. His eyes are light as they watch over the room. I am dismantling the Elder Council officially. I have established new plans for it to be ruled underneath the monarch. A letter will be sent stating exactly how this will work, involving elections of 1 member per pack, across a 3-year period, all being mediated by myself. The letter will be sent to all packs, and you can digress the full set of information then. I expect all members to be elected by the end of the month, Micajah states. The end of the month was about 2 weeks away. He takes a breath before continuing. I will also be sending out letters for every single member of the entire wolf population. You all will be personally invited at the end of the month to Queen Adah's coronation, he deems, and the wolves cheer, Adah's face blushing heavily. Thank you. Have a safe trip back, he finishes, the trial finally being ended. Chapter 45. The following 2 weeks were strange, that's all Adah can say. It was weird for many reasons. Finally, the war and the trial were over. It was the end of an era, and Micajah was building a new one. The idea of holding the council under the monarch and having the king be responsible for them was one that the kingdom liked, because Micajah had truly risen to the role of a king, and this war only showed he was perfect for it. All wolves had faith and trust in him. Already, many packs had arrived with the members they had voted in. A few days ago, their own pack held a vote, with more than 80% voting for Jaden. Normality came to Adah much more easily than she thought it would. Micajah was right. There was life after war. It was as normal as it came anyway. Adah still carried out her duties, but she was shielded from many things as well. Micajah and Lena were in complete preparations for the coronation that was due, and Adah wasn't to know a thing. Every day, new trucks and vans arrive with items such as decorations and other supplies. Adah had a hunch they were renovating the ballroom, but she wasn't allowed into that region at all. It was infuriating. Adah wasn't into surprises, but the whole pack seemed to be heavily involved in it, a brewing excitement taking hold of the atmosphere. That made her feel good, so she let it slide. Adah was currently at the tailor's after having been told by Lena to get measured out for her dress. She had been surprised when her fit wasn't as seamless as it had been for her other dresses. Her measurements had changed. She heads out of the tailor's, walking across the gravel path with Orion trailing behind her. Her head is in deep thought. Her hunch had been growing for a while, and she didn't know how she felt about it. It all made sense in her head. She had gotten entirely off tea, and her appetite had been up and down at either end of the spectrum. Sometimes she'd go a day without eating, and other times she'd eat all she could. The nausea had occurred a few times, and she'd get frequent temperatures and headaches. And she was so exhausted these days, her body riddled with fatigue. It all made sense in her head, and her stomach fluttered at the thought. Orion, I'll be going to the pack doctor. I want to see Hardin. Is that okay with you? And the male nods, brows furrowed. Is everything all right, Adah? He asked, with concern for his queen. Adah gives him a nod. It's just a routinely checkup. I would prefer if you don't come with me, and don't mention it to the king either. He has enough on his plate with this celebration coming up, she tells him, and he gives her a small smile with a nod, heading out on his way. Thank you, she calls after him, pulling her hoodie down, smoothing out her basketball shorts that she stole from Micajah. She had waited for Hardin for about 10 minutes while he checked the other patients. Hardin wasn't always on duty, but he was often on duty. Luckily, Adah was directed into a private room so that no one would know of her presence here, and she wouldn't have any concerned pack members coming up to her. She didn't want to mention anything to Micajah just yet, because she could be entirely delusional, and this might just all be in her head too. And deep down, maybe she just wanted to cherish this for her own, just for the tiniest bit of time. Adah, the wolf, greets, with a warm grin, running a hand through his chestnut hair. Hardin was a little older than her, an extremely trusted doctor, and an advisor to Micajah. Adah had spent a lot of time with Hardin during the war, and they had grown to be good friends. He was wearing his white coat, a stethoscope around his neck, and pens in all of his different pockets. Hi, Hardin. Is it okay if we do a checkup? I know I walked in without an appointment, she trails off, and Hardin gets into his work mode. That's not an issue. All my patients have gone. Come on, I'll take you to a room, he murmurs, leading her to a small general practice office. She sits on the observation bed, legs swinging. Hardin sits at his desk, pulling up her records. All right, Adah, what seems to be the problem? Asked her, eyes observing, already making observations. Everything's just been really weird for a while now, she begins, clasping her hands together. I've been really tired for the last month or so now, definitely. I thought earlier it was because of the war, but even in these last 2 weeks, I've been feeling really fatigued. I've also been having on and off headaches and nausea that alternate too. And my appetite has now formed really weird patterns where I'll eat everything or nothing, she explains. Hardin nods. Have you been intimate recently? Hardin asks, and Adah nods. When was your last cycle? He asks next, and Adah draws a blank. She never kept track of her cycle, and she was kicking herself for it now. Not for a while, is all she can say, and Hardin nods. Okay, well, these are signs of pregnancy, and Adah nods again, hands becoming clammy. She had a hunch, but it was different when she heard it out loud. If it is okay with you, I'd like to check your urine and, if possible, have a blood test. We can get the results immediately, Adah nods again. She asks for a bottle of water, drinking it so she could later pee on command, as Hardin takes her blood and passes it to one of the nurses who is on hand. She conducts the urine test too. Whilst we wait for those, would you be okay with an internal examination? And Adah agrees. After examining her, she sorts herself out, watching him throw his gloves away into the disposal. Adah waits 20 or so minutes, swinging her legs at the edge of the bed, looking at all the posters Hardin had in his room. Well, it looks like you're pregnant. Your cervix has changed color and is soft. The urine test came back as positive, and so does the blood work. I presume you are a good few weeks along, but we'll have to do an ultrasound to check how far, and then we can work out due dates from there, Hardin informs her. Adah's stomach flutters, a smile coming on her face. Congratulations, he mutters softly, with a warm smile. Do you think it's early? Because the symptoms were only somewhat recent, Adah mumbles. Hardin shrugs. Pregnancy symptoms vary from woman to woman. Some of them have them incredibly soon, while others have them much later. You could be very newly pregnant, but I think it's farther along. We can have the ultrasound to check, he tells her. Is it okay if we do the ultrasound later? I want Micajah here with me for that, and Hardin nods. Adah hops off the bed, thanking him. She tells him she'd call him in advance for it. This won't be mentioned to anyone yet, right? Hardin promises her that as a doctor, he'd hold her confidentiality and privacy. She thanks him again and heads out. Her face is warm, and butterflies take hold of her stomach. She felt like she was on top of the world. She's still in slight disbelief, but she feels so good about it. It was like all her dreams were coming true, and everything was finally falling into place. She couldn't wait to tell her king. Chapter 46. It had been a few hours since Adah had found out her news, and she spent most of it in her room, sprawled out on the bed, eyes looking at the ceiling. Her lips couldn't stop curving into a smile, and her cheeks were flushed. She felt warm all over, in a good way. She felt happy, and it was indescribable. She didn't know she could ever feel happy in this type of way. Her head was in another world, full of dreams, questions, and wonders. She wondered if her pup would be a girl or a boy, if they would resemble her or Micajah, and what personality traits they'd have. She hadn't seen Micajah yet, and she wasn't sure exactly how she was going to tell him. She didn't want to make a big deal of it or do something over the top. She just wanted it to be a moment they shared, all natural and genuine. It wasn't like she wasn't telling him, for fear that her pregnancy wasn't certain. Miscarriages didn't happen naturally to wolves, and females would only lose pups if it were their choice, or if they were physically harmed. She sits up, hair tumoring down her shoulders and pooling down to her chest. She thinks to herself for a little longer, and she heads to seek her mate out. As expected, Micajah was in his office with Lena, and as soon as Adah had walked in, the plans they were going through were shoved in a drawer, both wolves not looking her in the eye and not taking a risk of Adah finding out what they had in store for her. Lena gives Adah a grin as she heads out, planting a kiss on the female's cheek. Adah waves her off, slinging her hands in the pockets of her hoodie. "Hey," Micajah greets as she comes over to him. He pulls her into his lap, an arm around her stomach. Adah's stomach flutters, and she's sure a blush has arisen on her cheeks. "Hi," thinking again, and he runs his nose on the underside of her jaw, kissing her throat. "We haven't really had time with each other, and I want to go on a date," Adah tells him, watching the silver flames in his eyes dance. He shrugs the dark locks of hair out of his face, brows furrowing. Adah's fingers caress his dark, warm skin. He waits for her to elaborate, his grip on her tightening. "Another picnic," she mumbles, not looking at him, curls fringing before her face. Her eyes don't meet his, her stomach dancing in nervousness and excitement, fingers playing with the material of his jeans. "You have to cook, though," another mumble, watching amusement paint over his features, a chuckle falling from his lips. "Of course." "Any particular preferences, my love?" he asks, voice soft to her. Adah thinks carefully, her dark eyes twinkling. She shakes her head, telling him to surprise her. He gives her a grin, pressing a kiss to her temple. "Would 7 be okay for you?" he asks, after checking his schedule, and Adah nods, sliding off his lap. By the time 7 actually rolls around, Adah has successfully taken one of the most extended naps she has ever had. And she loved it. She didn't have any other duties for the day, as her morning had been filled with meetings. She had planned to spend the rest of her day with Uriah, watching him train the juvenile wolves, but sleep called to her, and she fell to it without a complaint. Micajah had his own workload to finish up. When she awakens again, she takes a long, warm shower. Her headspace was clear. She knew what was next, and she couldn't wait. She was buzzing all over, fingers trembling at the thought of being a mother. She smiles at the thought of Micajah as a father. He did so well with the pups in this pack and was so earnest about them liking him. It was adorable. There were so many good memories to come, and Adah couldn't wait. After massaging some body oil into her skin and drying her hair, she slips into a floral patterned dress, the material flowing and loose, falling to mid-thigh and low-cut. She pins her hair up, letting a few curls fall and frame her face. She wanted to look pretty because she felt really pretty on the inside. She meets Micajah at the front of the palace. He had already been waiting, wearing some gray sweats and a white tee. His hand holds a basket, but his attention falls on her when she walks out. His gaze softens with affection, his features transforming into a more profound pleasure. He'd never forget how elegantly beautiful Adah was. How her skin was shimmery and soft to touch, how her curls were each coiled to perfection, and how her dark eyes allured him every time they met his. "I didn't realize this was a special occasion," he said in a velvet voice, the wolf in him ready to pull her close. Adah shrugs, padding over to him, and tiptoeing to give him a kiss, hand running down his torso. You look good, her tone, and it wasn't a lie. Adah's voice had softened. Seeing Micajah in gray sweats was her favorite thing. He gives her a lazy grin, his attention still racking over her. Same place as last time? Adah questions, settling to his side. If that is okay with you, he responds, his hand resting on her back and lowering down. She smiles. It's perfect, my love, she tells him. The stars were out, shining as hard as Adah was. She glowed, and Micajah could feel it, sensing it in every word she spoke, in every step she took. He hadn't seen her much in the last few weeks, and his wolf missed her sorely. He could feel something had changed, and the more he stared at her, his wolf grew intuition too. But they couldn't put their finger on it. Adah talked about everything and anything, and Micajah let her. Her voice was his favorite thing to listen to. The picnic spot had been set up precisely as it had been last time, and Adah loved it, her stomach pooling with warmth. She gives a little gasp, pulling Micajah down by the shirt so that she can meet his lips. She bounds towards it, sitting down on the blanket and watching Micajah sort out all the food. They often talk about each other, their memories, and their wishes. Adah's nervousness had now begun to grow within her. Micajah had made chicken pie, which had somehow managed to keep warm. He was a man of many talents. Many other delicacies were accompanying it as well, each beautifully prepared. They ate together, they laughed together, they drank together. It was just them, and the night's dark. It was perfect. I love the moon, Adah tells him. She was lying on his chest, her back pressed against his front. She plays with his hand, both of their gazes upon the starry night above them. His arm wraps around her loosely, his chin resting on top of her head. It reminds me of your eyes, she murmurs, hearing him hum in response. It falls into a comfortable silence. She clears her throat, easing out of his hold, turning around to face him. I dash. She clears her throat again, a blush forming on her face. The silver hues watch her intently. I'm Dash. She halts again, taking another inhale. I'm pregnant. Her voice is low, quiet. Her eyes flicker up to him, her face flaming with warmth. His features have stilled for a moment, but his eyes flare up, the silver flames dancing high and dancing wild. His features shift softly, lips curving and expression becoming tender. His brows furrow in disbelief. I dash. He can't find the words, eyes darkening in color. Pregnant, he whispers, face in awe, features stricken and surprised. Adah's lip curves into a shy smile, and she nods. A pup, his voice is merely a whisper, eyes becoming glossy. She nods again, lips grinning. A laugh comes from his mouth, loud, hearty, and clear. His features turn to raw, uncontrolled joy. He laughs again, standing up and swooping her up into his arms, spinning around. She laughs as they halt, and he presses a deep kiss to her lips. Our pup, she said, setting her down and pulling her close to him. He laughs again, voice filled with excitement. Wow, he murmurs, holding her, cradling her close, chin resting on her head. Adah smiles, leaning against him. I love you. So much, he murmurs, and Adah smiles, eyes closing in bliss. Chapter 47. Micajah had called Hardin to conduct an ultrasound the very next day. They had both agreed to keep this quiet and to themselves for a little longer, and they announced it to everyone at the coronation. Obviously, they had told Jaden, Uriah, and Lena earlier. The three wolves were over the moon and bouncing with happiness at the news. Uriah was especially ecstatic about a little niece or nephew, and the thought made Adah feel warm. The ultrasound was special, as stupid as it sounds. It's something Adah will never forget, holding the hand of the man she loved, and watching on the small monitor, seeing the shadowing, the beginnings of their pup. They had the image printed out. Micajah wanted to start a scrapbook of everything related to this pup. It turns out Adah was quite a few weeks along, even though she had only had outward symptoms for about 3 weeks. In total, she estimated she was about 9 weeks along, which made sense to Adah. She'd begin to show soon. Micajah had already begun to treat her like glass, and she wasn't having any of it. Though he was adamant, she was stubborn too. Just because she was pregnant didn't mean she'd be on bed rest for the next 7 or so months now. It was the day of the coronation, and Adah felt nervous. A coronation had always been thrown for a queen because kings were born and queens were always made. It was tradition that the son takes the monarch because the daughter always had a maid out there, and she'd follow them unless they were to have only a girl, who would then inherit the throne until she found her mate. The position would then be passed down to the next heir. Adah didn't want to think about that. Right now, this was an entire event dedicated to her, and she didn't like being in the spotlight. She wanted to curl up into a ball and disappear for the night. She was in the dressing room, accompanied by Lena, who had designed her dress, as well as many other women. She was offered a corset, but she declined, not wanting anything to disrupt her stomach, even if it wouldn't harm the baby. Her dress was beautiful, she couldn't deny that. It wasn't extravagant or over the top like she had presumed. If anything, it fit her personal style beautifully. It captured her essence, it captured who she was. It may not have been traditional, but it was Adah. Her heart could melt, knowing her pack did this the way she would appreciate, and it touches her. She didn't deserve this. It was deep, rich navy, made from satin. It was long and pulled at her feet. It was a low-cut dress, exposing her neck and shoulders and dipping low to her chest. It was simple, just like Adah liked. The dark color complemented her warm skin beautifully. Her hair was put into a simple, elegant bun, the curls providing texture. On her chest sat a silver necklace, the color matching Micajah's eyes. It was a long, thin piece made from the most special diamonds. That was all the jewelry she wore, apart from a band in her hair that matched it and the heels, too. Lena had made it very simple. Adah didn't need a dress to let everyone know who she was. She did that by herself. If anything, the required dress is here. It was only a simple complimentary piece, nothing more. Tonight was about Adah and Adah alone. Not her dress. Her face was bare, with only highlight being applied. She could hear everything brewing outside the doors of her room. It had been a few hours after she had her hair done, and she had just slipped into her dress. She was confined to her room for most of the day. She could hear cars pulling in and laughter arising from the open windows. Everyone seemed to be having a blast, and it made her feel a little at ease. The whole kingdom was coming today, and her insides fluttered. The sky had darkened into a beautiful dark canvas. Lena busts in, wearing a deep red dress. Adah smiles, kissing the female on her cheek. "Adah, you look amazing," Lena murmurs, and Adah chuckles as Lena fixes her hair with a last bit of hairspray. "I'd say Micajah would defo appreciate this tonight," and Adah laughs. Lena finishes the last touches, and together they go down the stairs slowly, careful not to trip. Adah was in the dark about what was happening tonight. She could hear music and noise coming from the ballroom and outside the palace grounds, because although the ballroom had been renovated and extended, it wasn't going to fit everyone. They reached down the steps, and Lena heads down past Jaden and Uriah and into the ballroom. She was hosting and had much to do. "Wow. Looking good," Uriah murmurs, eyes lazy with an easygoing grin. He wore his black suit, curls having grown back, glossy and popping. "Yeah." What he said, Jaden says with a light blush, rubbing the back of his neck. Adah laughs, stepping down and kissing his cheek. She slaps the back of Uriah's head, who sticks his tongue out at her. "Are we going to stand here all night?" asked with a raised brow. She links arms with both of them, heading into the ballroom. Lena outdid herself. Sure, she had help from Micajah, but this was a touch that only Lena could do. Adah is in awe when she steps into the room, so much in adoration that the round of applause when she steps in goes right over her head. The room was beautiful, shimmery and silver. Just like the moon. Just like Micajah's eyes. It was glorious. Her eyes go up to her king next, wearing a suit that matches the exact shade of her dress. His expression is light, eyes only for her. She gives him a smirk, Uriah and Jaden letting her go, and she immediately goes to his side, her rightful place. He grasps her by the side, kissing her temple. "You look beautiful, my love," dipping down low to her ear, and she blushes. You don't look too bad yourself, she replies with a wink, and Micajah grins, kissing where her neck and shoulder meet. He pulls her up onto the raised platform. There were many wolves, and Adah felt nervous. But Micajah oozes confidence, so she can easily hide behind it. The room is silent. I'm not going to make this long. Nothing about me and Adah has been traditional. Neither will this, and Adah smiles at his words. Tonight isn't really a coronation. Adah has been a queen the moment I marked her. Tonight is a celebration of her and her alone. A celebration of her kindness, her strength, and her courage. That is what tonight is about, and Uriah's whoop cuts through the air. Jaden brings up a silver crown, perfectly made for her. Micajah places it on her head, and her face turns red. She doesn't need this crown on her head. The crown needs her. She smiles up at him, face warm. Adah is my perfect half. Regardless of how we met. Regardless of the whole issue with the prophecy. She makes my soul complete. She makes me a better person and continues to do that with not only me, but hundreds and hundreds of wolves. I'm not very good at speeches. She takes the cake for that, but we can all agree the Adah was the perfect choice, and he dips down low to her again. I love you, and she smiles, kissing his cheek. I hope everyone enjoys this evening. I guess we'll be seeing you all back very soon though, so maybe don't have too much fun. The crowd is stunned in silence. Adah rolls her eyes, watching his lazy grin. Yeah, you all heard me. My queen is expecting, and the crowd goes even more wild, whooping and cheering. Adah laughs, and Micajah pulls her for a dance, making him her first of many. The rest of the night breezes by, and it was beautiful. Adah had danced with so many people. She had met Luna Mariah and congratulated Luna Ella in person. She even caught up with Ahmed. She danced with Tyler. She had many wolves come up to her, congratulating her. It was blissful. The best part of it, though, was being with Micajah. They may rule over a monarch, but for them, they were just Adah and Micajah. Forever. Epilogue. Uncle Uriah, that's not how you do it, the small boy mumbles, folding his arms over each other. His brown hair sat atop his head in perfect curls, his skin rich in melanin and warm to the eyes. His eyes were his mother's, dark, yet they bore his father's stern, confident expression. What do you mean? I'm following the recipe, Uriah complains, pointing towards the book. Jahari rolls his eyes at his uncle's language. If his mother were here, she'd give Uriah a look. He ignores it before shaking his head. It doesn't look right, the pup mumbles. At the age of 4, Jahari was on top of his game, his mother and father ensuring he was affluent in his abundance of knowledge. Currently, Uriah was babysitting Jahari. Adah had gone into labor with her second child about a day ago. Lena and Micajah had stayed with her the entire time. Jaden was continuing with normal pack obligations, and Uriah was responsible for this small pup. It'll be fine. Watch when it bakes. It'll turn out great. Uriah dismisses his concerns, pouring the batter into a cake tray and putting it into the oven. They had attempted to make a cake for Adah, for when Jahari's little sister was born. Jahari shakes his head, pulling out his coloring book. Uriah had propped him up on the counter in the kitchen. Now that the cake was in the oven, Uriah could begin cleaning up. What color do you want the icing to be, little man? Uriah asks. Blue, Jahari responds, Uriah's eyes narrowing at the pup absorbed in coloring. It's a girl, he says, confused. Jahari shrugs, not looking back at the male. It doesn't matter. Blue isn't only for boys, and Uriah shrugs, murmuring how it was a fair point. Unfortunately, the color of the icing didn't matter. Within 7 or so minutes in the oven, the cake mishap occurred, much to Uriah's dismay. Told you, Jahari mumbles, still coloring as Uriah begins to clean up the mess in the oven. I don't understand why, Uriah mumbles to himself. It's because you used icing sugar, and not normal sugar, Jahari informs him. Uriah groans in exasperation. It's a good thing I bought a cake then, a new voice comes into play. Jahari grins at the sight of the gamma male. Jaden looks surprised, eyes widening as he looks at the mess in the kitchen. Uncle Jay, Jahari beams, raising his arms to be picked up. Jaden scoops the pup up, placing the cake he bought onto the counter instead. When did you do that? I thought you were out with Lyle, Uriah asks with a knowing look. Jaden rolls his eyes. Jaden had found his mate a while ago, but he was rejected because the male he was paired with didn't want it. After the rejection, he grew closer to Lyle, who had also been denied many years earlier. The two grew much closer, and although it was unexpected, they worked well together. Lyle was confident, outspoken, and flirtatious. Jaden was the opposite. Jaden grew more optimistic as a result, and Lyle marked him a few days back. They were going strong. Don't worry about what I do with Lyle. I suggest you hurry up. Micajah called me, said it was very close now. I'm taking Jahari over there now, Jaden tells him. You could help, Uriah grumbles, and Jaden simply says that it wasn't his mess. Jerk, Uriah murmurs, and Jahari tuts at the word, in a disapproving manner. Luckily, by the time Uriah had cleaned up, showered, and reached the hospital in record time, he hadn't missed anything. He waited with Jaden and Jahari in a room outside, where, fortunately, they couldn't hear anything going on in the other room. Jahari wouldn't hear anything upsetting. Uriah had been there during Jahari's time, when Adah went into labor unexpectedly. It wasn't good. Thankfully, this time was a lot less hectic. This kid's really taking her time coming out, Uriah comments, and Jaden rolls his eyes. Slowpoke, Jahari adds, and Uriah throws his head back laughing. Jahari was extremely close to Uriah, aside from his parents, and he liked everyone. She not done? Goodness, a new voice props in. Lal comes in, running a hand through his honey blonde curls, a gift basket in one hand, and flowers in the other. He kisses the top of Jaden's head, fist bumping Jahari, who was on his lap. 10 more minutes pass by, and then finally Harden exits, with a few nurses, a smile on his lips. Congratulations, my prince. You have a sister, ducking down to greet Jahari, who grins. Are we good to go in? Jaden asks, and Harden nods. Jahari runs in first, carefully jumping up to the bed Adah was on and curiously looking at the baby she had been carrying for the last 9 months. The 3 males also come in. Lena was on the phone, informing Ahmed of his niece's birth. Micajah sat with Adah, both of them holding a baby girl in their arms. Adah looked exhausted, hair tied up into a messy bun, the nape of her neck covered in sweat. Her skin was pale and flushed. Micajah's hair was dirty, as if he had worriedly run his hands through it. His expression was at ease now, both of them in awe at their girl. Dada, Jahari asks. Micajah looks up at his son with a grin, beckoning him to come over. He goes over curiously, Micajah helping him onto his lap. She's beautiful, Jahari says, echoing the words he had heard his father often say to his mother. Adah laughs, kissing her pup. Are you tired, Mama? You should sleep, Jahari tells his mama with concern. He loved her fiercely, just as his dad did. She gives him a weak smile. I'll look after her. I promise, Jahari encourages, causing another laugh to fall from her lips. It's fine, baby. I'm fine. Jahari leans over Micajah a little more, looking at her closely. What's her name? Jaden asks. Micajah takes the small pup from Adah, letting Jahari hold her with him. Adah stares at them both, a smile not leaving her face. Malia, she tells them. Can I hold her now? Please. Uriah begs and is awed the moment she comes into his arms. Jahari follows wherever the baby goes. Adah rests her head on her mate, who kisses her head. You did so well, my love, he tells her. I know, she responds, turning, her eyes feeling drowsy. I love you, she tells him, face flushing as he repeats the words. She falls asleep in the safety of his arms, knowing that her pup would be safe with her brother.